President, I move that further proceedings under the roll call be dispensed with and the Sergeant at Arms be instructed to bring in the absent members.
On that motion, any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. Members, will you be so kind as to stand? Today's chaplain is Reverend Anna Astinzo Moore from the Episcopal Church in Minnesota. And following the prayer, as usual, please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us pray. God with many names, grant our leaders wisdom, good courage, and creativity in all of their decisions. Inspire them with the voices of those they represent and knowledge gained from each other to do the important work they do for the good of the whole. May our state be a place where the barriers that divide crumble, hatred cease, and love, justice, and respect flourish. And may every person in Minnesota know that they are beloved and not alone. Loving God, hear our prayer. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, members. The secretary will take the roll.
Abler, Anderson, Barr, Bolden, Carlson, Champion, Coleman, Swadzinski, Dames, Dibble, Dornick, Draheim, Draskowski, Duckworth, Diedzik, Eichhorn, Farnsworth, Fateh, Frentz, Green, Grunhagen, Gustafson, Hochschild, Herr, Hoffman, Housley, Howe, Jasinski, Johnson, Klein, Coran, Kroon, Kunish, Kupek, Lang, Latz, Liskey, Limmer, Lucero, Mann, Marty, Matthews, May Quaid, McEwen, Miller, Mitchell, Mohammed, Morrison, Murphy, Nelson, Umuverbaten, Pappas, Pa, Port, Pratt, Putnam, Rarick, Rasmussen, Rest, Seeberger, Utke, Weber, Wiesenberg, Westland, Westrom, Wickland, Zhang.
Members, the secretary outlined the roll, but pursuant to 14.1, the following members intend to vote under Rule 40.7. Diedzik, Lang, Miller, Port. Members, a quorum is present. Members, if you follow along, I'm looking at Senate agenda, dated today, Tuesday, April 18th, 2023. We will begin with the third order of business. Messages from the House. The Secretary will read the message.
Mr. President, I have the honor to announce the passage by the House of the following House files herewith transmitted. House file numbers 2105, 2324, and 2310. Signed, Patrick D. Murphy, Chief Clerk, House of Representatives.
Members, no action is required. Members, we will now proceed to the fourth order of business, first reading of House bills. The House files have been given their first reading and referred as indicated. Members, we'll now proceed to the fifth order of business, reports of committees. Senator Kunish for the motion to adopt committee reports.
Mr. President, I move that the committee reports printed in the agenda be adopted, and I ask for a roll call.
Roll call requested, a roll call granted. Any discussions on that motion to adopt committee reports? Seeing none, the secretary will take the roll. Members, please vote. Senator Morrison, those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzig votes aye.
Dietzig votes aye.
And Mr. President, Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye. Senator Rasmussen, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
And Senator Lang votes no.
And Senator Lang votes no. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There have been 38 ayes and 20 noes. The motion to adopt prevails. Members, we will now go to the second reading of House bills. The secretary will read the House file numbers.
House File Number 3.
The House file has been given its second reading. Members, we will now go to the eighth order of business, introduction and first reading of Senate bills. The bills listed on today's introduction calendar are given their first reading and referred as indicated. Members, we will now proceed to the ninth order of business. We will adopt the author's motion as one motion. All in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. Members, Senate Resolution numbers 37 to 43 will be referred to the Committee on Rules and Administration. No action required. Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that Senate Resolution number 36 be taken from the table.
All in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. To the resolution, Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. Senate Resolution number 36 amends Senate Rule 7.3 as it relates to the Veterans Appropriations Bill. In current rules, the Veterans Appropriations Bill is grouped with state and local government omnibus appropriations. Senate Resolution 36 separates the Veterans Appropriations Bill and provides that Veterans Appropriations Bill is a standalone omnibus appropriations bill, and I ask for your support.
Are you requesting a roll call vote, Senator Murphy?
Mr. President, I am requesting a roll call.
So this is to move to adopt Resolution number 36. Is there any discussion on the resolution? Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to rise quickly and thank Senator Murphy for bringing this resolution off the table for a vote. I think it's wise that we take an opportunity, if it comes to us, to vote for a veterans omnibus bill, potentially separate from other items. Sometimes our men and women in uniform and those who have served our country get lost in the political negotiations that take place. So I appreciate, in a bipartisan effort, both Republicans and Democrats placing an emphasis on our veterans, those who have served our country and our state, and look forward to seeing this resolution pass. Thank you.
Any further discussion on the resolution? Senator Jaskowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to for a point of information or maybe a point of order.
State your point.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm curious, can we be amending the rules without the rules before us on the floor?
If you give me one moment. So, Senator Jaskowski, after further clarification, yes, because we are amending the temporary rules, not the rules, the underlying rules of the Senate. Any further discussion? Seeing no, Senator Matthews.
Mr. President, thank you. Just to briefly follow up on this, motion was made to bring a resolution to the table, off the table. and then vote on it. And many of us were sitting here going, we don't know what we're voting on. We didn't have copies presented so that we knew what this was. I was able to quickly get a copy here at the front of the chamber, but that's some of what the confusion that we're trying to avoid here is. This seems fine, and I'm glad Senator Duckworth helped speak to this as well, but a little more preparation would probably be helpful for members to bring something off the table and going immediately to a vote. Thank you.
Members, just so that we're clear, this has been online since yesterday. I always think it's important to make sure that we are as clear as possible, which is one of the things I spoke to yesterday. I'm certainly asking us as members to sort of listen to what is going on because things are moving, but I will take Senator Ucky's points yesterday and be very thoughtful about making sure that we are slowing down so that everyone is able to understand. Senator Jaskowski.
Mr. President, further discussion on my point of order earlier, if I could.
Point of order. State your point.
Mr. President, please explain to us if the temporary rules are not here before us as a body, how can we amend them? And how is there a difference between whether a permanent rule or a temporary rule is or is not before the body? I haven't seen this in procedure before, Mr. President. And maybe you can point to it in the rules, but it doesn't seem like the right process.
So, Senator Jaskowski, just so that we're clear, a Veterans Committee is usually something that is a standing committee, and they were merged together. And so now there's a resolution on the floor because it's my understanding that the minority also asked that the Veterans Bill be pulled out so that it is done independent of any other bill. So that is what is happening. Now, if you don't want that to happen, and if you don't want the Veterans Bill to be done on its own, you can certainly vote against it. Senator Jaskowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, Mr. President, I'm supportive of that idea, but I also want to follow the rules. And I don't know that this is the process we're supposed to follow here. I mean, can we amend a bill that's not before us?
Senator Jaskowski, I do not want to speculate and go any place other than dealing with the matter at hand. So the matter at hand is whether you think that the resolution is appropriate. If you don't think the resolution is appropriate, which I did say it is because it's dealing with a temporary rule, that the matter before us is this resolution, and it's specifically resolution number 36. And I'll give you further information later, but I won't do it at this particular time.
So, Mr. President, it appears...
Senator Jaskowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. So it appears the process we're following, Mr. President, is to amend the temporary rules, which I assume are in the Rules Committee right now. Does the Rules Committee have possession of the temporary rules?
So, Senator Jaskowski, the temporary rules have been adopted by the Senate, and this is the practice that we use when we are doing anything related to a temporary rule. So this is the practice and the custom of the Senate. I did also consult with staff about this as well.
Thank you, Mr. President.
So this is the process. If there's no further Senator Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I'll make this short. This is what's going to get us the separate omnibus bill for the veterans. Both parties wanted this. The veterans came out in hundreds. We worked very hard to make the rules change to make this happen. The veterans are watching this today, right now, to make sure this goes through so that we can do what everyone has promised. So thank you all for your green vote on this.
Senator Nelson, to the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand in favor of this resolution. I want to thank, I'm not sure who brought this resolution, but this is important, members. This is what many of us have been asking for. It is a standalone Veterans Appropriations or Omnibus bill. I encourage a green vote throughout the Senate. This is what our veterans deserve. This is what they want. This is what they've asked for. We should be having this as a standalone Omnibus Veterans bill. This is the opportunity.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the secretary will take the roll because a roll call was requested and a roll call has been granted. Senator Morrison, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzig votes aye.
Senator Dietzig votes aye.
Mr. President, Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye. Senator Rasmussen, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
And Senator Lang votes aye.
And Senator Lang votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There have been 59 ayes and 0 noes. The motion prevails. Members, we are remaining under the order of business of motions and resolutions. Senator Murphy or Senator Kunish? Senator Kunish.
Thank you, Mr. President. Pursuant to Rule 26, I designate the following bills to be made special orders for immediate consideration. And members, the list is on your desk.
Members, consistent with that special orders that's on your desk, we are going to start at General Orders number 166. That is House File 2073. Senator Fateh, Omnibus Higher Education Appropriations. Senator Fateh.
Thank you, Mr. President. This has been my first session and first year as a...
Senator Fateh, can I get you to put the mic up to your mouth so we can hear you? Senator Fateh.
Is this better, Mr. Chair? Thank you so much, Mr. President. As I was saying, this is my first year as a chair of higher education, and it has been a rewarding and an incredible experience. To start this session, we intentionally held 3 hearings to hear from college presidents and administrators. We heard from faculty and staff, and we heard from our students from our colleges and universities across the state. And we were intentional about inviting the students to share their aspirations, their needs, but also some of their challenges. And we heard a few things loud and clear. First, the rising costs are making higher education more unattainable for students and causes those that who do attend to graduate with large debt burdens. The students ask for more support for their basic needs, things like housing, food, mental health support, and childcare, so that they can be successful in completing their degree. Our higher ed institutions are extremely important in every corner of our state, and they help train a future workforce to meet the growing needs of Minnesota, supporting jobs, local economies, and helping young people stay here in Minnesota. We heard earlier this year in another committee from the State Demographer's Office that the largest group that is leaving our state right now are our young people. And I believe it was 18 to 24 age group or 18 to 25, but it was our young people. And the reason why they're leaving is to go to college, right? Because college is simply not affordable. And when they leave, they do not come back. So our goal is to make sure that we are keeping our young folks here. We're keeping our young students in Minnesota. We built a budget around these voices, a budget that meets the needs of our most important stakeholders, and those are our students. Our budget provides important operational funding for our colleges and universities. We made large investments in the University of Minnesota and Minnesota State so that they can continue to provide a top-tier educational experience for every student that walks through the door. We provided operational funding for Minnesota's 3 sovereign tribal colleges, Red Lake Nation College, Leech Lake Tribal College, and White Earth Tribal and Community College, providing this important operational funding for the first time ever. We provided support around wraparound services to meet student basic needs. This included a historic investment in mental health services at our 54 colleges and Minnesota State campuses. We have an increase in the Hunger-Free Campus program. We expanded the Student Emergency Grant funding to more campuses. We created the Student Parent Support Initiative for students that are parents or expectant parents. And next, we're promoting workforce development. With this, we're funding workforce training and industry sector partnerships at Minnesota State campuses across the state. There's funding for the University of Minnesota and CentraCare to partner and establish a medical school in St. Cloud to help meet rural workforce needs. There's a funding for the Dual Training Grant Program, which allows companies to provide on-the-job training at the same time as completing an industry-recognized credential. And I believe that was a Senator Rarick bill, and I appreciate his leadership on that. We make historic investments in affordability. We increased the funding for the state grant program to help more low-income and BIPOC students afford to attend college. There's more money for the Fostering Independence Grants, which provides tuition-free college for students who have been in the foster care system. We created the American Indian Scholarship Program, allowing enrolled tribal members to receive tuition waivers at Minnesota State and the University of Minnesota. We have the Minnesota Commitment to Higher Education Act, or known as the Tuition Free Bill. And this provides free tuition and fees for all public colleges, 2- and 4-year, as well as tribal colleges, for students with a family adjusted gross income of $80,000 or less. This program helps eliminate cost barriers for the lowest income Minnesotans and makes an important promise that any Minnesotan who wants to earn a degree, enter the workforce, and support their family has the ability to do so. These tuition support provisions are also really important to help reverse the enrollment declines across our state. We're providing more opportunity for lower income students and students of color to enroll in our colleges. We provide more wraparound services for our students to make sure that they stay in school and complete their degrees rather than dropping out due to the financial pressures. And we know that when they drop out, their debt doesn't go away. So they graduate without a degree and they graduate with debt. So I'm really proud of this bill and what we've been able to build for this committee and for this bill in a bipartisan way. There is Democrat and Republican authors. And this is truly an inclusive higher education bill. We provide intentional support to students that need the most help. Our low-income students, our students with disabilities, our rural students, our BIPOC students, indigenous students, and we support these students by helping us close the structural inequities in Minnesota to create upward mobility for all. This bill reaffirms our commitment to public higher education. Public education is a public good. Higher education institutions serve students and communities in every corner of our state. And giving our public colleges the resources they need to support and thrive helps us keep, as I said, our young folks here in Minnesota. And this bill puts our student basic needs front and center, and we're very intentional about that. We talked a lot about tuition costs, the skyrocketing costs, and how we can fix that. But we also heard that there are a lot of issues around the total cost of attendance. Not just the tuition, but the total cost of attendance of going to a public college or university. That includes food insecurity, that includes mental health, that includes housing, and often those needs go unaddressed and unmet. I look forward to having a robust debate today and hope we can center our conversation on how we can support all of our students, all Minnesotans, achieve their dreams and build a better future for our state. Thank you, Mr. President.
Members, for those who are going to present amendments, I would love it for efficiency purposes if you'll state what the amendment is, and you can talk about it as long as you like. I don't mind that, but we want to make sure that for efficiency purposes that we would have it all prepared and ready for you. Senator Farnsworth.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. I've had the honor of serving on the Higher Ed Committee. You wanted us to do this early. The A9 amendment, Mr. President.
The A9, did you say?
The A9 amendment, please.
Senator Farnsworth offers the A9 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Farnsworth moves to amend House File number 2073, the first unofficial engrossment, as follows. Page 24, after line 2, insert. This is the A9 amendment.
Senator Farnsworth, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. So as I said, I had the honor of serving on the Higher Ed Committee, and we heard a lot of testimony, and I just want to say before I continue with my comments that of all the testimony that we heard, Mr. President, your testimony in regards to your particular college journey was quite moving to me, and I've been meaning to tell you that, and I didn't want to forget. But we've heard a lot of testimony about different shortage areas across the state. And it got me thinking about, is there something that we can do to help meet some of these shortage areas that wouldn't put any more burden on the taxpayers? And what I came up with is, in regards to the University of Minnesota, we currently, in the current proposal, are going to give the University of Minnesota $1.38 billion. And I think that this is money that is well spent. The one change that I would like to add to this would be that we would require the University of Minnesota, in exchange for accepting $1.38 billion from the taxpayers of Minnesota, would be to put Minnesota kids at the front of the line in regards to professional school applicants over non-residents. For instance, in the medical school, if there are a sufficient number of Minnesota applicants that are qualified for Minnesota Medical School, they should be at the front of the line. And this shouldn't cost the state any additional money. And as Senator Fateh just said, when students leave Minnesota, they don't come back. So we want to do everything that we can to keep students in Minnesota, especially in rural Minnesota where we have shortages in doctors and dentists, veterinarians. And so I think this is a pretty simple change where we can basically, strongly encourage the University of Minnesota to put Minnesota kids first. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Friends.
Mr. President, I'd like to request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Fateh to the A9 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Farnsworth. I'm not sure about the constitutionality of this amendment. The University of Minnesota is a constitutionally autonomous entity, and Minnesota enrolls more resident students than its Big Ten peers. So I'm going to ask my colleagues to vote no.
You're going to ask you?
I urge a no vote.
Oh, no vote. Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President. We just heard something that we hear repeatedly in regards to the University of Minnesota, that they existed before the state of Minnesota and they're autonomous. That is a reality. Another reality is that they come to the state of Minnesota for a lot of money. And I think it is absolutely fair and it is needed as a legislature that when we appropriate money to them, that we can say there are certain things that we not only ask them to do, but that we require them to do. If they want to hold on to that autonomous tag, then maybe they should stop coming to the legislature asking for direct appropriations. As Senator Farnsworth said, almost $1.5 billion in this next biennium. For the people of Minnesota, Mr. President, we absolutely should be standing up and being willing to put requirements on the University of Minnesota. That is our job. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate it. This amendment is a pretty simple amendment. It's just saying that we should prioritize the students of Minnesota, the residents, the families that are here. And I was particularly grateful when Senator Farnsworth suggested that this might be an amendment that we bring forward for consideration, because oftentimes here at the Capitol, I get to meet a lot of the interns that work here at the legislature and help us out. And one of the questions I typically ask some of them is, what are your plans? What are you looking to do after college, or if they haven't started college yet, is that part of the plan? And as I was visiting with one of the interns earlier this session, he said, "Why, I plan to go on to law school." I said, "Awesome." I said, "That's great. Where are you thinking?" He said, "Well, I'd love to go here someplace in Minnesota, to one of our state colleges and universities. However, I'm finding it to be financially more advantageous to look out of state, because some states prioritize and give a better deal to me as a Minnesota resident, an even better deal than I get from the own public colleges and universities here in the state of Minnesota, even though I live here and my family's lived here for years." So whether or not the University of Minnesota wants to take issue with this provision or this amendment because they think it violates some sort of autonomy that they have, let's pass it, put it on the bill. It can be sorted out in conference. If it truly is a legal issue, then that will be what it is. But it's certainly no reason to vote no. I think we could put it on the bill and show that students all across Minnesota and their families, we're prioritizing them and their educational needs, and we want to help keep it as affordable as possible. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Latz.
Mr. President, I'd like to make 3 points. One is the way this amendment is drafted is very unclear as to what prioritizing means. If it means absolutely every Minnesota resident gets in before other, perhaps even more qualified non-Minnesota residents, what does prioritization mean? This is a very poorly drafted amendment. It would give very little, if any, guidance to the University of Minnesota. Secondly, if you're going to pass an amendment, something like this, you better attach a big appropriation to it, because non-Minnesota residents who come here for professional school, they pay a lot more money than Minnesota residents pay. They have a much higher out-of-state tuition, and to replace them with all Minnesota students would have a significant budgetary impact on the University of Minnesota. So you ought to include that. In fact, if you were to attach a fiscal note to this amendment, it would probably make this out of order under our rules. So I probably should be bringing an objection on that basis. Third point is we benefit from non-resident Minnesotans coming here, because just like we lose people to other states, non-Minnesotans who come here and get their education, they tend to stay here. And they enrich our state's economy, they enrich our state's culture, and not just Minnesotans, but not just non-Americans, but people from across the world that come here. They bring their talent, their expertise, all the education they've learned in universities in other places. They come here. In fact, it's part of what makes the University of Minnesota literally a world-class institution. In department over department over department, they are top 20 in the United States, and in some they are very highly ranked in the world as well. That's what makes the University of Minnesota so attractive and so renowned, and it helps make Minnesota as a place so attractive to people who want to come here, because we've got not only this higher education institution, but because of the world-class top talent that we draw, we end up with a stronger economy, a more well-balanced economy. So when we go through recessions, we aren't as deep in the recessions, because we have a wide variety of businesses that are built off of the intellectual advancements from the University of Minnesota. So this will be an extremely short-sighted thing. The last point I want to make was Senator Rarick's apparently flippant disregard of the Minnesota Constitution. We don't get to just declare on the Senate floor that the Minnesota Constitution and the constitutional independence that was granted to the University of Minnesota doesn't exist and ought to be disregarded because we don't like it. So to simply say we shouldn't pay any attention to it is really a hazard that we do not want to go down that road in the Minnesota Senate. So regardless of the merits of the underlying proposal here on the amendment, which I think would be a big mistake, we should all, I think, take to heart that the Constitution is what it is, And we can't simply say, vote for this because we don't really care what the Constitution says. If the university wants to come to us asking for money, then they ought to just disregard their constitutional autonomy. They don't get to disregard it. We don't get to disregard it. We have to live within it. It's there for a good reason. Part of that reason is to make sure that our higher education system is somewhat independent of the political winds that blow this way or that way across the state of Minnesota. There's a reason why education has some political independence. It's because knowledge sometimes is important for its own sake, and the role that a higher education system plays in Minnesota is important for its own sake, regardless of who happens to be in the majority one year or the next year in the legislature. For those reasons, members, I'd encourage you to vote no on this amendment.
Members, any further discussion before I let Senator Farnsworth have the last word? Outside of Senator Rarick, is that it? Senator Rarick and then Senator Farnsworth. Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President. I need to address that last comment. I do not believe I was disregarding the Constitution. I was stating, and I acknowledge, that the university has autonomy. But they also come to the legislature asking for money. And it is that I said, because of that fact that they come asking for direct appropriations to aid with their operations, it is not only right that the Minnesota legislature would put some requirements in place. I believe it is absolutely our duty for the taxpayers of Minnesota to say if there are things that are happening that we would maybe don't agree with, or if there are things that we believe the people of Minnesota think the university should be doing, that those stipulations and requirements are justified because of the fact that we are appropriating money to the University of Minnesota. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Farnsworth, before we vote, Senator Farnsworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. This has been a good discussion. In regards to the constitutionality of this is not a mandate. We are not forcing the University of Minnesota to do this. We are simply saying if you want $1.38 billion from the Minnesota taxpayer, then put Minnesota kids first. And I don't think that's too much to ask. In my own district, I know of students that tried to get into UMD and were either put on the wait list, well, they were all put on the wait list and ended up going to North Dakota or somewhere else. So they clearly were qualified, but students from out of state, out of the country, got into medical school before they did. I know of a veterinary student, again, that was qualified, took 3 years to get into the U of M. And I don't think it's too much to ask to put Minnesota kids first. I know that there are a number of people in this chamber that left the state to attend college, for instance, to attend Harvard University. And I would like to think that maybe if it was easier to get into the University of Minnesota Law School, which as we know is superior, that maybe they would have attended the University of Minnesota. And that was a lighthearted jab, not a mean thing. So thank you, Mr. President.
Members, the secretary will take the roll. Senator Latz.
Mr. President, point of order.
Senator Latz.
Point of order.
Please state your point.
Mr. President, under Rule 7 of the Senate rules, I raise a point of order that this amendment would make the bill out of fiscal balance.
Senator Latz raised a point of order under under 7.4. Let me just make sure I get to it really quick, members. 7.4, Senator Latz is bringing it, saying that it increases the appropriation, or at least takes it out of balance. Correct, Senator Latz?
Yes, Mr. President.
To that point, Senator Rasmussen?
Thank you, Mr. President. I would ask that you find the point of order not well taken for a few reasons. One is that if we look at 7.4, it talks about increase in net appropriations, reducing net revenue, changing appropriations, or creating or increasing a tax expenditure. The A9 amendment simply doesn't do that. This may or may not have an impact on tuition at the University of Minnesota, but that is not something that this legislative body sets. In our budget resolution and the budget bill, we do not set tuition, and so this may have an impact on tuition, but it will not have an impact on the spreadsheet in front of the body, nor will it have an impact on any appropriation or net revenue impact in the bill before the body. So I would ask that you find the point of order not well taken.
Senator Pratt, and I'm also going to ask the fiscal staff. Who is our fiscal staff today? Come forward, please. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I think Senator Rasmussen touched on part of it. Members, we're just putting a restriction on, or a requirement on the appropriation. We're not changing the appropriation. We're not changing the spreadsheet. And Mr. President, I would remind you that we had in the public safety bill, there was an appropriation if something passed. So to say that if that appropriation weren't utilized, if that underlying bill wasn't passed, that it throws the bill out of balance. So Mr. President, just simply putting a requirement on the appropriation does not put it out of order according to Rule 7.4.
Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President. To further state what has just been stated, but for your information, the University of Minnesota is not a state agency. Our fiscal notes are around government spending, around our state agencies. This has nothing to do with any of the state spending in that regard. I get that Senator Latz is saying this could have an impact on the U, but that would not be reflected in a fiscal note that would put this bill out of order. Thank you.
Senator Jaskowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. As is a custom and usage in the rules of this body, a point of order must be accompanied by an assertion from the person raising the point of order as to which rule it affects and how. The burden, Mr. President, is on Senator Latz to show how this breaks our rules. That has not been demonstrated. I ask you to find the point not well taken. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any further advice before I consult? Give me a moment. Members, thank you so very much for your patience. The point of order is not well taken. Any further discussion? There's been a roll call requested, roll call granted. The secretary will take the roll. Members, please vote. Senator Morrison, those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no. Senator Rasmussen for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
And Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye. Members, please vote. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 27 ayes and 34 noes, the A9 amendment is not adopted. Senator Fateh.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to offer the A8 amendment.
Senator Fateh offers the A8 amendment. The secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Fateh moved to amend House File number 2073, the first unofficial engrossment as follows. Page 14, line 14, delete 49,306,000. This is the A8 amendment.
Senator Fateh, to your A8 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was supposed to do this earlier. This is just a technical amendment to clean up the bill so that the bill and the spreadsheet are aligned. So that's all it is. And I request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Any other discussions on the A8 amendment? Seeing none, the secretary will take the roll on the A8 amendment. Senator Morrison, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzig votes yes.
Senator Dietzig votes aye.
And Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
And Senator Lang votes aye.
And Senator Lang votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, he voted, didn't he? Okay. All senators voted who have a desire to vote, the secretary will close the roll. With there being 48 ayes and 13 noes, the A8 amendment is adopted. Any further discussion? Senator Draheim.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you, members, for the discussion on this important bill. As most of you know, I have a senior this year who is looking at colleges, and she applied to 21 colleges, so we've been touring colleges all over the country. When this bill was up in finance, Mr. Chair, on page 49, section 20, we had a robust discussion of the teacher shortage loan program. I think it's an important program that's worked well over the years that really helped out different segments of the population. And in my area, having 20 different school districts within my Senate district really helped out those smaller school districts attract teachers. And unfortunately, in this language, it would cut that program for rural teachers. And that I have a problem with that. And I think the The Constitution was mentioned earlier in a previous debate here on the floor, and so I brought it up, and I looked at it. And it says that we're supposed to have uniform system of public schools. And I look and I talk to teachers all over the state. I have friends and family that teach in the metro, and I have friends and family that teach all over rural Minnesota. And I've seen the funding. Most of my school districts get about 1/3 less than other school districts in the metro. They have a hard time attracting teachers. School districts in my current new district have gone a whole year without elementary teachers because they couldn't find teachers. And here, one of the best tools we have is being handcuffed in this bill. So, Mr. President, I'd like to offer the A4.
Senator Draheim offers the A4 amendment, and the Secretary will report the A4 amendment.
Senator Draheim moves to amend House File Number 2073, the first unofficial engrossment as follows. Page 49, delete Section 20. This is the A4 amendment.
Sorry about that, Mr. Secretary. Senator Draheim, to your A4 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. The A4 deletes that Section 20 on page 49. And, currently existing law states that teachers can get reimbursed for their college for representing rural areas. And the new language says that and teachers with areas of shortages. So if you had a school district like mine that has a hard time attracting special education teachers, they would be available for funding only to the extent that funds are available. And Mr. President, I think it's wrong. I think the existing statute is correct, where people can apply, no matter who or what they are, for these 3 good reasons that we currently have in statute. So I urge a green vote.
Senator Klein.
Mr. President, I request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Fateh to the A4 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Draheim, for offering your amendment and having the discussion also in the Finance Committee. The point of the Teacher of Color Act was to specifically target and provide resources for teachers of color because we have a workforce shortage and a great unmet need that has gone unaddressed. But still, I'll also like the members to know that there are teachers of color and there are students of color in rural areas, so they will still benefit. I also want to ground us in reality and the statistics. We know that in 2021, out of 208 recipients of the loans, one identified as American Indian, 4 identified as Asian, 3 identified as Black or African American, and 176 identified as white. So the reality is, even with this, I would venture to say that we'll still be fine, and all of our teachers will be able to benefit and to receive this assistance. Thank you.
Any additional discussion? Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, along with our rural schools, and I'll agree with Senator Fateh, we do have teachers of color in rural schools, which I think strengthens Senator Draheim's argument that we should not put one of our priorities above the other. And Mr. President, I would remind the body that a designated teacher shortage area is listed as English as a second language, early childhood, special education, career and technical education, science, technology, engineering, arts and math, and world languages. And Mr. President, whether you're in a rural school or a suburban school, these are extremely important positions. And we should not say a child is not going to get a special education teacher, a child is not going to get English as a second language teacher because we've prioritized one of the 3 areas of emphasis on this grant program, to the point that only to the extent that funds are still available will we try to fill those positions. Immigrant children in Minneapolis coming to the United States may not have English as a second language teacher because of this, because they can't get the grant to help them afford the licensure. A special education student in Shakopee may not get support. This is a very reasonable amendment, members, to say that for a long time we've had 3 priorities. And I have worked on teachers of color. In fact, when we passed teacher licensure reform, recruiting teachers of color were at the forefront of our discussion. We should not be using this higher education bill to keep kids from getting the supports they need, because every student deserves a great teacher in the classroom. And these are the areas where we need teachers the most. And by saying that one type of teacher is gets a higher preference than another teacher, when we have a statute that says these are where we want the grants to go, we've missed the boat. And I really hope, Mr. President, we're not telling Minnesota families of children with special needs that their child is not as important, that their child is not going to get the teacher they need. Members, vote yes.
We are on the A4 amendment. Senator Putnam.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you, Senator Draheim, for raising this incredibly important question of how we get more teachers in the classroom. In terms of the argument that our dear friend Senator Pratt just made, it only works if the priorities are only fitted against each other if they are by nature exclusionary. And as we have all acknowledged, one can be a teacher of color and teach in a rural area. So those priorities are not exclusionary, therefore they are not in opposition. So what we're looking at here is actually a great opportunity to help districts like my own get more teachers that look like the community, and more importantly, to Senator Pratt's point, an opportunity for more teachers of color to work in rural areas as well, and in greater Minnesota. So for that reason, I stand in support of, in opposition to this amendment, although I appreciate the principle that underlies it, and I'm glad that it was offered.
I want to make sure that the author has the last word. Any other discussions? Senator Fateh.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would just want to urge a no vote. Thank you.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. And to Senator Putnam, obviously these are not mutually exclusive, which is why the law is written as it is. But in testimony in the Finance Committee, Commissioner Oliver, in fact, stated we were giving preference to one group over the other. So while I appreciate Senator Putnam's perspective on this, it's contradicted by the Commissioner of Higher Education.
Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate it, and I appreciate Senator Draheim bringing this amendment forward. You know, I'm new to the Higher Education Committee this year. I haven't served on it previously, but I have served on the K-12 Education Committees previously, and I continue that service this session as well. And to me, it's always interesting to see how the K-12 education policy that we're considering as a legislature impacts or carries over into higher education and vice versa. And I think we all know that there is a significant shortage of teachers in our public schools currently, and we are doing everything possible to attempt to address that shortage. So when I see a change made in this bill that's trying to be corrected by the amendment that Senator Draheim has offered, I can't help but become a little bit frustrated when some of the policy we try to pass in one committee seems to be counteracted or contradicted in another. And I'm not sure, obviously I don't think it's done with any ill intention. However, that's the reality of the situation. Without the amendment that Senator Draheim has brought forward being passed and added to this bill, we're going to allow for the exacerbation, we're going to allow for the increase of teacher shortages in rural Minnesota. who are already experiencing significant teacher shortages like much of the rest of the state. You know, Mr. President, earlier this morning, the rotunda was filled with the cheers of little tiny students who were here with their parents to celebrate and remind us how important literacy is, how important sounding out words are and developing that skill that's going to set them up for success in their future. Well, it's going to be so hard for those kids to get the literacy education and training that they need when they continue to be faced with a shortage of teachers to be in the classroom to teach those little kids to learn how to read. So, Mr. President and members, Senator Draheim's amendment should get a green vote from you so that we can continue to support those teachers who are willing to go and serve in areas of the state that are experiencing some of the most and dramatic shortages that there are. Thank you, Mr. President.
The last voice we'll hear from on this amendment will be the author. Anyone else before the author speaks? Author of the amendment. Senator Draheim.
Thank you. I'll keep it short, Mr. President. I first want to thank the author for increasing the funding for this program. It's an important program in a time where we do have teacher shortages and the age of teachers is increasing. We're going to have a continuing problem. We need to encourage more people to go into teaching, and it should be all hands on deck. And I think my amendment does that, where it encourages multiple groups to go and teach in our schools all across the state and could qualify for this program. So I think it's a common sense amendment. I urge a green vote. Thank you.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A4 amendment. Senator Morrison, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator Dietzig votes no.
And Mr. President, Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no. Senator Jasinski, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye. All senators having voted who desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There have been 31 ayes and 34 noes. The A4 amendment is not adopted. Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, members, the Higher Education Committee is a committee I had never really thought about much before in the 6 years I'd been in the legislature until last biennium, and really started digging deep. And there are a lot of things that we can do as a legislature to help our students get the post-secondary education that they need. And I think there are a lot of creative ways that folks outside of this place are working on to help students as well. I look at, I think we've held this up as an example many times in committee and in discussions I've had, what is happening at Pine Technical and Community College up in Pine City, my hometown. They offer a lot of trade vocations and community college options. And we have They are the beneficiary of Mr. Dennis Franzen and a foundation that he started that is offering free tuition to students from some of the local high schools to go to Pine Tech. Part of that, Mr. President, is that they apply for the federal Pell Grants, then they get state funding, they may get local scholarships, and then this is a last dollar in. And it's a wonderful program, and I'm hoping that others around the state will look at this and as an example and start repeating that. But as I look at one of the provisions in this bill, I can't help but think that we're thumbing our nose at Mr. Franzen and the foundations and those who have worked so hard to aid our students. The provision I'm talking about is the free tuition for students at our public schools whose families make less than $80,000. And Mr. President, when you hear that at first, it sounds like a great option to offer. But we have to dig in and think about what some of the ramifications are. And some of those ramifications, Mr. President, are we going to put at risk some of these local scholarships that are done through, say, the Lions Club or the local VFW, or folks like Mr. Dennis Franzen, who started this foundation? Are they just going to say, well, government is stepping in and taking over, they don't need us anymore? And I'm afraid that that's what would happen, and I think there's a better use of this money. So, Mr. President, I would offer the A1 amendment.
Senator Rarick offers the A1 amendment. The Secretary will report the A1 amendment.
Senator Rarick moves to amend House File Number 2073, the first unofficial engrossment as follows. Page 14, delete subdivision 44. This is the A1 amendment.
Senator Rarick to the A1 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. So the A1 amendment would take out the funding that is going towards this new approach and appropriation. And so, Mr. President, I would offer the A2 amendment that would redistribute those appropriations.
Senator Rarick offers the A2 amendment as an amendment to the amendment. The Secretary will report the A2 amendment to the amendment.
Senator Rarick moves to amend the A1 amendment to House File Number 2073, the first unofficial engrossment as follows. Page 1, after line 2, insert. This is the A2 amendment to the amendment.
Senator Rarick to your A2 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. The A2 amendment would take the appropriations that were going towards this new program for the free tuition and putting them into the grant program through the state of Minnesota. Mr. President, this grant program is something that over the years has started to become a higher priority for the legislature. More has been put into it, and I believe this is the right way to help the most students in Minnesota. This amendment also is increasing the amount that each student would be able to get through the grants and scholarships from the state of Minnesota. And by putting more money in, then we're also expanding the number of students who are going to be able to receive that money. And one of the reasons, Mr. President, I believe this is a better use of the investment by the legislature is that this gives students the ability to choose the school that they feel best fits the education they're looking for. This would be allowed in all of the Minnesota, the U of M system, the Min-State system, and the private schools that are here in the state of Minnesota. And it has that impact. It does. It gets to those students most in need first with the lowest incomes, and then as the money is available, it continues to go up the ladder to those students who still need assistance. But like I mentioned, Mr. President, it gives them that ability to choose the institution that they feel best serves their needs. It is not limited to just the public institutions here in the state of Minnesota. So with that, Mr. President, I would request a roll call and would ask members to support.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Friends. Senator Friends.
Mr. President, I would like to request a roll call on the amendment to the amendment, but also on the underlying amendment.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Fateh to the A2 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank Senator Rarick for bringing forward this amendment and his work in general this year in higher education. I want to note that this is a last dollar program. So after all federal aid, state institutional aid, scholarships are exhausted, that's when this program is kicking in. Senator Rarick made a great point that with Pine Tech, when they made tuition free, they were able to see an increase in enrollment. They've seen a 47.5% increase. So that tells us that cost is a barrier for our students. And we want to make sure that all of our students in every corner of our state have the opportunity to access our public institutions. So I would like to urge a no vote on this amendment. Thank you. Or
Any
amendment to the
additional?
amendment.
I'm sorry, Senator Fateh. I didn't mean to speak. Go ahead.
On the amendment to the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Senator Putnam.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Rarick, for raising this question and this issue that was also raised in committee. There are two issues that I have with this amendment and the amendment to the amendment, and they kind of overlap. So there is the philosophical concern, and then there's the practical one. Now, philosophically, folks, the average grant that a kid gets to go to Anoka Technical College right now through the state grant is $900. The average grant that someone gets to attend the College of St. Benedict, where I have taught for 20 years, is around $6,000. Think about that for a second. The state grant program is a fantastic program, and I appreciate what Senator Rarick was saying about it. It's brilliant. It does wonderful, great things in that it helps people choose which school they are going to when they have already decided to go to school. But there are lots of people who don't know that they want to go to college yet, who don't have access. And we cannot pit access against affordability. And this program that we have here provides people the opportunity to try out school without tremendous waste, without tremendous debt, without anxiety. You can give it a go. You can go to that technical college. You can start with a career. The state grant is wonderful, but it does exactly what Senator Rarick just mentioned. It helps people who are already going to college choose which college they're going to, which disproportionately economically benefits the private colleges. Private colleges are incredibly important. Like I said, I've been a professor at one for 20 years. We want to support those private colleges, but not at the expense of access to college at all, which is kind of what we're looking at here. And the program that was established at Pine Tech was phenomenal and was, in fact, the inspiration for this program because the issue we face, this is my practical issue, the issue we face is one of enrollment. Helping people choose which college they go to doesn't help with the enrollment problem as much as does helping people who didn't know that they could even try to go to college give a chance to go. So, members, for that reason, although I support the state grant in its entirety, it disproportionately helps one segment of the population over another, and it doesn't solve our core problem, which is enrollment. So for those reasons, I urge a no vote.
Any other discussion? Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. And before I make my remarks, I do want to acknowledge and thank Senator Fateh for being open to feedback regarding this program in particular. When it first came before us in committee, we had a lot of great questions from both sides of the aisle. He made some tweaks and changes to what I think ended up being a better product in the end. But I want to talk about the state grant program and how valuable it is and the potential impact this program would have on that and students all across Minnesota. If any program is going to leave some students and families out, it's that one. What's beautiful about the state grant program is it's way more accessible, it's eligible to way more students and families than the program that's being talked about in the bill. And oh, by the way, when a student applies for financial aid or applies for funding from the state grant program, they have the potential, so far as they get accepted to the colleges of their choice, they have the potential to have way more options by which to apply those grants, those funds, that financial help, because it applies to schools in the state of Minnesota. It doesn't necessarily distinguish between public and private. You have nowhere other to look than the Twin Cities itself to realize just how limiting the choices would be for students if they're not allowed to utilize the state grant and they use this program, which is only limited to public colleges or universities. When you open it up to all of the potential higher education institutions, You give students and families way more option and choice. And here's the deal. The reason why we have so many different universities and colleges and why some are public and some are private is because not all of the academic higher education needs of students are the same. As a matter of fact, many of our colleges and universities across the state are known for specific programs, specific areas of expertise. So what are we going to tell a student whose specific academic program, need, and desire, the career field they want to enter into, that program isn't offered at one of the public schools or institutions that they could potentially utilize this program for, and it happens to be offered at a private school? Well, that would make the state grant a much more valuable, a much more inclusive, a much more far-reaching program to invest state dollars in, Mr. President. I also want to share with you that I'm not the only one that sees a couple of different concerns with the program and why Senator Rarick has offered the amendment. The University of Minnesota sent us a note saying that they see major issues with the program too. Now, don't get me wrong. The university, of course, wants to help students. They want to keep tuition as affordable as possible. But even that, they said, to the extent this program is funded within the committee target by underfunding, the university's request for core budget support, listen closely to this, it will force higher tuition rate increases than planned. So we can't argue that this program is going to lead to mass affordability or some huge financial windfall for the students of our state, when in reality, one of the institutions is telling us exactly what they and all the other public higher education institutions are going to face. They're going to have to raise tuition. They're going to have to raise the cost of school on all of the other students. That's the trade-off. The trade-off is fewer higher educational options and opportunities for students, higher tuition rates for some, and an increase in debt for those students as well. That's why I would encourage members to vote for Senator Rarick's amendment, which takes the funding that the state legislature is willing to invest in higher education and spreads it out amongst as many students and families as possible, and allows it to be utilized at as many higher education institutions and colleges as possible. That's what we're here to do, Mr. President. We're here to fight for maximum options, increased affordability, and reduced student debt. That's what this amendment would do. I encourage folks to be supportive of it. Thank you.
We are on the A2 amendment to the amendment. Any other discussion before? Oh, Senator Umu Verbaden.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think there's a false dichotomy that's being raised here because we are making the largest investment in the state grant, and we can do that and also pass the Minnesota Commitment to Higher Education Act. The state grant is getting $45 million above the base, with $30 million in the tails. We've also made some really positive changes, including conforming the state grant to the federal Pell Grant, which is going to expand lifetime state grant program eligibility from 8 semesters to 180 credits. We're increasing the state grant living and miscellaneous expense allowance from 109% of the federal poverty guidelines to 115%. That's going to put much more money in students' pockets. And we're increasing access through the Minnesota Commitment to Higher Education Act. As Senator Putnam said, this is the difference between being able to actually go to school. So we have a great bill here. I thank Senator Fateh for his vision, and I encourage members to vote down these amendments.
Any other discussion before we hear from the amendment author? Seeing none, Senator Rarick to the A2 amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. A couple things I want to address. You know, when it comes to the private colleges and the amount of assistance that students get from the state grants, that is capped at the same level as what a student would receive at the University of Minnesota. And part of the reason there is a difference there, Mr. President, is because many of our smaller community colleges, vocational schools, it just costs less to go there, and so there's not as much assistance needed for attending schools like those. Thus, the difference in sometimes what you see that amount per student for those institutions. But what I want to come back to, and many people have talked about here, that assistance to help our students. And I believe the best way for doing that is that private and public partnership, which is exactly what we talked about with the example at Pine Tech. And one of the things I want to point out, Mr. President, what was discovered when Mr. Franzen's foundation was first put in place, he was offering this for 2 schools in the area. So many students decided to take advantage of that. They go to Pine Tech, they start filling out the paperwork. You know what they discovered, Mr. President? 75% of those students approximately were already eligible through the Pell Grant and state grant programs for free tuition at Pine Tech. So the foundation expanded. And I can't recall if it's 5 or 6 schools now that get that assistance. So if we adopt this amendment, Mr. President, we would increase the number of students who would be eligible for the grants and increase the amount per grant. We would actually increase the number of students who, in a situation like Pine Tech, would receive free tuition, thus opening up that ability to expand even more schools for that through the foundation. Some of the numbers that I want to mention when we talk about helping as many students as possible. The program that I'm looking, that is coming forward in this bill, the free tuition, would assist approximately 15,000 students. Pell Grants assist about 17,500 or so students, and right now, state grants help approximately 60,000 students. Adopting this amendment would increase that even more. So instead of 15,000 students being assisted, we're talking well over 60,000 students being assisted. Mr. President, this amendment is the best way to address helping as many students as possible. We've heard it wasn't just the U of M that raised some concerns. This is a new program. I believe it is worthy of discussion. I don't believe it's quite ready. I believe we should adopt the A2 amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A2 amendment to the amendment. Members, please vote. Senator Morrison, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator Dietzig votes no.
Mr. President, Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
And Mr. President, Senator Latz votes no.
And Senator Latz votes no. Senator Jasinski, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye. All members having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. I believe that she reported for you already, Senator Latz. All those having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 32 ayes and 34 noes, the amendment to the amendment, the A2 amendment, is not adopted. Members, we are now on the A1 amendment.
Mr. President?
Senator Duckworth, to the A1 amendment.
Yes, Mr. President. I have the A3 amendment to the A1 amendment.
Senator Duckworth offers the A3 amendment, which is an amendment to the amendment. The Secretary will report the A3 amendment to the amendment.
Senator Duckworth moves to amend the A1 amendment to House File number 2073, the first unofficial engrossment, as follows. Page 1, after line 4, insert. This is the A3 amendment to the amendment.
Senator Duckworth, to your A3 amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate it. What this amendment seeks to do is answer one of the pleas coming from students all across the state that attend some of our public schools and universities. This amendment would call for a 2-year tuition freeze. It would freeze tuition rates for students all across Minnesota at public schools and allow them to have it be that much more affordable and not need to go take on a little bit of extra debt as they continue to seek their higher education. It also increases workforce development programs. So rather than the program we were discussing earlier, it uses the funds that the legislature would appropriate to freeze tuition rates for students and then also help our state meet the critical workforce shortage needs that it has to address. Thank you.
Any more discussion around the A3 amendment to the amendment? Senator Friends.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to request a roll call on the A3.
A roll call requested and a roll call granted, just so that we're all on the same page. There was already a roll call requested on the A1, so we have a roll call on both. Senator Fateh.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I want to thank Senator Duckworth again for bringing forward this amendment. I think the Minnesota Commitment to Higher Education Act does more, so I'd like to urge a no vote. Thank you.
Any other discussion before we get to the author of the amendment? Senator Rarick to the A3 amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, I believe that the A2 amendment would have been the best way to reappropriate the money. The A3 amendment is the second best way to reappropriate the money that we're eliminating with the A1 amendment. So I would encourage members, this is a great way to keep school affordable for our students. It would be very beneficial for all Minnesota students looking at their post-secondary education, have their tuition frozen for the next 2 years. They would know exactly what they're getting into, and there are other things that would be very beneficial in this A3. I think it's a much better investment of the state money. Thank you.
Senator Duckworth will be the last voice before the A3. Is there anyone else that wants to speak before the author of the amendment? Seeing none, Senator Duckworth to the A3 amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate that. You know, one of the beautiful things about a tuition freeze is it helps all students. You know, some of the debate we've had here today has been talking about, well, this will do more for this, or this will help more than this. Well, there are a few things more pervasive. There are a few things that would help more students, all students, more than an across-the-board tuition freeze. If we're trying to make higher education affordable for as many students and families as possible throughout the state of Minnesota, well, then a tuition freeze is a no-brainer. We have the ability to do it. The funds exist within the bill. If we can reappropriate them and use them as such, that would get the job done. And Mr. President, this is not my great idea. It's not anybody else's great. This idea is coming from students. Many of the student government kids that have come to the Capitol and either testified in committee or sat in my office or in many of your offices explaining to us, pleading with us, and begging us to do something about the affordability of college, about how much debt they find themselves in, has said one of the very most impactful things we could do is freeze tuition. That's what this amendment would do, members. So why don't we all collectively, in a bipartisan manner, take some bold action here on behalf of the students and families of Minnesota, freeze tuition for a couple years in the midst of rising costs of living, provide them some financial relief, and make college affordable for as many students as possible. Thank you.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A3 amendment to the amendment. Members, please vote. Senator Morrison, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator Dietzig votes no.
Mr. President, Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no. Senator Jasinski, those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
And Senator Miller votes aye. All having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close. All having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 33 ayes and 34 noes, the amendment to the amendment, the A3 amendment, is not adopted. Members, we are now still under the A1 amendment. Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President. Being we did not reappropriate the money, I would withdraw the A1 amendment.
The A1 amendment is withdrawn. Senator Farnsworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to offer the A5 amendment.
Senator Farnsworth offers the A5 amendment, and the Secretary will report the A5 amendment.
Senator Farnsworth moves to amend House File Number 2073, the first unofficial engrossment, as follows. Page 14, line 9, delete $176,903,000. This is the A5 amendment.
Senator Farnsworth, to your A5 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. And what this amendment does is it takes $5 million, which is basically a rounding error in a $4 billion budget, and removes it from the Minnesota Commitment to Higher Education. And so you're probably wondering, well, what does he want to spend the $5 million on? So I would like to offer the A6 amendment to the amendment.
Senator Farnsworth offers the A6 amendment, which is an amendment to the amendment. The Secretary will report the A6 amendment to the amendment.
Senator Farnsworth moves to amend the A5 amendment to House File Number 2073, the first unofficial engrossment, as follows. Page 1, after line 3, insert. This is the A6 amendment to the amendment.
Senator Farnsworth, to your A6 amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. A couple of weeks ago, I was back home in district, and I was meeting with faculty at Minnesota North College, which is in my hometown of Hibbing. We do have a law enforcement training program there, and one of the things that was impressed upon me from talking to faculty is the extreme cost of supplies for all of the programs, specifically for the law enforcement program. And so what this program would do is it would provide $5 million in funding to the 9 colleges and universities for officer skill training programs, specifically for technology. A few of the things I like, some of the de-escalation, active shooter simulation type of programs that could be paid for this. As we know, a well-trained officer is not only safer, but the public is safer. A well-trained officer generally will be able to handle the rigors of the day much better than if there isn't that training. And this offers the technology that would make that training available to future police officers.
Senator Friends, we're on the A6 amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to request a roll call on the A6 and also to the underlying amendment.
Senator Friends, roll call requested, roll call granted for the amendment to the amendment, which is the A6, and the underlying amendment, which is the A5. Any additional discussion? Senator Fateh on the A6 amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank Senator Farnsworth for bringing this forward. For this, this would throw off the cost of the bill. This portion of the bill was based off of fiscal modeling that was done by OHE. So this would underfund our tuition-free promise program piece of this bill. People that are interested in going to our public colleges or private colleges to enter law enforcement are still able to do so with the increase into the state grant program and also with our tuition-free promise program. But also I want to highlight that within our bill also we have a $30 million appropriation for workforce development. So this is already in there. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any further discussion to the A6 amendment to the amendment? Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate it, and I appreciate Senator Farnsworth's amendment. You may remember from last Friday when we had the public safety bill before us, part of the discussion of the debate was the shortage of law enforcement officers that we are experiencing across the state of Minnesota. As a matter of fact, I offered the same amendment at that time, and it was struck down. And so that's why I appreciate Senator Farnsworth bringing it forward again. Part of our job in the Higher Education Committee is to support those higher education institutions and colleges and communities that help us address the workforce shortages that we experience. And we all know, without a doubt, one of the biggest shortages that we're facing right now is the shortage of law enforcement, whether it's at your police department, your county sheriff's office, whether it's the BCA, you name it, a state trooper. We've got a significant shortage of folks stepping up to serve in the profession of law enforcement, which is why we've had public colleges and institutions come forward and ask for the very funding that Senator Farnsworth's amendment would appropriate to allow them to provide the equipment, the training necessary at those skills programs to educate the law enforcement men and women of the future that will continue to protect our state, to protect our communities, and safeguard our families. This is an easy vote, folks. This is a bill with a large appropriation. This amendment seeks to take just a modest portion of it and invest it in the critical public safety needs of our state. This is the way in which the Higher Education Committee and the higher education institutions in our state can help us solve a problem that's plaguing Minnesota and our communities. So let's do it. Thank you.
Senator Putnam to the A6 amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I appreciate the imperative behind this amendment and the desire to actually fund and encourage people to go into law enforcement. I want to reiterate what Senator Fateh was mentioning just moments ago, which that in the bill currently, there's $30 million to do exactly what this bill is suggesting that we do. It's workforce grants, tuition grants, grants for resources like those itemized in Senator Farnsworth's amendment. That is already there. And law enforcement is explicitly acknowledged within that context. $5 million is great, but $30 million is better, and it's already there.
Members, any additional discussion before we go to the author of the amendment in the event that he wants to say something? Senator Umu Verbatim.
Thank you, Mr. President. I serve on the Judiciary and Public Safety Committee where we're aware of this shortage, and we have put funds there to make sure that we're recruiting and retaining law enforcement. And we're also doing that work in the Higher Education Committee, the $30 million. I just would say there's also a shortage of nurses. There's a shortage of teachers. We need to address all of those. That's why we have those funds for workforce development in this bill already. I encourage members to vote down this amendment.
Any additional discussion before we go to Senator Farnsworth? Senator Farnsworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. One of the things that would excite me about this program is something called personal interaction replay equipment. And 23 years ago, when I was doing my student teaching, they made us set up a camcorder. And back then, of course, they were much larger than using a telephone that you would use today. And we had to record ourselves when we were teaching a lesson. And then, as painful as it was, we had to go back and watch how we taught. And it was painful because we could see all of the mistakes that we would make. And allowing police officers to have the technology to go back and watch themselves interact from their body cam would, I think, be extremely valuable. And that's just one of the things that this $5 million, which is specific for law enforcement, would allow officers to be able to train to learn how to do that, so they could then watch themselves and learn how to make themselves better officers. So I would ask for a green vote. Thank you.
The Secretary will take the roll on the amendment to the amendment, which is the A6 amendment. Senator Kunich for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
And that's it.
Senator Rasmussen for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
And Senator Lang votes aye.
And Senator Lang votes aye. Members, please vote. Senator Rest, will you please vote? Senator Rest and Senator Friends, will you please vote? All those having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 33 ayes and 34 noes, the amendment is not adopted. As a friendly reminder, members, you're supposed to be at your desk when we're voting. You're not supposed to be talking to each other. We are now on the A5 amendment. I know it's not you, Senator Rest. It's always Senator Friends. We are now still on the A5 underlining amendment. Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the A7 amendment to the A5 amendment.
Senator Duckworth offers the A7 amendment, which is an amendment to the amendment. The secretary will report the A7 amendment.
Senator Duckworth moves to amend the A5 amendment to House File number 2073, the first unofficial engrossment, as follows. Page 1, line 3, delete 171,903,000. This is the A7 amendment to the amendment.
Senator Duckworth, to your A7 amendment.
Thank
to
you,
the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment funds the University of Minnesota's request for $10 million per biennium, ongoing, to improve campus safety and security by modernizing infrastructure such as building access controls and cameras, replacing aging equipment and vehicles, hiring additional public safety staff, and adding a new K-9 unit. According to the University of Minnesota, state support is critical to improve safety in and around our campuses, reduce crime, improve officer response time, and reduce reliance on other agencies. Mr. President, I'm not going to use this as an opportunity to go down the path of rhetoric regarding public safety and crime and all that, because it would be disingenuous to the students on our campuses and their families who actually have to deal with this. I'm sure many members' districts like mine have families that send students to some of the campuses that this amendment would seek to provide funding for to increase and enhance safety. It's also no secret these colleges, or the university has been telling us that this continues to be an increasing problem on their campuses. So, members, this is a vote, this is an amendment that would allow us to reappropriate a modest amount of money and put it toward increasing and enhancing the safety and security of our students on their college campuses. I hope we can come together and be supportive of this amendment. Thank you.
Senator Westland.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for a roll call on the A7 amendment and the underlying A5, if it hasn't.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Fateh.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank Senator Duckworth again for this amendment. With this bill, we try to strike a balance between funding our systems and funding our students. And I don't think we should take any money away from our students, especially those that need the most help for this amendment. And for that, I urge a no vote from our colleagues. Thank you.
Any other discussions before we go to the author of the amendment? Senator Farnsworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, a couple of weeks ago, I had the opportunity to go over to the U. I snuck out of here because one of the teams from one of the school districts from back in my district, Cherry, was in the Minnesota State basketball tournament. And I have to admit that I went there with a little bit of trepidation because we've heard in a lot of the testimony in higher ed about the crime that has been going on at the University of Minnesota. And I think that this would be something that would help to address that. Not just for me personally, but for the students that live there, that for the faculty and staff. So I would encourage a green vote on this amendment.
Senator Putnam to the A7 amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, I appreciate the spirit of this particular amendment, but I do want to say, as a representative from Greater Minnesota, I do not want to put all of our eggs in the University of Minnesota basket. Minnesota state systems, our two-year schools have concerns about security and needing to increase their infrastructure too. I think it's inappropriate to put all of these resources exclusively in the University of Minnesota system. So that's another reason why I urge a vote against this.
Any other discussion before we go to the author of the amendment? Seeing none, Senator Duckworth to the A7 amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I can appreciate not wanting to put all of our eggs in one basket, which is again why something like the state grant program is a wise call. It would spread that out amongst far more students in the state of Minnesota. I also want to talk about striking a balance. I think it is important that we strike a balance, which is why you've seen several of the amendments come before us today, Mr. President. Before I talked about visiting with students that are currently attending universities and colleges such as the University of Minnesota, I shared with you that one of the things they explicitly asked for was a tuition freeze. One of the other things they explicitly asked for was for increased funding for university campuses to address the significant safety and security issues that they were experiencing as students. So in order to strike that balance and find a way for the higher education bill to meet several needs and be responsive to what's being communicated to us from students and families and from faculty and staff on these campuses, that's why this amendment is offered, to make a modest investment in the safety and security of these folks. Mr. President, many years ago, when I would make the journey over from the University of St. Thomas to the University of Minnesota to do PT with the Army ROTC unit, it was usually in the very early morning. It was still dark out, and safety and security didn't even cross my mind. I'm not sure the students that are doing the same today have that luxury. As a matter of fact, I know they don't, because they've told us when they're on campus, especially at night or when it's dark or whatever it happens to be, they are concerned about safety and security. And you know who else is? Their mom and dad, who aren't there to offer them protection, who worry about their students who are away at campus as they see news reports related to the increase in crime. So let's go ahead and strike that balance. Let's go ahead and protect students and faculty and staff on campus. An amendment just like this, Mr. President, was brought before this body about a year ago from a member of the opposite party. I think there's some bipartisanship there. Let's go ahead and protect our students on campus. Thank you.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A7 amendment to the amendment. Members, please vote. Members, please vote. Senator Morrison, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzig votes no.
I'm sorry, say it one more time.
Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator Dietzig votes no.
And Mr. President, Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no. Thank you. Sometimes I can't hear that great when you're up here. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Miller votes aye.
And Senator Miller votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There have been 33 ayes and 34 nays. The amendment is not adopted. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am wondering if the chief author would yield for a question.
Senator Lucero, just so that we're clear, we're on the A5 amendment.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we had...
Senator Farnsworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, as you know, the base amendment carved out $5 million, and we appear to be struggling to find a place to spend that. I was hoping Senator Lucero had a place to spend it, but since he apparently does not, I will withdraw the amendment.
The A5 amendment has been withdrawn. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to see now if the chief author would yield for a question.
Senator Fateh, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Fateh. So I am looking at Article 2, Section 2 of the bill, and it's titled Access to Menstrual Products. And I read the verbiage here: the Board of Trustees of the Minnesota State Colleges and Universities shall, and the Board of Regents at the University of Minnesota is requested to provide students with access to menstrual products. Then I see the definition of menstrual products per the bill here says, for purposes of this section, menstrual products means pads, tampons, or other similar products used in connection with the menstrual cycle. So my question, Mr. President, can the chief author confirm that this provision applies to female or single-use restrooms only, not applicable to male restrooms?
Senator Fateh, to the question.
Thank you, Senator Lucero, and thank you, Mr. President. The bill does not specify. The bill does not specify.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Fateh. So because of the lack of clarity in the bill, I would like to offer the A50 amendment.
Senator Lucero offers the A50 amendment, and the Secretary will report the A50 amendment.
Senator Lucero moves to amend House File Number 2073, the first unofficial engrossment, as follows. Page 31, line 1, after in, insert single use and delete used. This is the A50 amendment.
Senator Lucero, to your A50 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I will save the majority the effort, and I will ask for a roll call on this amendment.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President, and being that I am one who believes in science, I'm a strong proponent of science, and I'm also a strong proponent of a fiduciary responsibility of taxpayer dollars. And since this bill is appropriating money, as the language reads, to provide products in connection with the menstrual cycle, and because science dictates those with an XY chromosome do not menstruate, per the fiduciary responsibility, Mr. President, that we all have, I want to make sure taxpayer dollars are not used to provide products for the menstrual cycle in male bathrooms because males don't menstruate. So I would ask for a green vote, Mr. President. Thank you.
Senator Mitchell to the A50 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know that underlying this is really an attack on gender-affirming care, but let's skip that for a second. I, as a female,
point of order, Mr. President,
have had to use...
Hold on one second. For what purpose do you rise?
Point of order.
State your point.
Mr. President, Senator Mitchell is questioning my motives. That is out of order, and I urge you to rule her out of order for any statements underlying or otherwise expressing any other motivation than that which I expressed.
Senator Lucero, I didn't quite hear a name. And so Senator Mitchell was speaking. So members, just as a gentle reminder, let's always just make sure that we're not underlining anyone's motives. So for what purpose do you rise, Senator Pratt?
Thank you, Mr. President. Just to support Senator Lucero's point of order.
We don't rise in order to support another person's point of order, Senator Pratt. Senator Mitchell.
Again, I, as a female with an XY chromosome, have used a male bathroom. There are times that female bathrooms are in disrepair. This very Senate used to just have a bathroom that said senators, because it was assumed they were all going to be male, and the women didn't have anywhere to go unless they went to other floors, other buildings, whatever else. There are all sorts of situations, besides the fact that some people seem very concerned on what bathroom people use, where there could be a woman in need of using a male restroom. And if they don't get used, the products, if you put a couple products in there and they never get used, no harm, no foul. But if for some reason a school needs to put some products in one bathroom or the other, I'm pretty sure they can be trusted to make that decision, particularly considering that there are times that some people have to use a different bathroom than the one assigned, even for things like one being shut down, a mechanical issue, something like that. So I would strongly urge people to let colleges do what they see fit in this and not make a directive that could unintentionally hurt people.
Senator Umu Verbatim.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment is unnecessary. Let's just provide menstrual products in restrooms. We don't need to dictate these things. Our students know what they need. Our universities know our students better than we do. And, you know, for our students who are menstruating who don't identify as women, there's already just a stigma against them. And we don't need to add to that. Let's make these products available to all the students who need them. Please vote down the amendment.
Any other discussion on the A50 amendment? Senator Gruenhagen.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, I rise in support of the amendment. I think we need that clarity in there, and taxpayer money is very precious, and we should spend it prudently, and you're either an XX or an XY, and I think we need to put it where it will actually be used, and you can't change your biology, and it's simply a medical fact. So please support Senator Lucero's amendment. Thank you, members. Vote green.
Senator McQuaid.
Well, thank you, Mr. President and members. I urge a no vote. That's not a medical fact that was previously stated. People be XX, they can be XY, they can be XXY, they can be just Y with the androgen falling off, I believe that is the term. There is a spectrum of existence that people have, but for menstruating students, they need menstrual products. Period, end of sentence. That's it. We should just let menstrual products be in the bathrooms where people use them. This doesn't need to be a big debate. We don't need to drag a whole bunch of weird bunk science onto the floor. We can just let menstrual products be in the bathrooms where students use them. So I urge a no vote on this so we can move on from this weird debate. And I request a roll call, Mr. President.
Roll call has already been requested and the roll call was granted. Senator Swazinski.
Yeah, I would also urge a no on this. Senator Mitchell brought up one argument for putting products in both bathrooms. I can't tell you how many times I've been to events or on campuses where the women's bathroom, the line to get in it is into the hallway, and I can't understand, obviously, the process of getting your period, but I can understand when the line is out the door and nature calls and you see no line to get into the men's bathroom, and knowing that there be product in there would be very helpful. And at times when you see that the bathroom is closed for cleaning, the boys' bathroom, and right next door, the girls' bathroom is closed, women's bathroom's closed for cleaning, and right next door is the male bathroom, and I know that there'll be product in there, and I would like that opportunity. And obviously another example is a young woman saying to her boyfriend, go in there and get me some product because I can't get up right now. And closing that option as well would not treat everybody equally. So I'm opposed to the amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any other discussion before we go to the author of the amendment? I want to make sure that I don't miss anyone. Senator Lucero, you'll be the last voice before we vote. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. And once again, I urge members to stand up for truth, to stand up for science, and to stand up for our fiduciary responsibility of spending taxpayer dollars in accordance with truth and science. And the only way to accomplish that is to vote green on the A50 amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A50 amendment. Senator Jasinski, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye. Senator Morrison, those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Pappas votes no.
Senator Pappas votes no. All members having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There have been 29 ayes and 34 noes. The amendment is not adopted. Any further amendments? Third reading.
House File 2073, a bill for an act relating to higher education, providing funding and policy-related changes for the Office of Higher Education, Minnesota State Colleges and Universities, the University of Minnesota, and the Mayo Clinic.
And before we get to our third reading list, I do want to say something because I think it's important for us to recognize. One, I am always going to be very thoughtful and very respectful of everyone that is in this body because I believe that is what we do as human beings, but that is also what we do as senators. Even if we do not agree with each other, there's always a way to be respectful to each other. One of the things that I said earlier is even when someone thought someone's motives was being impugned, you heard words from me to say, members, remember that we do not impugn the motives of each other as a gentle reminder. Because we could still have a disagreement as to whether that occurs or not, but we must always be respectful. Once I say something, I think it's also respectful to respect my decision. Do not come up to this podium and relitigate any issue with me, unless you're coming with the respect that we should have for each other, because we should be respectful of each other. And I respect every member that is in this body. So members, not only should we respect the president, but we should respect each other as human beings. That's first and foremost where it starts. And even when we disagree, we have to do it with the spirit of togetherness. So let's remember that even as we get into issues that we don't necessarily like, or we find challenging, or even when we disagree, just remember that to err is human, but to forgive is divine. With that being said, I will make the list for third reading. Hold on 1 second, I just want to make sure I don't forget anyone. Anyone else on this side? Did I see Putnam, Senator Putnam? Let me go to this side first. I want to make sure I have everyone over here first. Gruenhagen? Okay, now I have Hochschild. Umu Verbatim. Is there anyone else before I put the how? Anyone else before I put the authors down? Because the last voice that we will hear would be the ranking member and the author. Anyone else? I want to make sure that I did not forget anyone. I have you on the list, Senator Rarick. At least I thought I had you on the list, Senator Rarick. Oh, I do. I have you first, Senator Rarick. Anyone else before we go to the list? Okay, Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to start this by saying as the only returning member of higher education this time around, as I sat here today, there were many a moments I was thinking of our former chair, Senator Tomassoni. I think he would have been pretty proud. I want to send a special thank you to Senator Fateh and all the members of the committee. I think we kept a very, very respectful dialogue. We worked well with one another. Senator Tomassoni would have greatly, greatly appreciated that follow-up, what he had started. There are a couple of things in this bill I really want to point out, Mr. President. some good things, some things that I think can be improved upon, but again, like I said, we worked very well, had a lot of great discussions. You know, I do not agree with the free tuition piece in the bill. I love the state grants. I think that is something that we should be focusing our attention on. It helps the most students to be able to get that assistance with their college, and we should be looking at these public-private partnerships to help meet those final needs of our students. Part of that is because we have a new reality that we're seeing in post-secondary education. When you get out and you talk to a number of these facilities, you're finding out that they're having employers coming to them who are saying, you know, they're struggling to find people to come to work for them, so they're bringing people in when they can, whether they find them at the high school level or outside of that, and saying, just come to work for me and we'll get you into school and we'll train you here on the job, but then we'll also get you into school and we'll get you that degree. And so this new reality that we're looking at, we need that flexibility to say, are grants the need, the dual training program that is included in the bill's new funding for that gets at that new reality, Mr. President. I think that's something that not only we here in the legislature, but the institutions that are out there really are going to have to look at in these coming years to meet those changing needs. And there are other needs that are out there, whether it's online options, helping students take advantage of that. Like I said, work as you learn programs, all very good. One of the programs that stands out, they've been in our committee a couple of times this year. They unfortunately, they have funding, they're taken out of the base, and I understand the chair is wanting to have people come in every biennium to look at it, but it's a group that I want to call out, and it's MICC. They meet a niche that's out there for students that they don't get that help in so many other places, and they do such wonderful work, and it's been a privilege of mine to be an author of their bill in the past and to be a co-author and to see their students come in to testify. You see the smiles on their faces, how much it means to them when we support them. You know, one of the things I also want to bring up that I think Chair Fateh has done a great job on, and it's something that those of us who serve on the committee need to continue to do and be committed to, is that communication with our institutions. I want to call out Chancellor Malhotra. Even though he is retiring, he has been absolutely fabulous to work with at the Min-State system, and so many of his school presidents over the last 3 years, they've been willing to come right into my office, have those hard discussions when something is happening. I am hoping we can rebuild that same relationship with the U of M and the Board of Regents. Mr. President, you know, this is a bill that we are looking to fund and help our workforce in the coming years. I would have never realized it before, but there is such a relationship between the K-12 education, higher education, and the jobs committees. So this gets at a portion of that, helping our students get that training and the education they need so that they can get into the careers of their choices. And we have to be able to listen to folks and step back and decide how we best can assist folks in that journey. And I believe this bill is close, and I appreciate working with Senator Fateh, and I will continue to work with Senator Fateh as we move forward with this. Hopefully we can come to that final agreement that will have full support of this body. So thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I'm wondering if the chief author would yield for probably several questions.
Senator Fateh, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Fateh. So I'm going to ask you several questions in regards to page 15, beginning at line 15.13, and I'll allow you the opportunity to pull that up. But I wanted to share, in the former body, which I was a privilege to be a member of, I was previously a member of the Higher Education Committee. Higher education is incredibly important to me. In addition to spending, as I had mentioned previously on this floor, well over a dozen years in various higher education institutions across Minnesota myself, I also then had the opportunity to teach STEM-related courses for 7 years at the college and university level. Education is the foundation by which somebody uses in their pursuit of happiness. It is so important to have a foundation in a strong, well-rounded, well-balanced education in that pursuit to have the highest quality of life. And we do a fairly good job here in Minnesota. Unfortunately, there are gaps, and I believe that people are genuinely, in this body and the other body, are genuinely working hard to close those gaps to ensure academic opportunities, academic excellence at all levels. And so, again, this is a very important bill to me as we continue to go forward. Unfortunately, there are a number of items in here that have concerns, I have concerns with, which I won't be able to support today, but I wanted to ask the chief author just one question. Since I'm not a member in this body on the Higher Education Committee, I didn't have any background with these provisions, and it stood out at me. So the provision I'm referring to is in regards to, it appears to be a lawyer, it's titled Minnesota Association of Black Lawyers, and it's a provision that's going to provide some funding. And so my first question is, I see that the provision allocates $350,000 in each year of the biennium for a total of $700,000, and I see that on line 15.26 it specifies to enroll an initial cohort of 10 to 20 Black Minnesota resident students, and it goes on. So my first question, Mr. President, for the chief author is, when it says the word initial, is this 10 to 20 a large, will this be a larger group under this provision, or in this 2-year biennium, is the 10 to 20 the number account per this provision?
Senator Fateh to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Lucero, for your incoming several questions, and I'm happy to provide you with several answers. First, I would say that this will be each year. The initial cohort will start next year. Would it be fall 2024?
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. And if he would yield again for another question.
He will yield. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. And what I'm trying to determine is here, I'm trying to do the math when I looked at, if you flip the page over on line, I'm looking for the line offhand here, it specifies that each of the cohorts in this program will be awarded $4,000. And I'm not seeing that immediately which line that was on, but oh, there it is. It's on 15.32. Will be allowed $4,000 per academic year. So if I do the math, that's $80,000, and the total appropriation per year is $350,000. And if it's a maximum of 20 students at $4,000 each for totaling $80,000, that's less than 23% of the appropriation for that year. So the reason for my question is, will the number exceed 20 students, Mr. President, and to the chief author, or is it a cap of 20 students, of which the maximum then would be 80,000, less than 23% of the total appropriation? And if that's the answer, where does the remaining 77 or so % of the funding go?
Senator Fateh.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Lucero. It says 10 to 20, but there's no cap. But on the next page, it'll tell you where the money is going for. It's going to go towards student scholarships, academic events and programming, food and transportation costs for students, LSAT preparation materials, courses, registrations, hiring staff for the program. So on the next page, it details what the funding will be used for.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I appreciate that, Senator Fateh, and if he would yield for another question.
He will yield. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Fateh. So, and then the next question is, it says to enroll an initial cohort of 10 to 20 black Minnesota residents. I actually, at one time, was interested in pursuing a law degree myself. I actually did sit for the LSAT. I do know many others that are interested in potentially pursuing, and I might still in my life pursue a law degree. My question is on line 15.26, how is the word black then determined? Is there a definition for this, or how are these 10 to 20 students going to be determined?
Senator Fateh, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Lucero. The organization will determine who is eligible.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. If you would yield again.
Senator Fateh will yield. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. Okay, and thank you, Senator Fateh. And I do not have experience with this organization. Do they have a history of providing grants of this nature, whereby there is some precedent that you could assist me with answering this question and how they are making that determination? And what I'm getting at is, if I, as a Hispanic, chose to apply for this grant program, would I qualify? And if I would not, why not? I'm trying to figure out what is the criteria that this organization is using. Or my wife, who's Indian, if she applies for this program, would she qualify?
Senator Fateh.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Lucero. This would only go towards black students who are intending to pursue a field in law. But if you have, and they're the only organization that came to us, if you have other organizations, maybe a Latino organization for that cause, I'm happy to work with you. I'm happy to learn more from you. I'm happy to connect with you on that. But this is a specific instance for black lawyers.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. And if he would yield for another question.
He will yield for another question. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I'm just simply seeking to get clarity. So how is that it's only for, so it sounds like it's exclusive for black students. And what I'm trying to figure out is, how is that determined? How is a person who qualifies determined to meet or not meet this criteria?
Senator Fateh, to the question.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question, Senator Lucero?
Senator Lucero, will you kindly repeat the question?
Absolutely. If a person applies, how is it determined if they meet this specific criteria on line 15.26 or not?
Senator Fateh.
It's up to the organization to determine that criteria and how the students self-identify.
Senator Lucero.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. I won't ask him to yield again, but here's where I think we have some ambiguity in the language. Is that I just asked the hypothetical, and I am genuinely and sincerely interested in pursuing a law degree. As a Hispanic, I asked him in a scenario if I applied for this, would I apply? And he said, no, it was my understanding. The answer was no, this would only apply to black students or black participants, cohorts. Then I asked the follow-up, well, how is that determined? So apparently there's some criteria the chief author must have that he's cognizant of, because he said I wouldn't qualify. But then I asked a follow-up, well, what is that qualification? How is it determined? And he wasn't able to provide a specific answer, but then delegated to the organization. I have a deep concern, Mr. President, that while we, and I truly believe each and every one of us in this body, does aspire to make state policy that empowers opportunity for all individuals across the state, regardless of who they are, what their background is, what they believe in, what their religion, where they came from, any of that. I truly believe that. But I believe that this policy runs counter to that. And it's starting us down a very slippery slope. When I look at the human rights statute, I pulled it up here while we were prior to third reading. And it says here, in the human rights statute, public policy, freedom from discrimination, it is the policy of the state to secure persons in the state with freedom from discrimination. And it goes on number 5, in education because of race, color, creed, religion, national origin, etc. So the human rights statute in Minnesota specifically calls out education as the state policy to not engage in discrimination. When I look at the language, this to me, I don't know any other way to read it other than it is expressly codifying into statute discrimination by excluding those who are not black. And I asked for clarity on what that definition is, and I wasn't given any clarity. But when I compare that to the human rights statute, I see 3 things that were prohibited from discriminating on, and that is race, color, and national origin. I don't know any other way how to define or include or exclude based on the language in the bill on line 15.26. So I have a huge concern about that. I believe that there are ways that we can empower people with these opportunities without discriminating. And that's what we should be exploring, and that's what we should be pursuing. Unfortunately, this language, in my opinion, Mr. President, is a clear violation of the human rights statute and the discrimination that we want to prohibit. And so obviously we're on 3rd reading. I can't do anything about it, can't change it. But I wanted to draw it to your attention, Mr. President, and to members of the body, that this is something that should cause all of us pause and huge concern. Thank you.
Senator Kupik. Oh, I'm sorry. Senator Kupik, I did tell Senator Fateh that he could speak before you. Senator Fateh.
No, just a very quick response. I'll keep it brief. I did not presume Senator Lucero's identity or whether or not he was black. I was basing my comments based off what he said. He literally said he's Latino. And that's how I based my comments off. Thank you.
Senator Kupik.
Thank you, Mr. President. Report here of the Higher Education Omnibus Bill. As a member of the Higher Education Committee, I think we did a lot of really good work jointly together. It is a very good bill that will support also our workforce going into the future. Also, as Senator Rarick pointed out, I too I was the author of the MICC bill. That is a great institution, and I'm proud that we are giving some money towards that. The other thing is I do believe this bill will also keep, as Senator Fateh said, students in Minnesota. So I think that's an excellent point of this bill. And there is an extra $45 million above the base for grants, for the Minnesota student grants. So I'm really proud of that. But overall, our higher education system, our state system, it's at a turning point right now. And we need to do something big and something bold. And we've got some extra money in there for some of the structural deficits that are being incurred by some of our universities, places like Bemidji State that is already laying off tenured faculty this year because, again, they have another budget shortfall. And I believe this bill does a lot to address that. So I'm very proud of the work we've done, and I support this bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Grudenhagen.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, if Senator Fateh would yield for question.
Senator Fateh, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Grudenhagen.
Okay, thank you, Senator Fateh and Mr. President. Yeah, the question I have, I think the House bill has a cap on the increase of tuition. I did not see that in this bill. So, Senator Fateh, do we have a cap on the increase of tuition in this bill?
Senator Fateh, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Grudenhagen. We do not, no.
Senator Grudenhagen.
Members, that should be a concern, and here's the reason why. We're going, not only do we have declining enrollment, according to the information I have, we've gone from 44,000 students in the University of Minnesota system down to 41. So we've had 41,000. So we've had a decrease of over 3,000 students. We're also increasing the overall base of spending. This would include the Minnesota State College student from $3.5 billion to $4.15 billion in the 24-25 biennium. Now here's the situation. We're increasing the base 18.5%, and we're not putting any type of cap on the increase on tuition. Now, that's not a good formula. Human nature being what it is, I doubt if there'll be many reductions. With the reduction of over 3,000 students, there should be. There also should be a cap on any increase, because here's what happens with tax-subsidized organizations. Everybody wants to keep everything just the way it is. That's the problem. And all they want is more funding, regardless of what the statistics or the circumstances are. Yet in the private sector, if they see less sales or have to make an adjustment, they make the adjustments because they have competition and they have to satisfy the public. But here, we don't seem to be doing that. There's no cap, and we're increasing spending over base by 18.5%. And I dare say that's faster than population and the GNP here in the state of Minnesota. So we're growing it at faster, and human nature, again, being what it is, and I used to be the chief author or the chief negotiator on my school board, if you don't have any type of cap or limitations, they're simply going to overspend what it is and be back in 2 years for more funding. And of course, it just goes on and on and on. So when you have tax-subsidized institutions like the University of Minnesota, you need caps on the increase of tuition. Without that, tough choices aren't going to be made because everybody wants things that are getting paid to stay the same. So members and Senator Fateh, I encourage you in conference committee to consider accepting the cap from the other body, and to also look at the amount of increase that you're giving, that in some way we can address this decline in enrollment. And again, we have to make tough choices. And if you simply add billions of dollars without any consequences or cap, I know what's going to happen. And it's happened over and over and over again in our state. And the result is we don't have the efficiencies and the excellence we need in these institutions that are desperately needed by the Minnesota taxpayers. Again, higher ed and the state college system has been a tremendous blessing to the people of the state of Minnesota with their discoveries and innovation. But they still have to be accountable when they're getting billions of state tax dollars. So for that reason and a number of other ones, until it comes back from conference committee, today I'm going to have to be a no on the bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Putnam.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank Senator Rarick for acknowledging Senator Tomassoni's great leadership on higher education a couple of years ago. I also, though, want to take a moment to appreciate his own leadership in that context, because we still got along, we still got lots of great stuff done, but I do have one bone to pick, is I know those two things because I was there. You said that you were the only returning member of the Higher Education Committee. I thought we had some time together. I thought we had some moments. But I'm going to get over my hard feelings to talk about this specific bill this year. I taught my first course at a university when I was 23 years old. I've taught at 5 or 6 different universities in my life, and I've said it before, I've been on college faculty, not just teaching, I've been a faculty member at St. John St. Ben's for almost 20 years now. I'm old and crabby and tired when it comes to higher education questions. And so I want to thank Senator Fateh for bringing creativity, new ideas, and a new voice to this discussion. Old, long problems that we've had for a really long time. And Senator Fateh has come up with creative, innovative, fascinating new ways to think about and address these questions, and done so with tremendous energy. So I want to thank him for that. But there's one other provision in here that we haven't talked about yet that I also want to bring to our attention, and that's some resources for the establishment of a medical school with Centric Care Central Care in St. Cloud with the affiliation of the University of Minnesota. Members, the last medical school that Minnesota opened was in 1972. It's been a long time since we've opened a new medical school. And members, 11% of the physicians live in only 11% of physicians live in rural environments, and of that 11%, 1 in 3 is about to retire within the next 5 years. We are suffering a tremendous crisis when it comes to rural health care. This campus, Centric Care's partnership with the University of Minnesota, is one step towards remedying that deficit, one step towards bringing health care to greater Minnesota. So I want to thank Senator Fateh for his investment in this incredibly important project and underscore to all of you how important it is that we actually attend to these issues that are manifest in greater Minnesota as they get worse every day. This bill and this opportunity to open this medical school is one step towards improving the physical health of greater Minnesota, and so I thank Senator Fateh for that particular initiative and for his work throughout the session on the Higher Education Committee.
Senator Housley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to express my disappointment that the Minnesota Independent College and Community, MICC, was left out of this bill. They got their base cut. They're a nonprofit vocational and life skills training program for autistic and neurodivergent young adults. They came to the Capitol this year to increase their funding. They first got funding in 2016, and since then their enrollment has doubled, which allows kids who normally wouldn't be able to afford this to afford it. They apply for grants. They can't apply for any of the state grants. They aren't are accessible to them, and they don't qualify. This fall, they had 55 applicants apply for 27 spots. You would think with a $650 million target that the base funding for this program would not have been cut. I know there was a little money put forward out front, but it got cut in the tail, so there's nothing for these kids. And it came as quite a shock to them and to me. So I'm hoping that Senator Fateh and, the majority party in this next budget session will be able to put that funding back in for MICC. Thank you.
Senator Jaskowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Fateh yield for a question?
Senator Fateh, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Jaskowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Fateh, I was looking at the bill, and certainly it's included as a line item on the spreadsheet. There's a program funded here at the rate of $15 million over the biennium called Emergency Assistance for Post-Secondary Students. Apparently it was a new program of some sort in the current biennium at about $500,000, and it's ballooned from $500,000 to $15 million. Senator Fateh, can you describe what this program is and why the outrageous expansion in spending?
Senator Fateh, to the question.
Thank you so much, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Jaskowski, for your question. Yes, we did increase funding for the emergency grants program. What we learned was that during the pandemic and after, we still had a lot of students that came to us telling us that they were struggling with their basic needs, they needed mental health support, and they needed some funding to address their total cost of attendance, things like food, for example. And we know right now that with the federal dollars drawing up around the COVID funding, we wanted to fill in that gap to make sure that the students are able to have their basic needs met, and that we know that that's one of the reasons why students drop out, is because they struggle with the costs of attending school. So with this, we're hoping this emergency grants can help fill in that gap, and that we're able to provide for our students so that they're able to succeed in their academic career. And I would also let Senator Omoverbain expand if she would like. Thank you.
Members, can I also remind you that when you're speaking, can you please put the mic up to your mouth, please, because we really want to hear all the great things that you have to say, but we can't see it when your voice also tapers off. Senator Jaskowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Fateh. Well, members, you heard it. We're now paying for the food of college students as well. I wonder if today's college students still get jobs. I don't know where we're going as a culture, Mr. President. The art of personal responsibility has seemed to have fallen by the wayside long ago. We have before us a bill here that increases spending by $650 million over the current biennium. So it prompted me, Mr. President, to go back and look, and I don't have the level of granularity in the data that I would like, but I've got some totals from the Minnesota Office of Higher Education. And members, Here's what they have on their website, a tracking of student enrollment here in the state of Minnesota. This includes all universities, undergraduates, graduates, and it's got high school students in it as well. Back to 2010, we had 467,000 in enrollment. Then it went down to 457, 453, 440,000, 433. In 2015, it was at 427,000. 2016, it was at 400 and just about 500 less. 2017, it was down to 421,000. 2018, 416,000. In 2019, members, the grand total enrollment went down to 413,000. 2020, it went down to 405,000 members. In 2021, which is the latest data I have in this particular table, 388,000 students. Members, 80,000 students less in that time period, and it appears to be headed the same direction from the other things I've heard from members we've seen in the recent 2 years. Also additional declines in student enrollment in our higher education institutions. I looked then, members, at the budget, at the higher education budget, and again, I don't have the granularity I want, but I did find the number from 2016. In 2016, members, the higher education bill was $3 billion. About. It was just a hair over. In 2022-23, which is our current biennium we're in, it was at $3.54 billion. And this bill, the budget being proposed here, is $4.16 billion, a full $650 million more just in a 2-year period, members. So from 2016 to 2022, it went up $500 million. This went up over $500 million in just a 2-year period, members. And student enrollment is plummeting in this state. So the increase in this bill, $650 million, represents a 17% increase in spending over the current biennium we're in, Mr. President. 17% increase in spending when we're educating less and less and less and less kids. What are the priorities here? And I'm learning we're buying their food and their clothes and other things. Do Minnesotans know what's going on here? Minnesota, do you know what the Senate DFL is bringing to you? While nursing homes are closing in our state, they are paying for more and more and more money to educate less and less and less kids. Let that sink in. The priorities are upside down here. And we see that in this bill. Members, we got to, as Senator Gruenhagen pointed out, we got to come to grips with reality in our higher education system. If the kids aren't going there anymore, we don't send them more money. Over $500 million, $650 million increase when the enrollment numbers are going down. Minnesotans, you need to bring a dose of reality here to St. Paul because some of it's not sinking in. While our nursing homes are closing and the next bill that's up is not going to address them well enough, while that's going on, they're paying more and more money for less and less kids. Members, let's vote no on this bill. Let's send it back to committee. And let's bring forward a bill that matches the amount of money to the amount of kids. And let's take that money that's then not spent in this bill, members, and let's use it for other priorities, the priorities of Minnesotans. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Hochschild. Senator Hochschild.
Thank you, Mr. President. Apologies for that. I stand in support of this bill, but in particular, I wanted to talk about the NRRI funding that is in this legislation. NRRI was established by the legislature in the 1980s to help us with energy and environment research up on the Iron Range and in northern Minnesota. This is really critical as we move forward with technologies in the mining industry and keeping our water and our air clean. And so I really appreciate Senator Fateh for including this base funding increase for this higher education research organization in my district and in my region. And that's why I'm supporting this bill. Thank you, President Champion.
Senator Gustafson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill as well. I'm a proud Moorhead State graduate. I played soccer there. I started my career in broadcasting in Moorhead. It's a wonderful school and community. Investing in Minnesota State University Moorhead, or for those of us who are Gen X, Moorhead State, it's critical to Moorhead, Minnesota for lots of different reasons. MSUM is a key economic driver in the region. Those who live there depend on the vibrancy and the health of Moorhead State. It's also a hub for innovation and research. The university has a strong focus on STEM education and research and is home to several cutting-edge research programs. Those programs then go on to attract top talent to the region and help position Moorhead as a leader in technology and science. MSUM also plays a critical role in the survival of Moorhead and the surrounding area. The presence of MSUM is a big reason why Moorhead has a vibrant and dynamic community. I have the pleasure of serving on the Jobs and Economic Development Committee, and I can think of no better way to solve our workforce issues and create a well-prepared workforce than by investing in higher education. And in doing so, the cities that the schools call home will also benefit from this investment. When you drive around Moorhead, when you drive around St. Cloud, you see that these communities and the universities are intertwined. They depend on each other. I'm from Sartell. I went to school in Moorhead. I know these cities really well. A big part of St. Cloud and Moorhead are the universities that create jobs. They offer courses and events. They bring folks together. We can invest in an economic development and education by investing in higher education. Where I grew up, just about everybody came from a family of farmers or factory workers. We depend on a quality higher education that we can afford. I am so excited to see that Moorhead State got over $10 million in 2024, 2025. That's going to help not just the students, but also the surrounding communities. Thank you very much. Go Dragons.
Senator Howell.
Well, technical difficulty there. Thank you, Mr. President. Well, the question I get from my constituents is why are we increasing funding when we have decreasing enrollment? Mr. President, that's a question that this bill doesn't answer. Why is it declining? Why is student enrollment declining? I think the reason that I hear is that the colleges and universities are not meeting the needs of the employers. They're not producing students that have the skill sets to readily go out and find a job. Does this bill address that? I don't see it in there. It isn't producing the students, and it is not incentivizing the programs that are actually producing the skill sets that our employers need and what they're going to need in the future. It doesn't increase the state school grants that I think are vital for those folks that qualify for that. It doesn't fund one of the biggest needs we have in this state, and that's for our law enforcement. It doesn't increase, we had an amendment to do it, to increase the funding for our police officer skills training, was turned down on a partisan vote. Members, we can do better. We can incentivize those programs that actually produce the students with the skill sets that have jobs ready for them. We can do that in such a way that we don't have to throw more money. Where is all that money going that the colleges and universities continue to get when they have declining enrollment? Has there been a reduction in staff and administration? That's not what I see in the reports that I've looked at. It looks like that has been pretty stable. They've kept their staff, they've kept their administration, even though they teach fewer and fewer students. You can't do that in the business world, and you shouldn't do that in our education world. You have to innovate. I think we've failed. I think we can do better. I agree. Let's send it back, and let's rethink this. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Umu Verbatim.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am very excited about the higher education omnibus bill, and I just want to thank the entire committee for their work. Chair Fateh, it's been such a joy to come to the higher education committee. Everyone who's been a part of it, I think, has been respectful, engaged in great dialogue, and I know that we all really care about our students here in Minnesota. And this is a very thoughtful and equitable bill. And I'm excited about some of the provisions you included that were very important to me and certainly our students. One of those is the menstrual equity provision. And this has overwhelming support from students across our state, making sure that we are providing our institutions with the funds to provide menstrual products at no charge to students. These products are just essential, and it's really a big deal that we do that because when our students don't have access to menstrual products, it affects their ability to perform at their best in school, and we really want our students to perform at their best, to have all the resources that they need in order to just be there and learn. The bill also includes emergency assistance grants to students that are going to support their immediate needs. That's housing, that's food, that's transportation. And our students are working really hard. And we heard from them in our committee, working 20 to 30 hours a week, being in the position where they have to skip meals, trying to figure out what they're going to do because of the rising cost of tuition, and trying to cover the cost of all these other things they need in order to show up at school and learn. And so I'm proud that we're including this funding in the bill because our typical financial aid packages do not cover all those things that a college student needs. The Minnesota Commitment to Higher Education Act is really a game changer. Thank you again for your vision, Chair Fateh. This is really about giving students access to higher education. It's a greater need right now. And it's the difference between going to school or not going to school. This bill, I think overall, really makes our system more equitable. It's removing barriers that impact our students and put them on a path where they can focus on learning. And I'm also really proud of the investment in public institutions across our state. They're so important to our long-term economy, and I think we have an absolute duty here at the legislature to fund public institutions. I also think this has centered our students, and we've seen that since the first days of our committee where we heard directly from students. It's providing tuition-free public college, to helping those with the emergency assistance grants, menstrual equity. This bill puts our public institutions first. It puts our students first. I'm so proud of it, really proud to have been a part of the Higher Education Committee, and I urge all of our members to vote yes for the bill.
Senator Abler.
Coming in for the home stretch. Thank you, Mr. President. And we used to do bingo, little cards, and we'd like wait for a statement to come up. And one of those was, I didn't really plan to speak, but, and Mr. President, I really didn't plan to speak until I just heard part of the tone of the discussion. And I guess I just wanted to stand up and stick up for higher education in general. I had some help from my folks. I worked my way through school. I did horrible jobs to make ends meet. And the opportunities afforded to me by that partnership and I have been very meaningful to me. And as a person who has the privilege to represent two of the two-year colleges, which actually now are evolving to be four-year state colleges as they serve so many people, they almost tried to close one once, our tech college in Anoka when I was a freshman, and that would have been devastating. And I know there's talk about how many do you need, but Mr. President, we have to have access. And I consider Senator Fateh to be a good colleague, friend of mine, and I just have to tell him also, the bill's not perfect. Oh no, who would have thought? But I think it's a really important bill, and there's a lot of good stuff in here that's going to assure that we have a strong higher ed system available to many people. And there are very few bills, Mr. President, I'll agree with in every stead, even some of the bills I've had to put forward myself, I didn't like all the parts of it. But this bill is going to keep them open. It's going to keep them strong. We need a strong we need a strong state college system. We need a strong private college system of all the flavors of those that there are, because we need to make sure people can be moving upwardly in their education and be challenged and to take care of all the technical and educated and key positions of Minnesota. And one thing that didn't come up today was the deal about what happens to the U and its medical complexes, which is not really part of this. That may be part of the bill tomorrow. But still, Mr. President, for the U's faults, and they've got some, and I've been at the head of the list criticizing them sometimes for some of the behaviors they've allowed and what's going on. They are the flagship, the Northern Star of Minnesota. They are something we are all proud of to support, and they just need to be strong. They need to have availability to all the students who want to go there through all their programming. I think as a legislature, even though we only can recommend things that they do, we need to be strong on our recommendations, to be strong in the hand of guidance on them as they focus toward their mission, which is to help some of our students from both Minnesota and across the country be amazing in their professional skills and the expertise we need in all the professions that they're going to be providing. And so sometimes we lose the forest for the trees, but Mr. President, this bill is going to go to conference and it's going to get worked on, and there's going to be more collaboration. And at the end, I'm still going to stand up and say I'm proud to be in Minnesota. I'm proud to stand up for the opportunities we provide and for the strength that our higher education system has. And I see supporting this bill as a means to that end, and I will be happily voting for it. Thank you.
Members, I just want to pause because the last speakers that I'm going to will be the ranking member and then to the bill's author. I just want to make sure I did not overlook anyone so no one can say I ignored them. Anyone? Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate it. I, too, want to extend my thanks to the committee, all the members and the staff, and, of course, the chair, Senator Fateh. It was an enjoyable committee to be on. We may have differences of opinion on how to go about tackling or solving some of these problems and some of the issues that face Minnesota and higher education here in our state. But I trust that everyone's coming from a genuine place of trying to solve those problems and help our students. The notion of affordability has been a large part of our discussion today, And that's the most significant issue I have with the bill. As Senator Abler just mentioned, there are plenty of provisions in the bill that are good, that are well-intentioned, that will help students, help families. But overall, I think there's one provision in there that will largely negatively impact affordability, and I'll explain why. When you shortchange our public universities and colleges' operation, or their operational requests, or requests for their operational budget, for a program that is designed to help a limited number of students, you force those colleges and universities to raise tuition on everyone else. Every dollar that doesn't go toward an initiative that would keep tuition affordable is a dollar that that university has to find a way to cover in some shape, form, or another. And we all know one of the ways in which those colleges and universities raise that revenue is tuition dollars. So that's the significant issue that I have as it relates to the bill. Rather than provide places like the University of Minnesota and other colleges, higher education institutions here in the Minnesota, public institutions, rather than fully fund their operational requests, we're choosing not to do it in this bill. We're carving out funds for a program that will help a limited number of students, which is thereby going to increase substantially the tuition rates that other students are going to have to pay and the amount of debt that they're going to have to take on. I think the Minnesota commitment to higher education should be the following: provide maximum higher educational opportunities, make tuition affordable, reduce the need for student debt, help address workforce shortages, and meet the needs of students, especially campus safety and security. An attempt to reappropriate a significant investment into the state grant program to help the maximum number of students afford the maximum number of higher education opportunities was voted down. A tuition freeze for students and families in Minnesota was voted down. An attempt to address the shortage of law enforcement officers and teachers in rural areas was voted down. An investment to enhance campus safety and security was voted down. And we wonder why enrollment is decreasing. It's about affordability and value, and it's about listening to our constituents, those students, and their families. The pursuit of higher education isn't a part of everyone's life plan. It's not a guarantee. It's an investment, and it's a commitment. The hard work, discipline, and achievement of earning a degree is often part of what folks equate with the American dream. A way to better yourself, a way to lift your family for generations to come, and a way to contribute to society and the world. We have got a lot to be proud of here in Minnesota. Our young people continue to innovate and create in ways that amaze us. Our colleges and universities continue to pour into and shape the minds of our future leaders. We have to ensure that those students have the maximum educational opportunities available to them, that we're helping as many students and families as possible afford higher education, that we're making tuition affordable, reducing student debt, addressing critical workforce shortages, and keeping our students safe on campus. That's what should be our commitment to Minnesota students and families regarding higher education. Thank you.
And now we are going to the bill author for the final comments before final passage. Senator Fateh.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Mr. President. And before I get to my closing remarks, I want to first bring the microphone closer to my mouth, and secondly, address a couple of the comments that were said. First, we are not cutting the state grant program. We are making the largest investment in nearly 20 years with a $45 million increase. So I want to make that clear. We are not cutting anything from the state grant program. Number two, we had a few senators speak about the challenges we faced with declining enrollment. And I agree with our senators. A few senators asked, why is it that we're increasing funding when nothing has changed and we're serving fewer students? And to that, I would say that as the chair of higher education, I wanted to work with all of my colleagues to make sure that we weren't making the same mistakes as we have been budget cycle after budget cycle. Because clearly what we have been doing has not been working. And with these historic investments, not just to turn the enrollment around, we're hoping to prevent students from dropping out. Because we know that investing in their basic needs, such as food insecurity, such as housing, such as wraparound services, that they're more likely to stay in school. And I know we might have some colleagues that say they haven't seen students that have gone hungry, but I've spoken to them, and I've seen them, and they are real. And this bill addresses that issue. And to the issue about tuition freeze versus tuition free, what we know is that a tuition freeze does not provide the relief that we think it'll intend to do. It does not reduce tuition. It caps it. It keeps it at where it's at. And what we know is that tuition right now is unaffordable for students. Our colleges and campuses are not accessible to students right now because of the cost. That is the reality. So if you put to a student the option of going to school tuition free or tuition freeze, I think we all know what the answer would be. We're not going to have kids saying like, hey, Timmy, tuition's capped, let's go to school now. That's not going to happen. But we're promising that for students that are coming from a family that make $80,000 or less, we're promising them that they're able to go to school for free. We'll cover the costs, we'll cover the total cost of attendance. What we know is that out of the tens of thousands of students that attend our colleges, roughly 30,000 of them come from families that make $40,000 or less. So these are the students that need the most help. And with that, I'll go to my closing remarks, Mr. President. I first want to start by thanking the members of the Higher Education Committee, especially Vice Chair Putnam, who has helped me so much and who's a dear friend of mine. Senator Duckworth, the Minority Lead, thank you so much for all the work you've done in your partnership in this. I want to thank Senator Murphy, Senator Verbieten, Senator Kupek, Senator Rarick, and Senator Farnsworth. All of you have contributed immensely to this committee and helped make this bill what it is today. And although there may be some disagreements from different members, I'm proud of the work that we were able to do together. I also want to thank our staff who's worked tirelessly this entire session to assist our work. Committee Administrator Sam Parmakar, thank you so much for all that you've done in this committee, guiding me, educating me, telling me when I'm wrong. All that has helped so much. Legislative Assistant Chris Meyer, who's also here, our counsel Joan White, our fiscal analyst Eric Olson, our partisan researchers Haley Bloom-Peterson and Ed Cook, and also our pages Sam and Kaylee. I appreciated the work that you've done this year. Thank you so much. And this budget is a result of all of your hard work and the many hours that you've devoted to this committee. Your work and your partnership has been invaluable. There are a lot of things in this bill that I'm extremely proud of. The increases to living expenses in the state grant program recognizes that our students can only succeed when their needs are met and have a better quality of life. Similarly, making menstrual products available to students on campus demonstrates the awareness that we want our students focusing on the classroom and activities and not on affording basic day necessities and self-care. Funding to American Indian scholars and our tribal colleges helps us begin to close a long-standing education equity gap for our indigenous community. I'm also happy to see the amount of funding we're able to provide for the University of Minnesota and the Minnesota State Colleges and Universities. The U of M will remain one of the best liberal arts and research institutions in America. And the Minnesota state system provides education to more than 300,000 students on more than 50 campuses statewide. These students are, a lot of these students are students of color and come from low-income backgrounds. Minnesota state institutions are an essential part of the economic and social fabric of rural and greater Minnesota. And investing in these campuses and investing in those communities are important to all of us. So passing this bill will benefit the people in all of our counties, all of our communities, such as Winona, Bemidji, Owatonna, Moorhead, and Minneapolis. The cornerstone of this budget is in the Minnesota Commitment to Higher Education Act. This historic legislation will forever change the way we view higher education and the way we deliver access to higher education in Minnesota. And it is an echo of the many voices we've heard in our committee who have contributed to this discussion this year. We heard from faculty members and administrators about the issues that they're facing. We heard from, importantly, students about economic barriers to higher education, the burden of the cost of living while they're in school, and the student loans that they accrue when they graduate. Student groups came together and advocated for themselves and their priorities. And that unprecedented effort by them deserves an unprecedented commitment from the state. The Commitment to Higher Education Act promises tuition-free college to all Minnesotans with who come from a household income of $80,000 or less. And creating a pathway to a college degree for these students will change their lives and the lives of their families for generations to come. Our mission with this committee broadly, and the Commitment to Higher Education Act especially, is to make progress on 3 overlapping issues, each of which is rapidly devolving into a crisis. And that first issue is equity. Minnesota has persistent and shameful race-based disparities in higher education attainment, and much of those equity gaps can be blamed directly on economic disadvantage. BIPOC students struggle disproportionately to afford tuition, rent, and the cost of living. They are more likely to drop out, citing financial pressure. If they do graduate, they are saddled with far higher levels of student loan debt that will haunt them for decades. And this bill opens the door to a college degree to historically disadvantaged communities and begins to level the playing field for all Minnesotans. Second, enrollments. Colleges and universities have seen declining enrollment for years, a problem that has been made worse during the pandemic. For many schools, the drop in tuition revenue has shifted from a difficult discussion about budget cuts to a serious discussion and considerations of closing campuses altogether. If we do not do more to get more Minnesotans enrolled in our schools and in our institutions, we risk losing them. That is the reality. Reversing the decline in enrollment will fix the college bottom lines, while empowering students in those schools represents a new and essential investment in higher education after decades of dwindling state support. Lastly, workforce. Governor Walz and the business community have warned of an imminent workforce shortage, with too few highly skilled Minnesotans available to take on the challenging jobs of the future. These will be good paying and stable jobs for Minnesotans in fields like medicine, education, technology, healthcare, and innovation. We want every working age Minnesotan to be ready to fill these jobs and have the ability to do so. Now think of the 30,000 low-income Minnesotans who will benefit from free tuition. This bill ensures that educational and economic opportunities will be available for all students and all people, regardless of their background, age, wealth, or family history. Students in college are challenged with difficult subjects and ask us to solve these complex problems. These students are expected to listen closely, take notes, and learn new things in college. And we owe it to them to do the same here at the Capitol. So let's take what we have, let's take what we have learned from them this session and work together to pass this test. So thank you, members, and I urge a green vote to support this bill. Thank you.
The Secretary will take the roll on final passage of the bill. Please vote, members. Senator Morrison, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzig votes aye.
Senator Dietzig votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
And Mr. President, Senator Pappas votes aye.
And Senator Pappas votes aye. Senator Jasinski, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Lang votes no.
Senator Lang votes no.
Senator Liskey votes no.
Senator Liskey votes no.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Miller votes no.
And Senator Miller votes no. All senators having, I'm sorry. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There have been 36 ayes and 31 noes. The bill is passed and its title agreed to. Members, we are still under special orders. We are now at number 167 on general orders. That would be Senate file number 2935, Hoffman Omnibus Human Services Appropriations Bill. Senator Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have Senate File 2934 before you today. And before I get into my 55 minutes of conversations, I wanted to make sure that I want to thank folks that have been part of this conversation from the beginning. And Mr. Chair, I want to make sure that we highlight our Human Services Committee. Our Vice Chair, Omar Fateh, Senator Fateh, a ranking minority member, Senator Abler, Senator Mann, Senator May Quaid, Senator Rasmussen, Senator Wickland, Senator Matthews, Senator Mitchell, and Senator Utke. And what we started to do at the beginning of the year, Mr. President, was to really get to the why we do human services in the state of Minnesota. And if you look at it, Mr. President, there's 1 in 4 people that live with a disability in Minnesota. And for the first time in the history of Minnesota, you have 1.3 million people 65 and older. 1.3 million. You have more people that are 65 and older in the state of Minnesota than you do in K-12 education. But I wanted to just go down the list and thank the staff who invested so much time into making this bill even possible. And with that, Commissioner Harpstead, you have a team behind you, and you need to be aware of the work that they do. Elise Bailey, thank you. Matthew Burdick, Christy Grom, Maichi Mua, Nicole Stockert, Peter Butler, Carrie Erber, Carrie Briones, Ann Bobst, and Anna Ashby, as well as Fartun Ahmed, Autumn Baum, Ari Didion, and Chris Zempel. Your knowledge and expertise in the manner of topics that we deal with, as well as the advocacy, is deeply appreciated. Without you, Commissioner, and your staff, we would be lost in the process, so I want to thank you for helping us every step of the way. Mr. President, from our Senate Council Research and Fiscal Analysis staff, we have Leah Monahan, whose language and edits form the core of this bill. Thank you, Mr. Monahan, for your depth of knowledge in so many areas of human services and the care you treat your words with that you put to paper. Lindsay Bungard, the drafting support specialist who was critical in providing the language you see before you today, Mr. President, as well. Just because somebody isn't at a committee desk doesn't mean they're not absolutely integral to the work that we do. Mr. President, Kyle Raymond, whom without we could never even have a clean spreadsheet that is on target
So to the good senator from Falcon Heights, this is a target. We're on target, and that we have our priorities so well organized. Mr. President, Dennis Albrecht, whose mentorship and knowledge of the process that he's graciously shared this session has made the entire experience that much easier and even enjoyable as we proceeded from targets to now. These people have been incredibly responsive and have gone above and beyond the work and is nothing less than exceptional. Working with you this year has been true honor and a joy. And I want you to not forget that the amendments that you see in front of you is our own Anoka Tornado, Melissa Mapes. And from that, I want to say thank you for making sure that all the work is there in front of you. And from my office, my interns, Hunter Sanders, Emily Ernst, and Noel Jacobson, who have been taking so much to keep our operation running smooth and always with a smile. The passion they have and the curiosity about the process and topics have brightened this office and made what we do possible. David Zach, my committee legislative assistant this year, who has gone above and beyond to ensure meetings are kept, our files are clean, and that I make it to all my hearings. This is your first session, David, and you function as an absolute pro and have proven yourself the most important person to office operations. Wanted to let you know how valuable that is every day, and that fact that you're willing to take on what is needed to get done and learn anything new to make it easier next time. Thank you, David. To Kevin Parker, my committee administrator, he forgets more in a day on human services than I'll ever have in my memory bank. And this is on you, Kevin. Last year, the bill that you helped put together was Senate File 6, and Senator Abler pulled you in because of your knowledge bank, and that Senate File 6 is Senate File 7, which is now the Senate file that we're looking at in front of us. And that would not have passed last year, and it did last year, 61-5. Kevin, you are a huge help on that. And so I just want to go over a few of the spending provisions of this bill. As the Omnibus Finance Bill, it is the Human Services Committee. It's more than just a spreadsheet. I wanted to highlight some of the key expenditures. There are really 10 key expenditures that delve into the world of human services. And the first one, Mr. President, is a full phase-in of elderly waivered and homemaker rates and inflationary adjustment. The language and the money is in the bill, and that extends and updates our elderly waiver rate framework to disability homemaker services, and it fully phases it in. The second one is the intermediate care facilities, developmental disabilities increase and a rate floor increase to $25 million in the first biennium and $25 million ongoing from there. Mr. President, the third one is the disability waiver rate system framework modifications that we put $111 million into the first 2 years and $280 million ongoing. What that does is it makes changes to automatic adjustments to the disability waiver rate system rate methodologies. That proposal, Mr. President, also updates what is known as the competitive workforce factor, and then every 2 years. And that's based on the Bureau of Labor Statistics Standard Occupational Classification. Current law right now has the CWF at 4.7%, and this adjusts it higher and gives it a greater weighted increase of 6.11% across all those disability waiver rates service system settings. The provision impacts services with rates determined by DWRS, and that includes all brain injury, community alternatives for disabled individuals, and disability waivers. The fourth one is the Community First Services Supports Rate Framework. That absolutely increases, and that investment does the retention bonuses and does the paid-off side for the Community First Services and Supports. Home and community-based services provider is the fifth one, and that really gets into the elderly waiver rate increases, the alternative care increases, and the essential community supports increases, which programs fund home and community-based services for people 65 and older who are on medical assistance and require the level of care provided in a nursing home but choose to live in the community. The sixth one, Mr. President, is our brain injury and our communities for alternative disability individuals customized living rate increases. That adjusts those waiver customized living phase-ins to 21% of a new rate method, and that's effective. That was in 2017. That increases rates for customized living services paid through those disability waivers that I just talked about previously. The seventh one that we talk about is the rate increase for home care services. We talk about wanting to provide services in the home versus somebody in an institutional care setting. And Mr. President, we put money in there. The eighth one is one of my favorite. And I mean that from lived experience and the fact that when you look at it, the medical assistance for employed people with disabilities, Senator May Quaid has taken the lead on that one. That fully takes care of the asset limit elimination on that, Mr. President, and it's about time. And Senator May Quaid will talk about that, as well as the parental fee that we took care of as well. We have another one. It's the nursing facilities rate increase, not just the value-based reimbursement program, but we as the Senate took a position to put $74 million in 24 and 25 and $47.4 million ongoing, specifically that would give nursing facilities a rate increase. That's number 9. Number 10 is we established a Live Well at Home grants. Thanks to Senator Fateh and Senator Nelson, this Live Well at Home grants support older Minnesotans' desire to live at home through the home and community-based services that are provided in the first part that I told you about. And why that's important, we'll discuss later on, is when you look at the fact that you have many people that are in our hospitals, and I'll give you the actual numbers later on, Mr. President. We want folks receiving services at home. It's a natural environment. That's where they should be, right? And so, as you can see, just on the 10 highlights that I've given you, we've done our best to support the entire continuum of care, from living independently with proper supports to those with the highest needs. We wanted to ensure as many people as possible, Mr. President, had the care they needed where they wanted it and need it.
Senator Abler.
Thank you, Mr. President, members, and thank you, Senator Hoffman, for that really good start. And I just want to, and I'll talk a little bit about the bill, but I want to just talk a little bit about how proud I am to be part of this effort in this committee. We discussed many things on this floor and in this body, Mr. President. I think the cohort of individuals in the turf we're going to be discussing today is amongst the people with some of the greatest needs and certainly some of the most unexpected challenges that have come upon them, in many cases just because they appeared that way on Earth, or they suffered a traumatic injury, or just here they are. And you know, and so there's maybe pushing 200,000 individuals, maybe not quite that many, that are covered by this legislation, by the areas that we serve. And it is no small task. And as a member who's been privileged to serve here now in my 24th year, I sat in the back row of these committees thinking, oh, if I could just run the place, that'd be like so great and so easy, and what are they thinking? And then I had the privilege to serve for 6 years in the Senate, which was one of my highest honors of my life. Realized how indeed hard it is. And then circumstances changed, and in the way that a conductor of an orchestra may have to step down and give the orchestra back to their first violin player. Senator Hoffman has risen to the occasion and been admirable in his devotion, his dedication, his diligence and perseverance. And it is actually, I've seen him wear it well, but I've also seen it wear on him out of concern for the people that we serve and what could happen. And Mr. President and members, in our arena, if things don't go right, people do in fact die. We all die someday, but these are premature and often unexpected. Last year we spent a good deal of time talking about substance use, and a fellow named Jake, who we met in one of the hearings, who after being through a number of treatments, somebody gave him a blue pill and he in fact died. We met him as a surprise member of one of our hearings where his mom came and talked about that, and we were devoted as a Senate to say, no, we can't say never more, because unfortunately the drugs and substances are that prevalent and that dangerous, but we said, let's have less. Let's have less of these. This year we met a man named Dennis Pruth-Hero, who was one of our clients, And he was enjoying some services in his home, but was unable to get services he needed, and so he wound up requiring an amputation of his legs. And as that transpired and he was getting some services but not enough, he couldn't get out of his chair. He sat in his chair and he died because he could not get services. And that is and then we have people across the state, seniors, will be talking about them, I suppose, who thousands and thousands of them are now unable to get care in nursing homes and even in assisted livings in some cases. And it weighs heavily on Senator Hoffman and on me and on the members of our committee, and frankly, Mr. President, upon all of us. This bill is a big deal. And it's with a fair amount of good craftsmanship that Senator Hoffman and his team, and with my help a little bit, have put together a package that I think will address many of the issues. It does not, however, solve all those, Mr. President. And I do want to just take a moment, as politely as I can, to chide the governor, and not you yourself, Mr. President, who are part of the negotiations, but there is the number and the needs are probably about $400 million light to fully serve, especially the nursing home population, which is in dire straits. And it's just unfortunate that given all the money that's available to this group to spend, that with $17.4 billion, that we are unable to address those needs. I still will, however, celebrate the fact that we are addressing some of those needs. And so, just to point out two highlights here, I was just remembering back when I took over the committee back in 2011. I didn't sleep for a while, and I don't think Senator Hoffman has slept well either thinking about this, and I admire him for that too. I just wanted to get that part out of the way. There are many, COVID has been very rough, and in the autism community in particular for the young children, there's a program called EIDBI, which early intervention programming, which was meant to be serving at least 4,000 kids and more, and they're down to 2,000 and less. And many of them are unable to stay functioning because of the rates that we pay. There is some funding in here that will help keep them open. And Mr. President, you got to celebrate the victories you can get in this arena because there are just so many challenges and they're so prevalent. And then last year, if you remember, we set up a sub-cabinet with the help of the governor to work on substance abuse, and Mr. Drucker has taken that over, and I think he'll perform admirably. There's much more to be said. There's some amendments coming and more dialogue, but members, when you sit in this, you look at this bill and look at the effort that's gone behind it, I hope when we get done that we as a Senate can say we care about these people. Even though it's surprisingly $2.85 billion doesn't go as far as you like, I hope we see this as a good start and willing to get behind this piece of legislation and carry it forward to serve the people in Minnesota who desperately need our care. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Fateh.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to first start off by thanking our committee members for our discussions in this Committee in Human Services this year. I want to thank Senator Hoffman for allowing me to lead in the small provider space. I want to thank Senator Abler also for championing those causes and working with me, and also allowing me to do the same when he was the chair the past 2 years. So thank you so much. Our state has a large number of BIPOC small BIPOC providers. This provider community serves mostly BIPOC adults with complex mental health needs, and many of whom are homeless and housing insecure. They absolutely rely on these services and the support of the staff who support them. BIPOC Minnesotans who are providers, workers, or clients involved in DHS programs face unique challenges. Since 2021, we have worked with the Department and Senate Human Services Committee to address some of these challenges, and to date, this bill represents the most significant strides in policy and funding for our BIPOC community. Specifically, this bill addresses policies around settings, licensure, and service delivery models disproportionately used by BIPOC communities. It also includes rate increases for all service models most utilized by BIPOC Minnesotans. I'm looking forward to seeing this bill finalized and passed, and to continue the work and to continue to work with DHS and counties to ensure we are caring for our neighbors with support needs, and that everyone involved in the system is paid fairly for their work. So thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I want to start by thanking all of the Minnesotans who came to our committee this year to share their stories. You warmed our hearts and sometimes left tears in our eyes for the self-advocates who talked about their challenges and triumphs dealing with human services in our system here in our state. To the parents, we saw the love that you have for your children and for your families and how you would do anything for them. And to the providers, your dedication left us inspired and shaped a lot of the work that you see in this bill here today. I just wanted to touch on a few of pieces of the bill that I think will be particularly impactful to Minnesotans and the constituents that I represent. One that might not get a lot of attention is for direct care and treatment. This bill funds moving to an electronic medical record system. Even though DCT is one of the largest healthcare providers in the state by their scale, they still do everything on paper documents. This will allow better care for the clients. It will also help ease burden on providers with this system up and running. Additionally, because of how our human services system is administered in the states, counties are very important partners to the work that we do. One issue that had been brought up in a bill that Senator McQuaid worked on was liability for civil commitment onto our counties. Some of the counties that I represent, a single case while a civilly committed person was on a waiting list to get into St. Peter could cost the county hundreds of thousands of dollars. And Mr. President, members, to put that in perspective, one of the counties that I represent has a population of about 3,200 people. One of these cases could wipe out their entire human services budget. And so we, as a state, make a commitment that if we can't find a spot for someone who's civilly committed, that we will help the counties pay part of that cost. This last year, when I was out on the campaign trail and had the chance to talk to families about some of the most important issues that were facing them, I was frankly surprised at how often I would hear it was a family member facing addiction or mental health issues. And virtually every family has been touched by substance use disorder or other behavioral health issues. And just for West Central Minnesota and Central Minnesota, I know that this bill before the body will increase substance use disorder beds by about 164 beds. This is critical to providing access to care where people live and where they have support systems in place. And I'm excited to see the impact that this has on my constituents and their families. Another portion of the bill that I'm excited about is the supported decision-making grants. One thing that we oftentimes talked about in committee was how can we help Minnesotans with disabilities live independent lives? And supported decision-making is an alternative to more restrictive guardianships or conservatorships, and will allow individuals with diminished decision-making capabilities to be able to allow them to make more decisions while also protecting them and their interests. And so I just want to end, Mr. President, by thanking Senator Hoffman and Senator Abler for their leadership on this committee. I wouldn't actually describe it as bipartisan work, but nonpartisan work. Every day we had Minnesotans coming from across the state to share their stories and to talk about potential solutions that they saw. And through Senator Abler and Senator Hoffman's leadership, I think the bill before the body helps address many of those needs that are out there. So thank you, Mr. President.
Senator McQuaid.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I'm really, really grateful to have served on the Human Services Committee, and I want to thank Senator Hoffman and the rest of the members of the committee for the incredibly hard work that we put in. The stories that we heard were harrowing, but also, I mean, some of the most incredible work that this legislature has done happened in this committee. And I said this when we passed our bill out of committee, that I wish people paid as much attention to the deeply important, but maybe boring because it wasn't, there wasn't conflict injected into it, work that we did in the committee, because it matters. Two pieces that are so important to me is the elimination of the MAEPD or the reform of MAEPD, which is the Medical Assistance for Employed Persons with Disabilities. This program has existed for over 20 years, but we've essentially created a tax on disability. People who are on MAEPD are paying taxes, and they're paying for other insurance like Medicare or private insurance, and then when they want to access medical assistance, when they want the supports and the services through medical assistance, they have this one avenue, and we charge them to access it. And so in this bill, we eliminate the asset limit that force people with disabilities to live in poverty. We don't allow them to accrue money, savings, houses, to buy vans for accessibility. We expand eligibility for Medicare savings programs to all recipients who are dual eligible for MA and Medicare. And it ensures that those who have been disenrolled due to the high premiums can re-enroll without penalty. The testifiers in committee were so incredible, talking about the important work that they do and the important services that they receive on MA, and how this program, though it has offered a pathway to people to work, has forced them to live in poverty. And we get to eliminate that disability tax with this bill. We also get to eliminate the parental fees. The Tax Equity and Fiscal Responsibility Act, I'm going to put that in quote, or TEFRA, it was to provide a pathway to medical assistance for families who have children with disabilities that require a high level of support, and they don't qualify based on income alone. But these parental fees were so high, that many families whose children met the high threshold often would forego the programs, cash out 401ks, quit their jobs, sell their cars. These fees were driving families with children with disabilities into poverty. And I'm just going to read two quotes here, and I have an incredible constituent who has been an advocate for this for so long, and I want to thank her and all of the parents who have come back to the Capitol and the legislature over and over and over again to tell their stories. We used to be a 2-income family, but I quit my job because it didn't make sense for me to keep working when most of my check went straight to TEFRA. How does the state win when parents leave the workforce? My family paid over $18,000 a year in order to access TEFRA, and that is on top of what we pay for private health insurance. The disability tax is real. With this bill, it is no more. And I'm so incredibly grateful that these provisions have been included in this bill, that we have done this work, because we have made disability justice a high priority in this chamber, and I'm so, so proud of the work we have done. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. President. And as you can tell, I just wanted to highlight what Senator Rasmussen had said, and thank you, members from the committee, for your conversations and your commitment. There was a former state senator who became a congressman in Minnesota, and they called him the Rammer, Jim Ramstad, and he used to tell me, John, when you're talking about health and human services or education, and you got to leave your ego in the hallway, and it's really about the matter at hand, and it should be pragmatic, should be common sense, and it should be nonpartisan. So I appreciate the tenor that we had this session as we looked at. These are hard discussions, and I could sit up here and I could rail about the fact we didn't get enough money, which I say we don't get enough money, but I'm not going to do that. I'm going to talk about the fact that we worked collaboratively as a nonpartisan committee to get some work done. So with that, Mr. President, I want to give you the A42 amendment.
Senator Hoffman offers the A42 amendment. The Secretary will report the A42 amendment.
Senator Hoffman moves to amend Senate File Number 2934 as follows. Page 44, line 4, delete the second the. This is the A42 amendment.
Senator Hoffman to your A42 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. And this is really, when you put together a 200-page bill, which I have to tell you, it is not an easy task, but it's less than what we did last year. And so this is a technical fix. What this does is it basically moves one section down to another section and then makes a change, an error change on there. So it's a technical fix, Mr. Chair, Mr. President, and I would hope that members say yes to the technical fix.
Any other discussion on the A42 amendment? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The A42 amendment is adopted. Any further amendments for Senate File 2934? Senator Jaheim.
Well, thank you, Mr. President.
Dames, I'm sorry. Senator Dames.
You're close.
Senator Dane, my good friend. Senator
Well, thank you,
Dane.
Mr. President. And I just wanted to rise and talk a little about the bill. First of all, I want to thank Senator Hoffman and his teammates and Senator Abler and the Republicans on the committee for the work they've done. There's a lot of good pieces in this bill, folks. But I wish I wasn't up here talking today, because if I wasn't up here talking today, some of our wishes would have been, some of our prayers and wishes would have been answered. Folks, we have a problem. We have nursing homes in rural Minnesota and nursing homes in the Twin Cities, and I can't speak that much on the Twin City nursing homes, but I most certainly can on the rural nursing homes. And these folks are closing. And it's not just one here and one there. It's kind of a consistent program. And what happens when this nursing home closes, or these nursing homes close, is it's one less place for the elderly to go in their final days to have nursing home care. So what really happens is those local hospitals end up with these folks in the hospital versus in a nursing home. And that is much costlier to the state than it would be if these people were where they should be in a nursing home. There are several reasons that this is happening. One of the biggest reasons is, and we hear this when we talk to anybody on the street, if they own a business or whatever it is, we always talk and always hear about there's such a workforce shortage, and there truly is. But the difference is many of these places where there's a workforce shortage, you have ways of competing in order to get employees. In a nursing home, that door is closed because you don't have ways to compete, because you can't pay a salary that's high enough to attract people, much less alone compete to bring them in for another industry. So what we see happening is we see a lot of these employees that have been in the business for many, many years, and they just get wore down. They just get frustrated because there's too much to do, working double shifts and things like that, and then a job comes up and they decide it's time to change careers. So these folks change careers. So now if the nursing home is fortunate enough that they can hire another person, they have to train them. And about the time they get them trained, somebody else will come along and they'll pick that person up. And so we have an open door, and we have a lot of training going on that's very costly. Some of the other issues we have is we have a lot of these folks that, like I say, they've kind of gotten overworked, they've kind of left the system, and it's hard to get new people interested in these positions. So we have nursing homes that aren't closed, but they have beds that they can't put people in because they just don't have the staff to do it. And unfortunately, so much of the problem falls right back in our laps. We're the ones that are not correcting the problem. It's kind of sad to stand here and say we had a $17.5 billion budget surplus, but you know what? Nursing homes, we couldn't help you this year. We helped you some, but we really couldn't help you to get the problem solved. And I think that's a pretty sad day, and I think that we should really be rethinking what we're doing here and why we're doing it. When we take a look at the amount of money, my estimation is about $120-some million we put into nursing homes this year. We talked about this in finance, and the comment was made by one of the members, when you guys are in the majority, what did you do about it? I just left that go because I thought there was a better time to discuss it. But you know, I want to tell you what we did about it. If you folks were here last year, you remember we had nearly $1 billion. Not only to go to nursing homes, it was for nursing homes, assisted living, and homes for the disabled. That was a bipartisan bill that passed off of this floor. The DFL House and the governor didn't want any part of it. So to the person who made that comment the other day, my friend, it wasn't the Republicans, and it wasn't you, but it was some of your colleagues, and hopefully you can visit with those folks and get them to understand how dire this issue really is. Of all the issues we've had and all the issues we have, the one that gets the most attention in my emails and in my phone calls is the situation with nursing homes. And these people aren't calling because they need somebody to talk to and somebody to give hell. No, that's not what's happening. They're calling because they see that they can hear the key in the door being closed and they don't know what to do about it. And we're the effort in the last place that we could stop that. But we're not doing it. And I ask you, why are we not doing it? We have the money, folks. We had $17.5 billion. If you have been paying attention and listening to some of the things we spent money on, we ought to be ashamed of ourselves. Why is it that the people that helped get us to where we're at today are the people we're saying to, you know what, you're elderly, we think you've lived your time, and sorry, we can't help you? No, that's not a good enough answer. We're here today because of a lot of those people. And you got to remember, those folks worked hard. They just outlived their money. And I can tell you, there are many of you sitting on this floor today that will outlive your money. That is not uncommon, and it's going to continue to happen. We need to do something about it, and we're not doing that. We need to get serious about this, folks. We can't keep losing nursing homes and having them close the doors. Where are these people going to go for care? Are we going to take care of them as their children? Are we going to take care of them? These people are very important. Their parents, their aunts and uncles, their grandparents, and they've served us, and they've done a good job of getting us to where we're at. So members, we need to get serious about that. We need to put some money into this program, and we need to do something. So, Mr. President, I'd like to offer the A45 amendment.
Senator Dames offers the A45 amendment. The Secretary will report the A45 amendment.
Senator Dames moves to amend Senate File Number 2934 as follows. Page 2, after line 5, insert. This is the A45 amendment.
Senator Dames, to your A45 amendment.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. The A45 amendment, the base of this amendment was in the bill, and then it was taken out. But I think it's a pretty important amendment, and I think it's an opportunity for us to help these nursing homes out. And this will not throw this bill out of whack on the budget side of it. What this amendment does is that it creates a long-term care access fund. And following each forecast, MMB would be required to calculate the difference between the most recent general fund appropriation for long-term care facilities and waivers and the projected expenditures in those programs. Any amount greater than zero would be contributed to the fund. The money from this fund could only be used for long-term care services and support. The proposal would help ensure that the legislature could adequately fund our nursing homes and services for our seniors. Additionally, it would ensure that the money the legislature intends to be spent on seniors would go to the support of our seniors. And that would be the amendment, Mr. Chair, or Mr. President. I'd stand for questions.
Senator Housley. I'm sorry. Senator Hoffman.
You can go to the, Mr. President, thank you. I was just going to stand up and this was the exact, there are 3 versions of this, Mr. President, and the good senator from the western part of Minnesota, Senator Dames, is spot on about the need that we have, and he's spot on about a couple of things. The $1 billion that was passed last year in this body, the Senate, right? If you tie that into, let's take a look at what our current target is over the 4-year period. It's $2.8 billion, right, Mr. President? So you think about this. I'll tell you this. the Department of Human Services in the state of Minnesota, we had an underspending, right? Here's where this piece comes in, and this is why language like this absolutely is something that we need to sit at the table. MMB needs to come to the table. People need to come to the table because of a comment I made at Finance, and I want to reiterate that comment here, Mr. President, that when you're taking underfunding, in the Department of Human Services, we specifically know $1.125 billion is underspent. That means it was already budgeted to go pay for X. But because X didn't happen, instead of that money staying in the Department of Human Services, who desperately needs it, right? Some of the things that we're behind on, like 245D licensing, should be done in 60 days. Unfortunately, some people are waiting up to 14 months. It's nobody's fault but the system fault, right, Mr. President? And you say to yourself, okay, how could we do this? Let's get some dedicated funding that's going to be, if we budgeted for it, why should it go to the general fund? It goes to the general fund, and then it becomes up for grabs. This is something that we had put together in our committee, and we all got behind it. Couple of things. It doesn't work because of the fact, it should work, but it doesn't work in this conversation. But what I appreciate Senator Dames doing is bringing this once again, the spotlight on, because when you really look at the underspending that occurred, plus the federal FMAP, it's $1.825 billion. Add that to the $1 billion that this body passed last year unanimously, 61-4, I believe. Might have been 61-5, but who's counting when you get 61 votes, right? The fact is, you're really saying, okay, I'm going to give you your underspent money from last year, and I'm only going to give you $1 billion of that surplus that was sitting there. To me, that's not equitable and that's not fair. But in this case, I'm grateful that we have the $2.8 billion to be able to spend in these buckets, Mr. President. And I think one of the things we should continue on this conversation is this needs to be topical discussion. There are 3 other ways to do this. We need to support the Department of Human Services because they need this help, right? And I'm sick and tired of people balancing the checkbook on the backs of people with disabilities and our elderly in the state of Minnesota. Something has to change. Thank you, Senator Dames, for bringing this up. I cannot accept this amendment, Mr. President, because of the conversation going forward at the time. So, members, if we come up to a vote, I begrudgingly say please vote no.
Senator Housley.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Senator Dames, you were spot on. It is a sad day. It's a sad day for all of our Minnesota seniors. It's a sad day for our nursing homes. And you're correct. We did fund $1 billion to help our nursing homes and our seniors last year, but the Democrats in the House and the governor didn't want to do it, and now that is spilled right over here to the Minnesota Senate. So where are the Democrats' priorities this year? And it's obviously not with our seniors. Being the chair of the Aging and Long-Term Care Committee, which was the first thing that got eliminated this year when the Democrats took the majority, it breaks my heart to see seniors having the doors closed in their nursing homes. I'll go to the numbers right now. Minnesota nursing homes are in a crisis situation. Every month, 11,000 seniors are denied access to assisted living and nursing home settings. 15 counties in Minnesota have only 1 nursing home. 2,600 beds have already been taken out of service since 2020. 2,600 seniors had to be told they had to leave their current nursing home. 16 nursing homes have closed outright since 2020. 2,000 hospitals denied discharges or delayed discharges in December. 2,000 discharges, hospital discharges, had no place to go. And 2 closures of nursing homes was just announced in the last 30 days. Those are the numbers, and this bill doesn't do enough to fix that. So Senator Dames' bill would, or amendment would. And again, what are the priorities? We had $2 billion jobs bill the other day, good projects, but is it more important than our seniors? A $1 billion legacy bill, $2 billion set aside for a cash bonding bill, yet not enough for our seniors in our nursing homes. There are nearly 20,000 open positions in long-term care in Minnesota right now. With an average starting wage of $17 per hour, senior care settings are losing talented caregivers for jobs with less stress, better hours, higher pay, Arby's, McDonald's, Home Depot, Lowe's. The skilled professionals who care for our seniors deserve more pay, and the unique funding structure of nursing homes requires that the state provide the funding needed to raise these wages. Value-based reimbursement has done more to raise the nursing home wages more than any other policy in Minnesota, but it was not designed to endure a pandemic. There's nothing in this bill that will recognize our nursing homes are spending their reserves or delaying other capital and building improvements in order to pay for temporary staff pooling, increased food and utilities, or employee payroll. In what other universe or model would we ask someone to float expenses for nearly 2 years, and now we're doing it on the backs of our nursing homes? So the bottom line here is real dollars are needed to support our caregivers. Right now, we have more seniors in the state of Minnesota than we do kids in kindergarten through 12th grade. 1 in every 5 Minnesotans is a senior. Our baby boomers are now seniors. With nearly an $18 billion surplus, $18 billion surplus, and we can't fund our nursing homes and take care of our seniors. Senator Hoffman, I want to thank you for trying. I know you wanted a bigger budget. If you were a Republican, we would have given you a bigger budget, $500 million more. There's still room. Thank you for trying. I just wish that the governor and the Democrats in the House and the Senate would have made this a priority instead of everything else that they've made a priority with their $18 billion. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this amendment. Members, we all know that we have, as Senator Pappas and I used to call it, a silver tsunami. And we are seeing that in our long-term care settings. And I would imagine that many of you are just like me. We have seen what happens when our nursing homes are no longer solvent. And suddenly they become under state receivership. That's a scary thing for Minnesotans, for the families whose loved ones are in those nursing homes that are no longer solvent, and suddenly the state takes over under state receivership. That happened in one of my districts several years ago. I'm glad to say that nursing home has recovered and is still able to care for our seniors. There's another nursing home in another part of my district. It's currently under state receivership. And it's too early to tell at this point if there's going to be a buyer, if there's going to be a way to keep that nursing home open to care for Minnesota seniors. And I want you to think about how you would feel if that was your mom or that was your dad, and suddenly the place where they're getting care, you're not so sure how long that's going to last. And then you think about, well, let's try and get on a waiting list somewhere else. The waiting lists are long. And traditionally, we've had a difficult time funding our nursing homes. We did have $1 billion last year that this body passed, that we were ready and willing and wanted to support our nursing homes. It didn't happen, but our seniors are still waiting. The need is still great. And I believe that a look at the forecast, which we have done for other things, we have listed those items where we said if there's a forecast surplus, then we are going to make sure we have a cash flow account. We're going to make sure that our schools are at the 90-10 level for those cleanup payments. And I think we have satisfied most of those, Mr. President and members. And it's a good way. Taking that forecast, when these items have been met, adding this fifth one is essential. And that is taking the money, the leftover from that forecast meeting all of the budget needs, plus the other 4 already listed forecast grabs. This is what we should do for our long-term care settings. We need to, we must, and this is the way to do it, to make sure that our seniors are going to have those facilities that they need. I'll speak later in the bill about one of the items that Senator Hoffman has included in here, which will help more people remain independent longer. But even with that new provision, members, we have a long list of Minnesota seniors who need care. And it's unconscionable that a state of plenty like we are right now would not look to how we can fund those nursing homes. I encourage a yes vote on this amendment, Mr. President and members.
Senator Limmer, we're on the 845 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm not an expert in this field, and I've been listening carefully, but the one expertise that I've developed is taking care of a family member who's in a nursing home, a very close family member, and I've had to visit nursing homes once or twice a week for the last 2 years. And this particular nursing home is in a rural area because there's no room in a nursing home near the Twin Cities. That was concerning enough, but we in the family made our sacrifice to visit and pay attention to our loved one. Nursing homes are not what they are perceived to be in the advertisements that you see when you bring a loved one to a nursing home. You don't have the full-color brochures that depict an older person who is getting the constant personal care that's depicted in these photographs. Oftentimes, if they're lucky enough to have a private room, they're staring at 4 plain painted walls, especially in some of the older nursing homes that are found in our rural areas. That's the nursing home where one of my relatives are in. That person is 10 years younger than I am. They're not all seniors. I was talking recently and observing the coming and go of staff. Staff comes for a week or 2 and then they're gone. And then I get to see the more traditional staff that's been there burning out with double shifts all the time. And they began to realize that I have this job here, and oftentimes they talk to me, what's going on? How can you help? And so I asked them a few questions, and especially the ones that are on the front line, the nursing assistants. In this particular place, they're paid $15.50 an hour. And they do the grunt work. They do the messy jobs. They lift, they change bedpans, they do the colostomy bags. They do all the stuff that you and I would probably cringe at. And yet when Burger King 20 miles or 30 miles away offers a job for $16 an hour, they leave the job to take that one, probably not realizing that they're going to burn up that distance in gasoline. But nevertheless, it's a relief from the pay that they're getting, and they take that job only to create a vacancy once again in a nursing home. Senator Hoffman, I think, or Mr. President, I don't have a question for Senator Hoffman, but Senator Hoffman and members, we're here for another 5 weeks. We have the time to work on this. We have the time to come to a conclusion that might give a little support to some of these nursing homes that are teetering on whether they survive or not. But the real tragedy is the people that are the patients, the clients in these positions who don't always get the constant, dedicated care that they need right now if we don't adequately fund this catastrophe that we're living in. In a time when we have $18+ billion surplus, we should be able to cure this problem. With all the money that we have coming into the state, that we have into the coffers right now, we should be able to squeeze a little bit here and there to make that system work and work well. It would be tragic for us to not address this. Senator Dames, I think you're on the right path, but my perspective is from one who's visiting nursing homes and visiting a loved one in a nursing home, and I asked the question, what happens if? What happens if that nursing home has to close down? And I was told, well, guess families are going to have to take over. Well, this particular client requires constant, intense nursing care. I don't know how our family can do that. And I'm not the only person that's in that situation. Many, many are. I would imagine thousands are. For us not to address this issue would truly be tragic. And there's got to be a way how we can put down some of our subtle differences and fix this problem. We have 5 weeks left. And if it means laying this bill on the table to go back to the drawing board, let's do that. But to ignore the plight of those that are in a nursing home, I think would be totally irresponsible for us to do at this time. Thank you.
Senator Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, I would like to request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted.
Second, very similar provision to this did come when we were sitting in Human Services. As this was my first year looking at a budget, and it was not the type of provision I had seen before, I asked a lot of questions to nonpartisan counsel, to the Minnesota MMB, the budget people, and this is not the way to do this. I am exceptionally empathetic toward disability services. Some of the foster kids I've worked with use disability services. I've had grandparents in a nursing home. I'm about to do that with probably my stepmother for Alzheimer's within the next year. I am empathetic to this. I also think that it's wonderful that above the bottom line, we have an additional $1.3 billion that is being infused. But we do have other projects that are critical. We have our roads. We don't want bridge collapses anymore. I have veterans bills. I could have used a little extra money for PTSD. Even in a surplus, the money only goes so far. But to this provision, the way it was explained to me with grave concern is if you look at the amendment, this puts this above even our budget reserve. And as explained to me, first by the budget office, this does a couple things. This access fund is hard to predict how much money it needs. So then the budget office will have a harder time setting the budget and anything that goes under it, because now you've taken what were line item 1 and 2 were predictable amounts, and you've put an unpredictable amount right in there. Number 2, you have put this above the budget reserve.
which means someday Minnesota is going to hit a lean year again. And when you've put an unpredictable cost above it, there might not be enough money to flow into our budget reserve. And our budget reserve is the reason that Minnesota has excellent credit. And if all of a sudden we can't predict if we have a budget reserve, we might not have excellent credit. That could impact the rate at which we get our bonds. And that means the next time your community, like mine had a few years ago, has such polluted water with PFAS that you need an emergency water filtration new plant put in, you might not get the bonding you need. So doing it this way in the budget and hurting all these other projects is not the way to do this. And this isn't a one-time thing. This is going to impact anyone's ability to budget, whether it's the Democrats or Republicans in control. And so, as much as I am as passionate about this issue as everybody else, we can't do it this way. So I would encourage a no vote.
Senator Howell.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Mitchell, you said something that really stirred me when you said, this is a grave concern, because I agree with you. Because without taking care of this priority, these people are going to end up in those graves. And I say that because this doesn't become a priority for you until you actually have to put and find a place for your loved one. This happened to me just last year. And we could not, my mother had a stroke. She needed intensive care that our family couldn't provide. So we went in search of, and of course, the hospital wanted her out of there. She'd stayed long enough. She had advanced as far as they could get her, and now it was time for her to go. They needed that bed. So we searched and searched for a nursing home for my mother. But, just because I had a bed didn't mean they could take her, because they had to be able to provide the services that she required. And so after turn down after turn down after turn down, you start to realize this isn't an easy task. And you want to keep her near someone that can go visit her. But she ended up in a nursing home away from everybody. And in retrospect, it was in a nursing home that I met an ethical dilemma afterwards, trying to figure out if I should file a complaint, because the conditions weren't what I would say, not what I expected. But I didn't file that complaint because I knew that in the end, all those people that were in that nursing home had no place to go. It's not because there's a bed shortage, it's a staffing problem. And it's a staffing problem because we're not paying them enough. And we're not paying them enough because we're not funding it. And with a $17.5 billion surplus, that's not our priority. Give me a break. Rethink your priorities. When it's your loved one laying there and you can't find a decent place to put them, my friends, my colleagues, it becomes a priority. So, members, I agree with Senator Hoffman that this needs to be taken care of. I understand it wasn't the leadership's priority and the governor's priority to put the money where it needs to be in nursing homes. It wasn't in the House priority. It wasn't in the governor's priority, at least. There's some money there, but it isn't enough to take care of the problem. So members, rethink this. With a $17.5 billion surplus and then the tax increases that we're looking at, let's take care of the problem. Let's fund it. Let's put the increases in the wages so we can get the people to work at the nursing homes and fix this crisis, because that's what it is. It's a crisis. And you talk about trying to take care of homeless. That's exactly what these people are going to be if we continue to leave this situation be where it is. You'll have our seniors in need of care being homeless. So members, this might not be the perfect answer, but this amendment goes a long ways to fixing the problem. Thank you, Mr. President. Support this amendment, or at least rethink your priorities and fund it.
Senator Marty.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I think there's a lot of good in this discussion right now because people are talking about all the urgent needs. And I don't want to suggest there's anything less than great urgency in a crisis here. When people can leave serving as in a nursing home or any kind of caregiver, and they can find a far better job at fast food place, far better paying job at a fast food place. And it is a crisis. So I want to just quickly reflect on the fact that so many times people are saying what a huge surplus we have. To me, surplus, look it up in the dictionary, it talks about leftover money. When we're talking about all these needs, I don't think we have a huge surplus. Senator Howe mentioned homelessness. For people who are homeless, it is a crisis. We're trying to do some of that in the housing bill, capital investment bill. We're trying to address some of the housing needs. And Senator Hoffman put together an amazing bill, $1.3 billion this biennium and over $1.5 billion the next one. And it's not enough. And he's been the most persistent and creative advocate for trying to get more for this. And he's got a lot of attention for the needs out there. And I appreciate that. And it is a crisis. And as we all know, when there aren't places for them to go, the hospitals have a backup there. It costs more in the long run. But in Finance Committee, we took off this same amendment, and I agree with Senator Hoffman. It's very good for bringing attention to the issue, and it points out the fact that this bill is a wonderful step forward, but it's not sufficient. But this isn't the way we can budget. It's not the way we can address all the multiple priorities we have, and I'm not saying this isn't the most important priority. I think everybody, when they see a need, that becomes the most urgent priority, but this is a crisis level one, so I appreciate the advocacy on it. But again, this isn't the way we budget, and I urge members to vote against this amendment, and let's keep that commitment. And when we're talking about, oh, well, this is all extra money, this is a surplus, let's give it all back, and all that kind of rhetoric, let's realize that it's people in nursing homes, it's people with disabilities who need help. It's people trying to find childcare. It's people trying to find housing. We got a lot of needs in our state, and to just dismiss it all as we got all this extra money, we don't. We need to spend money on these things, and I thank Senator Hoffman for putting together such a good bill, and I ask you to reject this amendment to it.
Senator Makewaite.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, and you know, folks have spoken very, very well to the mechanism here, but I just want to speak to the fact that not all congregate living is for all Minnesotans, and so I really just want to point out that in this bill, we provide, yes, $120 million for nursing homes, but we focus on care needs and people who use care services, whether they're in nursing homes or in their own homes or in their families' homes. And one of the things I want to say is that one of the hard parts about making policy is that we do it in buckets, right? We have committees with jurisdictions and we pass omnibus bills within those jurisdictions, but it leaves out all the other things that touch on the issues we might be talking about. So I know for my family, the reason that my grandmother had to move into a nursing home is because her children could not cobble together enough paid leave to help her heal from a broken hip. But when we pass paid family medical leave, that will solve part of this caregiving crisis. We increase rates for care services. That will solve some of this crisis. Does this do everything? No, it does not. And I'm glad we're having this conversation, but I want us to make sure that we're not substituting nursing homes for all of the different ways that people need care for our cherished elders. And so this bill is people-centered. It's care-centered, not just one specific place-centered. So I urge people to vote no on this amendment and keep our focus on the people that we are seeking to help, not the place. Thank you.
We're on the A45 amendment. Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd just like to speak in support of the A45 amendment. Senator Dames, thank you for offering this amendment. I think it's an excellent amendment going forward. Should help to do some of the issues, help to solve some of the issues that we're seeing in our communities. I, in particular, have a couple of recent cases where institutions that have been around for many, many decades have finally come to the end of their reserves. They've taken out all the loans that they can, and they don't see any hope. So 2 weeks ago, Crookston Memory Care sent out a press release that said they'll be closing down shortly. And then just last week, before this bill hit, Erskine, Pioneer Senior Living, said that they can no longer make it. And so they are going to be shutting down shortly. And in Erskine, that's where my wife's hometown is. I grew up outside of Erskine there. And there's a kind of a famous lady that lives there, Elma, 105 years old. I think she moved in right after that thing was built. I mean, she's been there forever. Nobody knows if she has any family. They can't find any family that's around anymore. And now she's being asked to leave. And we're trying to find places for her. Well, the other area, nursing homes and long-term care facilities, are in the same position. They can't take anybody. They're understaffed. They can't hire people. So now people like Elma, 105 years old, are in jeopardy of losing housing, and what do we do with them? We talk about empathy. We've heard that from the other side. We have empathy. We're empathetic towards this situation. So that should translate into priority, right? So the priority of the DFL caucus should be taking care of people. What are we doing instead? We're growing government by 30%. We heard about the $17.5 billion surplus. That wasn't enough. That's not enough. It's too small. So Senate DFL and House DFL and the governor overall proposed over $10 billion of tax and fee increases to help cover the budget. Somewhere in that near $30 billion or $27 billion, somewhere in there. Somewhere in that place, there should be enough money to help out the most vulnerable people in this state. That's empathy. And putting that into action is a priority for Senate Republicans. I want to see empathy put into action. That's all we're asking for. It's not a big ask. If $17.5 billion isn't a large surplus, well, this certainly is a minuscule amount of money that we can put towards our nursing homes to ensure that our most vulnerable populations can survive in the towns and homes where they grew up in and want to spend the rest of their lives. This is a great amendment. Folks, support this. Put your empathy on paper, on a vote here today, and let's support our nursing homes. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Gruenhagen.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, I rise in support of the A45 amendment, Senator Dahms. I guess I have to say something for my rural nursing homes. We lost one a little over a year ago in my district, And my mother-in-law is making a use of the nursing home that Senator Limmer referenced. And when we checked her in, I was talking to the person who manages the nursing home, and basically she just said we're hanging on by a thread. It's almost a day by day. And she said many of the same things that are being said here today, that she has a hard time keeping help because of the pay levels, that in some cases there's not enough help and they actually have to leave open beds. And this is at a time, members, and Senator Housley already emphasized this, where in October 2022, more than 11,000 seniors were turned away from nursing homes because they couldn't provide enough staff to ensure quality and safe care. I personally think that's a disgrace, members. These are our most vulnerable. You know, as long as I've served as an elected official, whether on the school board or up here, I've tried to run each issue through a filter. And really the filter's pretty simple. It's need, want, and desire, okay? Is this a need, is it a want, or is it a desire? Well, I'm gonna vote for needs in most cases. But if it's a want and a desire, then we gotta have a conversation, especially where we're not meeting the needs. Now, you know, maybe giving an inflation rider, automatic rider to the agencies probably shouldn't have been done. In fact, we should repeal that and spend that money on the nursing homes instead. Maybe we should shut down the Met Council and the funding we provide for them and mothball the Southwest Light Rail and any other light rail project we got. We probably have plenty of money to meet the needs, okay? Those are wants and desires, okay? Not needs. And yet our most vulnerable are suffering. So, Mr. President, if Senator Hoffman would yield for a question.
Senator Hoffman, will you yield? He will yield for a question. Senator Grudenhagen.
Oh, I couldn't tell whether he said yes or no. But Senator Hoffman, why do you think the governor and the leadership of the DFL doesn't want to place a higher priority on the funding of our nursing homes?
Senator Grudenhagen, we will let him answer, but this is not on the A45, okay? Or the A45, but Senator Hoffman?
That's a cogitatorial question, Mr. President. What do I think? That's my opinion on something. That's kind of hard to put compensatory conversation into that. What do I think? I don't know. I'm not sitting over there. But here's what I do know, Mr. President. This body, the Senate body, invested in this bill, this bipartisan, nonpartisan bill. We did invest in nursing homes above and beyond the value-based reimbursement, $126.4 million. You know what? It's there, but it's not enough. We did invest. We, this body, in this bill, Mr. President, there's $437 million if you look at all the services that are provided under. So I don't know the answer to the question that was thrown from our good friend from Glencoe, Minnesota, but I do know what I do know, and what I do know is this. Our bill is a great Senate position that takes care of elderly and it takes care of folks that need our services.
So, Senator Grudenhagen, I'm going to remind you that we're on the A45. Senator Grudenhagen.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, thank you, Senator Hoffman. If he would yield for one more question.
Will you yield for another question? Senator Grudenhagen.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, Senator Hoffman, how much of that money will it actually affect wages at the nursing home? Do you have any type of response to that?
Senator Grudenhagen, I'm going to remind you again that we're on the A45 amendment, and that's outside of the amendment.
Well,
you can certainly ask him those questions when we're not on the amendment. You can certainly ask then, but we're on the A45 amendment.
Well, the amendment would provide additional funding to raise wages, so my question is, in relationship to not accepting the amendment, how much will the current funding actually raise wages?
Senator Hoffman, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the logic that the good senator from Glencoe raises about it, the proposed amendment, actually, we don't know what that does. All the proposed amendment is saying, Mr. President, is that if there's any money left over from underspending before it goes to the general fund, it's got to come back into some trust that is set up in here, right? I love the idea. Can't support it, so we should vote no on it, right? But it gets this conversation. I'm full of joy right now listening to this body have a conversation, Mr. President, about something that we very rarely heard about during this whole session, right? And even though the statistics are in front of you, the data's in front of you, we know what's in front of you, right? But it's good to have this conversation. But if we just take our bill, and believe me, Mr. Senate President, the bill that we in the Senate, the position that we hold, you're looking at, in addition to the VBR reimbursements, our current bill probably gets $1.25 to $1.50 per hour just on the $126 million. That is above. We need to get more than that. But here's the thing, Mr. President. This gives a Senate position that goes into negotiations to get more. And I'm not going to forget this conversation.
Senator Gruenhagen.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Hoffman. Yeah, here we have a chance, members, with the A45 amendment that Senator Dames offered to give an opportunity, at least, to provide additional funding to the crisis that we're facing in our nursing homes. Again, need, want, and desire. This is a need for our most vulnerable. It's a need for our nursing homes to keep them open at a time where we have the baby boomers retiring at a much higher rate than we did in the past, with longer life expectancies, hopefully. So members, please vote green on this amendment and support Senator Dames' amendment and give our nursing homes at least an opportunity to get some additional funding. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I would like to impose a call to the Senate for the duration of the amendment.
The Senate is under call. Senator Rasmussen. Senator Murphy.
Mr. President, I move that further proceedings under the roll call be dispensed with and that the Sergeant at Arms be instructed to bring in the absent members.
On that motion, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I wanted to talk about a little bit of the mechanism for how this amendment, the A45, will actually put money into the long-term care access fund. There is some discussion on here about how it could potentially threaten Minnesota's credit rating, and I just don't find any fact to that. It's important if you look at page 3.1 of the amendment, and it talks about the contribution amount and how it's determined. Only funds that are less than projected expenditures for long-term care facilities and waiver portions of medical assistance program would be credited to this account. And so only if spending was less than projected would money be transferred into this long-term care access fund. And again, it would only be transferred in if all other obligations of the state have been met and paid for, in addition to our cash flow account reserves that are put out in statute. And so, Mr. President, members, I think this is a prudent amendment for us to adopt here today. I appreciate the creative thinking that has gone into this amendment, where we don't have the resources under this target for human services to meet the needs of long-term care and our nursing homes. This comes down to prioritization. And I think this is a way to strengthen Senator Hoffman's Senate position going into conference, to say that this Senate cares about long-term care and that we want to prioritize it if there is underspending within that budget category. And if this amendment is voted down today, Mr. President, members, I want all of us to think about this as other budget bills are coming forward. And as we're funding other programs and other needs, do those really exceed the needs that our nursing homes and long-term care facilities, which many of which are either closing or on the verge of closing, have? And so I would ask for members' support of the A45.
Senator Weber.
Thank you, Mr. President. On January 8, 2013, I was sworn into office in my first term in the Minnesota Senate in this chamber. I remember the date specifically, not because of that, but because the day before, on January 7th, my mother entered the nursing home in Laverne, where she spent the remaining 3 years and 46 days of her life. In the 3+ years that she was there, I certainly came to learn a lot more about the nursing home enterprise and the people that work there. And I soon learned that there are people there that do jobs that, quite frankly, I would not be capable of doing. They do jobs that many of us in this chamber would not be capable of doing. The only way, Mr. President, that I can be of assistance to them, the only way we can be of assistance to them, is to provide for them the necessary resources that it takes for a decent salary, a decent life. You know, as we go through and consider this situation, I remember a few years after I had been in office, there was a plan, there was additional money to help provide for a solution to the problem, and it did for a while. And yet, as their costs go up, as we continue to, as a state government, to produce new regulations that increase those costs, they now find themselves in a similar problem. In the last couple of years, there have been 2 nursing homes in my Senate district that have closed. Amendment 45 actually provides a long-term solution to the problem that we seem to continually face. Earlier, Mr. President, we heard Senator Hoffman refer to the fact that this was a good plan. In fact, it was an amendment that he had offered, but we could not consider it right now. And I asked the question, why not? If we really want to take care of the problem, we can consider this amendment. We can approve this amendment. And maybe there are a group of bureaucrats that don't want to have to keep track of this, but too bad. We can make it happen. It is truly unfortunate and it is truly sad that the leadership of this administration and of this legislature has not seen fit to provide the necessary funds to solve the problem. This starts us down the road to accomplish that and hopefully to offset future problems that may exist. We can make this happen, Mr. President. It is up to us, as the elected representatives and senators of this state, to ensure that we place the priorities where they need to be placed. I would encourage all to vote for amendment number 45.
Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President. As I consider this amendment, and we talked about it in finance this weekend, it made me think a lot about the work that I did in a nursing home oh so long ago. I did that before I was a registered nurse, and have been in nursing homes many times since then. And the thing that makes a nursing home work is people. It is nursing assistants and all of the people that are caring for our loved ones inside the facility. Those people cost money. The weakness or the problem with this amendment is it is dependent upon surplus. So we would be saying to nursing homes across the state, guess what? You know, we've put this mechanism in now, and we'll take the money and we'll sweep it out if there's a surplus. So if that happens, you'll get something. If there is no surplus, or heavens to Betsy, there's a deficit, the nursing homes are on the hook again. If we want to hire skilled workers in our nursing homes, they need certainty. This is not it. This feels good, but it doesn't solve the problem for the nursing homes. Not really. Not really. Maybe for now, but not for the future. And that's why I don't think we should support this amendment, because it's more gimmick than it is solution. Please vote no.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of the A45 amendment. And I want to tell a story of what I've experienced in my life. So early on, in fact, it was the second employer that I had in my information technology career, was an employer who owned assisted living, independent living, and skilled nursing facilities, not only across the state, but across the country. And in my last several months, they'd actually acquired some in other countries, and were expanding to be a global company. And this was back in the days of dial-up internet. I know recently we spoke about broadband and expanding broadband. So this was over 20 years ago, when dial-up was still in place. And I worked in the IT department for this company, and I had the opportunity to travel not only across the state, but to other states, to the independent living, assisted living, and skilled nursing. And when I would go there to work on their computers and IT systems, I had the opportunity to not only interact with the employer, the staff, but the residents in many of these different facilities. And it was an amazing experience. Not only are the great people that live in these facilities wonderful, they're aspiring to have a high quality of life, dignity, and that is something that they deserve, because I firmly believe that all lives matter from conception to natural death. And I'm speaking on the obviously latter end of the life continuum, which is what this bill and amendment specifically are addressing. And when I would interact with these residents, again, it was wonderful. Many, many decades older than I am, telling their stories, listening to them laugh. But then in the skilled nursing, no less valuable, but unfortunately many of them were suffering different diseases, including memory loss and others. And many of their stories and their experiences were very challenging for me to witness. Somebody who lived a long life, and at the tail end, they were dependent on others to help them, to ensure the dignity and high quality of life that they deserve. But then I also interacted with the staff in my capacity as IT support. And the staff are many. The staff are not just those that are the executive director, but it was the activities director, whose job it was each and every day to come up with a schedule of events and ensure that those that were living in these facilities, assisted or skilled nursing, had a activity that day that was wholesome, that was fruitful, that would give them, again, that quality of life that everybody deserves. It was the food services director who worked hard each and every day to compile a menu that would give people not just a bland food, but something that was enjoyable to eat. Each and every day, day in and day out. And not just 5 days a week, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. And then there was all the nurses and all the support staff, day in and day out, giving their heart, sacrificing so much to ensure, again, that these seniors and residents had the highest quality life, the highest dignity that they deserve. And what is so frustrating, Mr. President, is that Governor Walz doesn't share the priority. And that's reflected in his lack of recommended budget for this area. And it's even more frustrating, though, Mr. President, that the majority here, the Senate Democrat majority, apparently didn't share the priority, and that can be seen with the lack of budgets that were given to this particular committee, and then therefore this particular budget, and therefore this particular provision. And that's why the A45 amendment is so important. Because the skilled nursing, the nurses, the activities director, all the staff deserve to be recognized. You know, I recently saw a sign, and it may have been, I stepped off the floor, Mr. President, earlier, so I unfortunately wasn't able to hear everybody's comments, so it may have already been referenced. But I recently have seen signs at both Burger King and Walmart that are paying more than what this bill under the Democrat majority is going to allow. And when these people are working so hard to give dignity and quality of life to our seniors, we need to honor the staff. We need to stand behind them. We need to support them. And today, Mr. President, we can do so. We have that opportunity to recognize their importance and the importance of all the lives of our great senior citizens and others who are in these facilities who are dependent by us voting green. And for that reason, Mr. President, I encourage all members to support this with a green vote. Thank you.
Members, we are on the A45 amendment. The author is Senator Dames. So I want to make sure that we got everyone with the exception of Senator Draheim, who's going next. I want to make sure that after Senator Draheim, we're able to go to Senator Dames. That will be the orders. Senator Draheim, then Senator Dames.
Thank you, Mr. President. And members, I appreciate the discussion. I think we all know how important our nursing homes are. But I just want to give a little context. On my short time here, it's my 7th year, and we have been trying to fix this problem for those 7 years. And I hope we can do it this year. I think there's a good attempt at getting partway there in the bill before the A45. I think the A45 helps it get across the finish line a little better. But members, we have a huge surplus. We have a huge surplus after we put the automatic inflator on the budget. And when we hear that $17.5 billion surplus, that doesn't count all the other reserve accounts or the shifting that we're doing, healthcare access fund moving this and that. We have about half of a normal biennium general fund budget. And if we can't figure out how to help our nursing homes, I just don't know what to think. So I hope the A45 would go on. I hope there's a green vote, and thank you.
Senator Dames, the author of the A45. Before we vote, Senator Dames.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. It's been very interesting to listen to the comments that we're hearing today. You know, it's kind of interesting when I listen to what's going on in some cases, probably pretty logical comments, others almost laughable. And some, well, you're going to have a hard time getting the public to buy them because they just don't make much sense. But let's get beyond that. It's kind of interesting when I sit in Finance Committee and we hear these finance bills and all the things that come through. We have all kinds of new offices being created, all kinds of new commissions being created. But yet we can't afford to take care of our senior citizens. Like I said earlier, it's a reflection on our priorities. We heard comments about giving it all back and about a surplus and this and that and the next thing. You can dress it up all you want. A pig is a pig and a sow is a sow and a cow is a cow. You go on for hours here, but let me tell you, folks, the fact of the matter is it's our decision, and we're choosing to do what we want to do on this. And at this point in time, the choice we're making is not to take care of our seniors. It's not because the surplus wasn't as big as we thought it was going to be. It's not because of inflation. It's not because of this. It's not because of that. After all, if you have a surplus of $17.5 billion, somebody has to decide what the targets are. And those targets were decided by the majority. And you decided to put the targets in places that are higher priority to you than our senior citizens in our nursing home care. That's your choice. You're in the majority. But then stand up and own it. Don't make excuses for it. Just stand up and own it. This is what you want to do, and that's what you're going to do. So with that said, you know, let's put our senior citizens, let's put them in the top priority here. You know, it takes special people to work in these nursing homes. They're not working there because they want the pay or because of the pay. They're working there because they want to help and take care of people. The least we can do is pay them an appropriate wage. You know, if you work at McDonald's or a fast food restaurant and they get a bad hamburger, they come up and they say, you give me a bad hamburger, you give them a different one and everybody smiles. In a nursing home, it don't work that way. If something happens, these employees feel really bad, even though they may not have been the problem of why something happened. They feel bad about that because they're there trying to make sure that these people get the best care they possibly can. They're there because they know how they would like to be treated. They're there because they know how they want their parents to be treated. So as you sit in this room and you get ready to push the button, think about how you want it to be when you get there. Not all of you will ever get there, but some of you certainly will, some sooner than others. So think about when you vote, Instead of being sheep and just following your leader, stand up this time and vote for what's right and do the right thing for our seniors. Let's give them top priority for this vote. Thank you, members, and vote green.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A45 amendment. Members, please vote. We're under call. Senator Morrison, those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Latz votes no.
Senator Latz votes no.
Senator Pappas votes no.
Senator Pappas votes no.
And Mr. President, Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no. Senator Jasinski, those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye. All senators having voted who desires a vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 33 ayes and 34 nays, the A45 amendment is not adopted. Senator Abler.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I was kind of hoping that would pass. I want to thank the body for that good discussion and for that commitment that even the people who voted no showed concern about our seniors. And I just want to remind Mr. President and members that it has been the Senate in a no-partisan way that has made an effort to look after the seniors. And I want to remind us all that had the other body and the governor accepted our $1 billion bill last year that we put together in the most earnest of ways, we would not be having this discussion today because there would not be a need for the money we were talking about. Senator Hoffman's bill would not have to be addressing some of the expenses that he has to meet in his bill. And I could be more critical of those two groups, but it didn't have to be this way, Mr. President. And those nursing homes in Senator Johnson's district didn't have to close. And the nursing homes and other people that talked about wouldn't have to be closing. And there'd be some people who would be admitted into a place where they really needed to be. And we all understand that nursing homes is not Shangri-La, but it is the last resort for some people. The good news is in the bill we're looking at, there's a lot of money for home care, for PCAs, for day services and other services to protect people with disabilities so we can try to keep people out of nursing homes. But in the meantime, Mr. President, the industry is on fire. And with that, I'd like to move the A46 amendment.
Senator Abler moves the A46 amendment. The Secretary will report the A46 amendment.
Senator Abler moves to amend Senate File Number 2934 as follows. Page 111, after line 12, insert. This is the A46 amendment.
Senator Abler, to your A46 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. And this was adopted on a strong vote in the committee, and it didn't seem to survive the buzzsaw of the Finance Committee, which was unfortunate. And I understand prudent budgeting, and I understand the math, and I've been doing math here for a long time. And so when we talked about the needs here, when we had conversations for the last year and 2 years, Mr. President, in the Human Services Committee, time and again, hearing from the workers, from the clients, from the parents, from the people on their way to the funeral because they couldn't get the care their loved one needed, over and over again, from the administration, we got silence. Like, no, there's enough money there. In fact, lately, just even at the last couple hearings, we've heard twice from both the commissioner and the finance people there that not to worry, there's $846 million coming your way, and all is well, and don't worry. Well, that sounds like a lot of money. And the question I asked back again, well, then why are people closing nursing homes? Why are several thousand people in October data being denied admission to a nursing home who need to be there? I don't know if you know, Mr. President, in the assisted living side, 85% of those places are in a position to accept a new client. In the nursing home industry, 45%. 45%. That's not a lot. That's 55% that wanted to go and could not get in when they wanted to go. And what are they supposed to do? Live with their daughter in the basement? It's incredible where they're supposed to be. They can't go to the hospitals. They're full, and it's a problem. And so we didn't pass the last amendment, which if that would have gone forward, that would be the end of our discussion about how to get the money into the industry. And I respect people voted no. I wish they would have voted yes. And at some point, the state has to make a commitment to people who are seniors, who have lived their whole life in Minnesota, paid their dues, and been the backbone of our society. And that's what disappoints me, Mr. President. And so talking to the nursing home people, they say, well, okay, at least if we got the $846 million, that would be good. And Mr. President, what this does, it goes into the forecast, and it says the forecast is for $846 million, not one more penny more than is forecasted, so it doesn't bust any budget, but it guarantees that every penny that $846 million is promised will indeed go to the nursing homes. It actually adjusts the rates year by year with whatever's left. It's not going to put the budget reserve at risk because it doesn't touch that. It just says, this is going to get them at least the money that the administration says they're going to get. And with that, Mr. President, I'll stand for questions.
Senator Friends.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. President. To the good senator from Anoka, and to the conversation we just had spent the last hour, that dialogue is full of joy because of the fact you as a body just highlighted the importance of human services. That human services importance is of our greatest generation. Man, I hear you. I hear your voices. I hear your passion, this body's passion about those people that deserve what Minnesota has. You have made, because of this conversation and because of where we were just at, good senator from Anoka and other members, you have made the Senate argument stronger for this bill. And I promise you this, going into negotiations, I will fight for what is being said today on this regarding the services to our elderly and to our nursing facilities. So with that, Mr. President, thank you.
Senator Abler, I usually let the author be the last one just to make sure that there's no one else who wants to speak to the amendment. Senator Abler.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate the discussion. We had, the bulk of the talk on the last amendment, same idea. Senator Dames said something that I thought was noteworthy. It is about priorities. And Mr. President, you had a privilege I did not get to enjoy. You got to be in the meeting talking about the targets. And in fact, you've been at many meetings, and I'm happy for you. I'm happy that you are getting to enjoy your present position. But what that means besides is that 33 of us in this body weren't part of any discussion about those targets. And in the other body, 64 of those members were part of no discussion of those targets. And I think this discussion has been pretty meaningful to express the desire of 34 of us. But Mr. President, beyond that, I sense a desire in this body of 67 of us agreeing that this is something we have to address. And I think if we look at last year's vote and the strong Senate leadership that's been in this topic, lacking any countervailing leadership from the administration or the other body, I'm still very proud of that, and I'm proud of the tone of the dialogue we had on this amendment, and I'm extremely pleased with the commitment of Senator Hoffman to come back with a better effort at this. And there's no point to belabor this amendment, Mr. President, but this is what the administration promised these people. And so I'm going to take Senator Hoffman at his word. I know what a fighter he is, and I'm going to hold him to that commitment. And with that, Mr. President, I'll withdraw the A46.
The A46 amendment has been withdrawn. Any other amendments? Senator Abler.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I really appreciated the last discussion, but reality remains in front of us, and I'm going to be moving the A39 amendments just so staff
Senator
can get
Abler
ready.
moves the A39 amendment. The Secretary will report the A39 amendment. And again, members, as a reminder, before the Secretary reads the amendment, that's why I like to get the amendment first, just because it helps to move you along or helps out the front desk. But it doesn't negate how much time you can talk. The Secretary will report the A39 amendment.
Senator Abler moves to amend Senate File Number 2934 as follows. Page 72, after line 14, insert. This is the A39 amendment.
Senator Abler to the A39 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Senator Housley had the statistics on how many have closed. Nursing homes have closed. Same topic, just Chapter 3. And my last thoughts on the topic, at least for this part of the discussion. So many have closed. And when they closed, Emma and other people who are just the stalwarts of our amazing state, who we admire just universally for being just that cool, what are they going to do? And some of them simply close. And some get in such bad shape because they can't pay their bills, the Department of Health has to come in and make them go into receivership. And that is actually happening. It's not because people have absconded to go to, Florida or somewhere with the money. They just don't have the money. And we've heard time and time that discussion both in our committee and then on the floor even today about they just can't pay their bills. And so, Mr. President, this is an effort on this voluntary receivership to at least, if things are going bad, can we kind of soft land the airplane? And so there's some flexibility that comes as they would then decide when they can turn the keys in instead of having them seized. And so out of respect for the clients, and I've worked with a number of people on this, Mr. President, and I hope Senator Hoffman sees it as friendly, but I think it will set the stage for a necessary intermediate step until the money comes. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Hoffman to the A39 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator from Anoka, for addressing. This is a gap that currently exists, and this actually I see as a friendly amendment, so please vote yes.
Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The A39 amendment prevails, is adopted. Senator Uckey.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the A38 amendment.
Senator Uckey moves the A38 amendment. The Secretary will report the A38 amendment.
Senator Rutke moves to amend Senate File Number 2934 as follows. Page 163, after line 31, insert. This is the A38 amendment.
Senator Uckey to your A38 amendment.
And thank you, Mr. President. And Senator Hoffman, I tried to get one dealing with muskies, but I had to come back with this. So, members, this is an amendment to fund a provider in Douglas County that we have had in the past in our bill last year, etc. We missed them this year. So we're bringing it back as the amendment. They provide services, and in this case, they have 2 facilities providing services to adult males that are recovering from substance use disorder, mental illness, or housing instability. The facilities get paid for the room and board, but they are offering more than that. So with this amendment, it goes into a section of statute under the supplemental rates, and other facilities around the state
have gone through this in the past, and then the department can work with them to qualify for an increased rate because of the services they're providing. And with that, there's, of course, because there's rates involved, there is funding, and part of the amendment also goes into how the rates will be funded so that the omnibus bill remains balanced. And Mr. President, Senator Hoffman is aware of this, and I hope that it will be a friendly amendment.
Senator Hoffman to the 838 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. And other than the reference to a Senator Ingebrigtsen, who now that we're talking muskies, I'd like to add an amendment to the amendment that has to deal with increasing the muskie slot limit up to 70 inches, Mr. President. But I'm not going to do that because I don't want Senator Weber to get up and talk for hours about why that's not okay. But actually, Mr. President, when you look at the supplemental rates piece, Senator Utke had brought this for me, and we had to do this along the continuum, and this absolutely makes sense. It fits within our target. So to Senator Marty's point, this stays within our target. We should be good on this. I accept this as a friendly muskie amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any more discussion on the 838? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The 838 amendment is adopted. Senator Abler.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be moving the A37 amendment.
Senator Abler moves the A37 amendment. The Secretary will report the A37 amendment.
Senator Abler moves to amend Senate File Number 2934 as follows. Page 12 after line 11, insert. This is the A37 amendment.
Senator Abler to your A37 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This has to do with guardians and not allowing the person who is being guardianed. What's the guardian, whatever, the recipient, whoever, the person who's has a guardian, they don't let them see their family. I have had a number of circumstances over my time where I do not understand how on earth they cannot let this person see their family. There is no threat of anything, just the situation runs afoul and it gets more negative, and the family gets more mad. And then the guardian, which in many cases is a company, refuses, and there's a specific detail to this which I will not bring up on the floor. But Mr. President, I've worked with Senator Hoffman to put this together. In fact, one of these situations we share in common, this is a way to begin to make this right, and so we'll perfect the language through conference if Senator Hoffman calls it friendly. But this is something you never want to have happen to you, where you're stuck in a place and your family wants to come in and they say no, even for Easter and Christmas. Thank you.
Senator Hoffman to the 837.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. As relevant to sections 245D, I absolutely accept this as a friendly amendment.
Any other discussion on the 837? Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Abler yield?
Senator Abler, will you yield?
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Abler will yield. Senator Limmer.
Senator Abler, oftentimes guardians are assigned to protect them from family members. And is there any cautionary note that you have in your amendment that would recognize those times, those individuals, that the family is not a healthy, positive influence to those that are being protected by a guardian? I just wanted to hope that there's a balance in your amendment.
Senator Abler to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Limmer, that is absolutely my intention. And very often the circumstance I'm working toward is where there's no good reason whatsoever, and people who look at this situation go like, seriously? And there is little recourse on behalf of the individual families who are trying to see their individual, and there's no issue with any danger. I would love to work with you to perfect the language along the way, Senator Limmer, but this is a problem, and this, I'm sure it could be perfected, but that's my intention, to make sure we preserve all the safety, and but as well as to make this happen. There's a circumstance right now that just makes me want to weep.
Senator Limmer, any more questions? Seeing none. Any more discussion on the A37 amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. The A37 is adopted. Any further amendments? Senator Abler.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be moving the A41 amendment.
Senator Abler moves the A41 amendment. The Secretary will report the A41 amendment.
Senator Abler moves to amend Senate File Number 2934 as follows. Page 111 after line 7, insert. This is the A41 amendment.
Senator Abler, to your A41 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. And this actually describes a process that's currently underway. The 144G are the assisted livings, and we had a hearing on this topic, at least one, and much discussion. Some of the little ones, when we did the assisted living protections for all the big ones, got wrapped up in the rules and thoughts that just didn't make any sense for a small place. And so the two commissioners and their staffs are already working on this. This gives a placeholder for us to put whatever resolution can come by. And for instance, they pay $2,000 per site if you have 100 people or 10 people. That's really hard on the small people ones, and ones like that. So just to affirm, there's no effort in any way to undo any of the protections in the larger scale assisted livings, merely the small ones and merely the low-hanging fruit. So that's my intention, Mr. President.
Senator Hoffman to the A41 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. This is the work that actually Senator Abler and Senator Fateh started 2 years ago, and it looks at the side of the 144G, and this fits within the realm of that, accepted as a friendly amendment.
Any other discussion on the A41 amendment? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails and the A41 is adopted. Senator Abler.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be moving the A35.
Senator Abler moves the A35. The A35 amendment will be reported by the Secretary.
Senator Abler moves to amend Senate File Number 2934 as follows. Page 64, delete subdivision 4 and insert. This is the A35 amendment.
Senator Abler to your A35.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, there's a portion of the bill, it's about $20 million for emergency grants to these emergency intervention providers that I mentioned in my opening comments. This merely redirects how the money will be spent, and I would imagine it'll be redirected again, but this is much closer to how the grant formula could be. It would allow up to $750,000 per facility based on individuals. Much more discussion to come, but I think Senator Hoffman is comfortable with this one as well. Thank you.
Senator Hoffman to the A35 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's a good amendment. I hope people vote for it.
Any other discussion on the A35 amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. The A35 is adopted. Senator Abler.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll move the A44 amendment.
Senator Abler moves the A44 amendment. The Secretary will report the A44 amendment.
Senator Abler moves to amend Senate File Number 2934 as follows. Page 108, delete Section 47 and insert. This is the A44 amendment.
Senator Abler to your A44 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This concerns a PACE. It's a program of all-inclusive care for the elderly. There's a section in the bill. This adds more detail. We've been trying to actually get this study completed for a couple of years. The idea, what if there's nursing homes and those kinds of facilities, as people graduate through their programming with senior housing, assisted living, nursing homes, what if we could kind of get a package to help serve them better? This is a plan which is really a good idea. This simply changes the format in the bill, and I hope Senator Hoffman can accept it.
Senator Hoffman to the A44 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. The program for all-inclusive care for the elderly PACE is a good amendment, and I accept it. Please vote yes.
Any further discussion on the A44? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. The A44 is adopted. Senator Abler.
Mr. President, I just have two more left. I'd like to move the A43, please.
Senator Abler moves the A43 amendment. The Secretary will report the A43 amendment.
OTP.
Senator Abler moves to amend Senate File Number 2934 as follows. Page 166, delete Section 40. This is the A43 amendment.
Senator Abler to the A43 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the, sometimes you have stuff in the bill that's not quite ready to go, and this is the not ready for prime time amendment here. This section needs some work, and so I agreed to work with Senator Hoffman to redraft this section for later. Thank you.
Senator Hoffman to the A43 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I accept the amendment that Senator Abler has. It absolutely gets it ready for us to go into negotiations. Thank you. Please vote yes.
Any further discussion on the A43 amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor say, oh, I see one over there. Senator Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do not see the A43 amendment on my laptop.
Well, give us a minute and we'll see where the A43 amendment is there, Senator Anderson. Senator Anderson, as I understand it, it's posted. He said it's okay. He gave me the thumbs up. Any further discussion on A43? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The A43, the motion prevails and the A43 is adopted. Senator Abler.
Thank you, Mr. President. And those other ones were, I appreciate the quick speed on those. I'll be moving the A47 amendment, and that'll require a little discussion.
Senator Abler moves the A47 amendment. The Secretary will report the A47 amendment.
Senator Abler moves to amend Senate File Number 2934 as follows. Page 111, after line 12, insert. This is the A47 amendment.
Senator Abler to your A47 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the Senior Housing-Related Stress and Mental Health Prevention amendment. It's got two parts. One is talking about some handling of expenses and rents, and the second part talks about a grant program. The circumstance, without naming any names, there is a situation in Section 42 housing where the rent increases have been exorbitant, unconscionable, and the treatment of the clients and the residents has been mediocre to poor, almost, well, let's stop with the adjectives there. This was, the first part of this amendment existed and then was taken out in finance over a concern about rent control. And Mr. President, this has nothing to do with rent control. It has to do with just stopping unconscionable practices, which is going on actually all across the metro in the facilities that are enumerated there. The second part is attempting to find a way to at least give some relief to the individuals who in 2022 suffered increases of greater than 10%, which in many cases was 12.8%. And so, Mr. President, if I could divide the amendment, I would like to do that, please.
Any member is able to divide an amendment, please articulate where you would like to divide it.
Thank you, Mr. President. Between line 1.18 and 1.19, I'd like to take up part 2 first.
The Secretary will report the division or the part that you want voted on first.
Senator Abler has requested a division of the A47 amendment and has designated lines 1.19 through line 2.2 as the first portion to be voted on.
And Senator Abler, just for clarity, that is the portion that you want dealt with first. Is that right?
Yes.
Senator, you want to speak to that amendment?
Right.
All right. Senator Abler.
Well, thank you. And I don't know what happened to it. I had a handout from actually Spring Lake Park had just passed a resolution that came to me about 1:30. I don't know if it got passed out or not, but it's just curious that they actually voted on this lately to worried about the situation with this housing problem. But this the second part is a bit of a remedy. It's a small amount of money that would go to try to support principally seniors who are in this housing, which they are in because they are limited incomes. And it would be a way to support them. With that, Mr. President, I'll stand for questions.
Senator Hoffman to the first part on the A47.
Thank you, Mr. President. And the first part, which is, I believe, starts at Section 51. Is that correct? Will Senator Abler yield, please?
Yes. Senator Hoffman, he designated the first part to be taken would be starting at line 1.19 all the way to the end of 2.2.
Mr. President, I do like 1.19 all the way to the 2.2, so that you clarified for me where I was at. I don't like the upper part of that, but this one, I am okay with that one.
This is the first part.
Yes. Thank you,
The
Mr.
first part of the division that we are dealing with.
That is correct, Mr. President. I accept that.
All right. Any other discussions on the division, the first part? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails and the first part is adopted. Now we are on the second part, which is technically the first part. The second part, which is technically the first part of the A47, but it for clarity purposes is the second part. Lines 1.3 to 1.18. To that portion, Senator Mitchell.
I'm not sure what will end up happening with this one, but it is a cap on rents, and this is something that impacted my community very severely. We had senior housing for low income where they've raised the rent over 12% this year. A very large increase is already being planned for next year, and seniors in my community have ended up homeless. They've had to move in together, some cases not ideally. There was one woman that had to go back to a spouse that they had left for whatever reason, not an ideal situation, all because of rent increases that they couldn't keep up with. So I've already been working with my city and my county and trying to find out how to do this, but I do believe we do need to do something to make sure that companies who are getting assistance already from the state aren't also raising rents to the point that our seniors no longer have homes.
Senator Klein.
Nothing that I need, Mr. President.
Senator Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, as a drummer, if you miss your point, you can never find where number one is. You know what that problem is, I would assume. Well, I just missed that point. I was listening to an old polka song, and I should have been playing a song in 5/4, but it didn't do that. I know that doesn't make sense, but then again, nothing makes sense when I'm sitting here having this conversation about this company, and I'm not going to say their name, although it's very well written in there. I think this first section, 1.3 and 1.18, does not fit our jurisdiction or the governance that we had. And so that's why I was okay with that first part that the good senator from Anoka did, but I just wanted to say that one. I do not like what this company has been doing. And matter of fact, Mr. President, let me tell you a story. When I had presented this bill in front of Finance, I was told that this company, who renames unnamed, although everybody in this body probably knows who that company is or companies like that have taken advantage of our elderly, have yet to have a conversation with them, Mr. President. And I was told, oh, they were going to make an appointment. They were going to make an appointment. They were going to make lots of appointments. Well, you know what? Between now and by the time conference committee comes, maybe they would like to make an appointment with, I don't know, maybe Senator Mitchell, Senator Abler, myself, Senator Rasmussen, Senator May Quaid, Senator Ann Rest. I think a whole bunch of us that have had some concerns about how this organization operates on behalf of our elderly would do. So I think the point is well taken, Senator Abler. And with that, I think possibly Section 51 might not want to go.
Senator Abler.
Thank you, Mr. President. You understand the circumstance I'm in here as much as anybody. As you stood here in the minority, sometimes all you can do is talk. And how do we use our voices to make a difference for the people we care so much about? And Mr. President, there are hundreds of people in the situation that are under the not watchful eye, not kind eye, not ethical eye of the company that has taken tens of millions of dollars in state and federal funding to provide housing for people. And sometimes all we can do is talk. And sometimes when we talk, we can call attention. Sometimes we call attention, we can make a difference. And this amendment, Mr. President, absolutely should become law. And then it would put out a message to people like, treat people right, especially when you're getting a third of the money to build your buildings from taxes from people who are hardworking, and that could be used for either their family stuff or something better in a way that, since the government took it, you know. And so, Mr. President, I am not going to stop talking about this group of people. I've carefully not said the name of them so that they can just decide how to become ethical on their own in meetings with us. But we're not done. And the people that are suffering the consequences of this, sometimes they make $800, $1,800 a month. Their rent went from $1,350 to $1,500. How are they supposed to eat? And when you sit down and talk to this company, they say our number one mission is to maximize our profits. Really? When a third of your money came from us, we would have any number of reasons, places to put that, either privately or corporately together. So, Mr. President, I'm sorry Senator Hoffman can't take my amendment. I actually wanted to get it to go on, but I'll respect his desire about this bill. And at least there's a little bit of money going to some of these people in the bill we've got. And the ongoing discussion about wrong is wrong. And if you treat people in Minnesota wrong, a lot of us care. Many people in both parties care about this particular organization and how badly they're behaving. And we're not done with them. But, Mr. President, in respect for the time and for the good work of Senator Hoffman and the rest of the amendments I've got on the bill, I withdraw the balance of that amendment. Thank you.
Senator Abler withdraws the second part of the A47 amendment. Members, any additional amendments or discussion? The Secretary will give the bill its third reading.
Senate File Number 2934, a bill for an act relating to human services, establishing an Office of Addiction and Recovery.
Third reading. I now will take names of individuals who want to speak on third reading. Any other names? Here are the names that I have on the list, excluding the ranking member and the author. The names I have thus far: Nelson, Mitchell, Marty, Jasinski, and Murphy, and Anderson. Am I missing anyone on the list? Hochschild. I already have you as the ranking member. Any other members that I'm missing? Because once we do the list, I want to make sure that we adhere to the list. But I want to make sure everyone feels like they've had an opportunity to be heard. With that being said, Senator Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand in support of this bill, and I particularly want to thank Senator Hoffman for putting in an innovative piece in this bill, the Establish Live Well at Home grants. We have spent hours on this floor talking about the importance of our nursing homes and how far too many of them are insolvent, are in near closures. And one of the ways that we can help the situation is to provide the services, the supports that will allow Minnesotans to stay in their homes longer. It will delay the need for long-term care. Senate File 1902 establishes Live Well at Home grants. Senator Hoffman, I want to thank you for putting in this innovative piece, which is definitely going to help reduce or delay the need for long-term care. And I also want to thank authors Housley, Fateh, of course, Senator Hoffman, and Senator Jasinski. This is one way that we can address the nursing home crisis, which is helping people live well at home, where they'd like to be, with the supports that can keep them in their homes longer. Thank you.
Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President. When we began this debate, listening to Senator Hoffman and members of the committee talking about the post-partisan approach to this legislation, I was happy. And then we took a bit of a turn, and now I hope we're going to turn back to the matter at hand. Senator Hoffman and that committee have put together what I would think of as a workhorse of a piece of legislation for Minnesotans who rely on the services that it is funding: seniors, children, their families, people with intellectual disabilities, people with physical disabilities, people who rely upon the services that are funded in this bill. And the funding in this proposal is significant, even though we've been debating its inadequacy perhaps. But for me, having been on this committee, having worked in this area, having cared for people, the funding in this proposal to me feels like water in a desert. There is an important point here, because we spent so much of the debate talking about nursing homes. So much of this bill intends to provide services for people in addition to nursing homes, in communities, in homes, in places that are more familiar to people. And there are provisions in this proposal that I have wanted to see funded that have not been funded. It is a muscular proposal, and it is an important proposal. And at the center of it, there is the Community First Services, which I think is a brilliant shift in the way that we think about this work to make sure that people, wherever they live, can get the care that they need from skilled workers and PCAs and home care providers. It's smart. This is forward-thinking. It's efficient. And it is a caring proposal. When I think about the previous years that I have worked on this and the debate that we had today, I started thinking about who had done what in the budgets prior to this, because we start to think about how did we get to this place. And this legislature does think in terms of our work. We think about year to year, biennium to biennium, election to election. It is the way our minds become trained on this work, but the people who count on what we're doing, the people I mentioned earlier, seniors, children, their families, people with disabilities, they live minute to minute, hour to hour, day to day. They are counting on this. And Senator Hoffman and that committee have put together an important provision, important bill that serves them, and that's why I'm going to vote yes.
Senator Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I sat on this committee, and it was so moving to hear the stories of people and what this is going to do to really transform their lives. This includes aging, mental health, disabilities, addiction, and this is a $1.3 billion infusion to make those things better. So I just want to say I appreciate the commitment of everyone that made that happen, and the commitment of our party and everyone working together to get that money to the people that needed it. Thank you.
Senator Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I appreciate the effort of Senator Hoffman and members of the committee in putting this bill together. I still see a hole that was never filled with meeting the needs of our nursing homes. I have parents that are in a senior living situation, and the costs and the need for staff is ongoing. And I truly believe that if we had prioritized and made that, since it's been an ongoing issue for years, we could have easily done that in this bill here. But I do appreciate the efforts on part of the staff doing so, but I think that the lack of focus and the lack of priority in helping our nursing homes and the lack of staff shortage for those nursing homes and care facilities is a very huge problem in being able to support this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Hochschild.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to quickly thank Senator Hoffman and Senator Abler for their bipartisan work on this really critical bill. We recently put my grandfather in a long-term care facility. I know personally how difficult that is for families to go through and the toll that has taken on my mother and my extended family. I do want to talk about a specific nursing home in my district, and that's the Boundary Waters Care Center in Ely, Minnesota. There have been stories and conversations happening in Ely because this nursing home is facing bankruptcy. In fact, they have done local community fundraising and sought grants and opportunities from nonprofit foundations in order to stay alive. Because of that, I worked with Senator Hoffman to get an infusion of $250,000 for the Boundary Waters Care Center in Ely, which will help them stay afloat while we continue to look at their long-term trends there in the community. I also applaud the critical access nursing facilities funding that's included in this bill, which would also potentially go to other rural nursing homes across greater Minnesota. This bill would provide up to $5 million, nearly $5 million for this critical program, and I'm grateful that it's included. Lastly, I just want to applaud the inclusion of the provider capacity grants for rural communities in this bill, up to $15 million in fiscal year 24 and 25 that will do similar increases in funding for our critical access nursing homes across greater Minnesota. So I applaud this bill. I look forward to these conversations in the future, and I'm hopeful that we can continue to provide the funding that our nursing homes need. Thank you.
Senator Pa.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to speak in support for this particular bill, which invests in the people that provide the services that Minnesotans need so desperately, and to Senator Hoffman's goal, which is to save lives. For years, I've received calls from people pleading for help, family members seeking resources so that they don't have to put their parent in a nursing home, making that tough decision, because they don't receive the PCA services that they need to be able to continue to live in their home with their families. Asian seniors specifically who don't speak English are calling me terrified of being placed in a nursing home because they're unable to receive the PCA care that they need in home. Now they're going to be in a nursing home in which they can't communicate with the staff there, with the other residents there, and it is something that they don't want to be in that position to have to do. The isolation, the lack of social interactions, and being separated from their family, it has brought a lot of despair to many people. This bill will make it possible for so many Minnesotans to get the care and support that they need to be able to live a quality life. And therefore, I support this bill, and I ask that every single member please vote green for it. And thank you, Senator Hoffman, for bringing together such a great bill.
Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand in support of Senate File 2934 and want to thank Senator Hoffman and Senator Abler for working together on a bipartisan bill, one that's sensible, one that we worked on. I wish the target would have been higher. As many have discussed, nursing homes are closing across the state, and I had one that closed in my district as well in Faribault. But I do want to thank Senator Hoffman, Senate File 743, or a portion of that was included in his bill that increased the funding for intermediate care facilities with development disabilities, Class B institutions that got raised to a rate of $400 that was desperately needed, as we've said, to keep the rate up so that they can pay their employees to take care of these people with disabilities that need a lot of special needs. So again, I wish we had had more money for our nursing homes, but I'm very grateful to Senator Hoffman for including my bill, which actually was applied to all those facilities across the state. So thank you, Senator Hoffman. Thank you, Senator Abler. And it's good work being sensibles.
Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, members, I rise to speak in favor of this bill. Ask you for your support as it goes out of here. And Senator Hoffman, I think you've heard a lot of the discussion today, but also in the hallways and other places. Myself and others have had a chance to talk with you about and the need for our nursing homes in the state, all across the state. But in my district and in rural Minnesota, they are hurting. They are really hurting. And so, Senator Hoffman, part of my advocating for a strong vote today is for you to go to conference and let's figure out what we can do to make it even stronger and better for those nursing homes and those workers and the administrators that are trying to cash flow and keep these facilities open. And so, members, last week when I came back during the announcement and my opportunity to thank all of you during my accident, I told you I'd like to talk a little bit more about what I had an experience to learn. And you know, there's always silver linings in everything good and bad that seems to happen in life. But members, let me just use a brief amount of time here to help convey what Senator Weber, Senator Draheim, Senator Lucero, and many others on the floor talked about today, and the hard work that goes in at the nursing homes. Because after my accident, for good or bad, I had the experience and the opportunity, whichever way you want to look at it, to spend a few days in a transitional room, a rehabilitation room at one of the local nursing homes. And part of the time there I wanted to spend, I actually asked the administrator to come over and talk to me. I welcomed him to my new office. And I was able to do remote session from there. But members, I had the opportunity to both get the experience of what those workers do day in and day out and how hard they're working. And then to find some of the nurses or the staff, they're on a second shift for the day. 8-hour shifts, 16 hours, that's hard work. But talking to the administrator and just getting the frank discussion of the burnout that they are facing with staff and the challenge they are to finding staff. And that the bottom line is they are losing money on many parts of their businesses. And if they don't have other businesses that have positive cash flow to subsidize the losers, they have to close. And that experience, silver linings, and bad things that happen, you have to take those experiences away. And members, those days I spent getting to know so many of those workers, I wanted to just share with you, to just put a little more realness in how hard they work. The first days I was there, I could hardly get my shirt on. Raising your arm is a big accomplishment in the day. And many other things. Just holding your silverware to feed yourself. I had to learn to be ambidextrous for many days because I'm left-handed. It's my left ribs that broke. It's those aides and nurses that were there helping. when you can't even sit up in bed. They're there helping. And I was by far not one of the people that probably needed the most help. And so, members, let's just remember our staff and our rural nursing homes and the work they do, as Senator Weber said, not 5 days a week, 7 days a week, 3 meals a day. And so, Senator Hoffman, thank you for your work on this. Members, let's take the experiences we've all had in life, the constituents we've had a chance to talk to and hear from over and over, and let's advocate for them. And Senator Hoffman, you go to conference and you fight like everything for our nursing homes and for this bill, and make it even better when it comes back. So members, let's send this out of here with green, and let's send a strong message with Senator Hoffman and the conferees to the House and the governor that we can do better for our nursing homes, because they do great for all of our constituents that need that service.
Now, members, I am going down to Marty, and then to Abler, and then to Hoffman. I just want to make sure there's no one else, so no one feels like they were not heard. We will go in that order. Senator Marty with his comments, and then we're going to go to the ranking member, Senator Abler, and then to the author. Senator Marty.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. There's been a lot of good discussion today, particularly about nursing homes, but I want to thank the author, Senator Hoffman, and his committee, Senator Abler, and the entire committee for the good work they've done. I'm going to mention two things that are small things in this bill, but that really make a difference in people's lives, nothing to do with nursing homes. One is the removal of the asset limit and the other improvements in the Medicaid for employed people with disabilities. That's a huge difference in life of people who, because of their medical needs, can't afford to work. And this program enables that, and taking off the asset limit is hugely important. The other one I'll mention is the removal of the parental fees in TEFRA, which has bankrupted so many families and caused so much hardship. Those are little tiny provisions of this big bill, and they're very important. And I want to thank, this bill is a big investment, $1.3 billion this time, I think $1.5 billion plus in the next one. And we've had a very good bipartisan discussion, the first time I think I've ever heard so much positive bipartisan discussion about how we ought to invest more money in human services because people are hurting. And I think it's been articulately described by people of both parties what the needs are out there. Caring for others, investing and taking care of each other is one of the most important things we as humans do. And frankly, most of the cost of that falls in the responsibility of government. With Medicaid and Medicare, all of the health programs, all the human service programs, the people who care for others. You know, Senator Hoffman, when you came in and showed the numbers that if we were to increase everybody to $20 an hour, so they wouldn't be being taken away from those caring jobs for much easier work at higher pay at fast food joints, showed me it would be $3.4 billion. And that's only the state half of it. You know, that's not a glamorous thing. You can't really write on your campaign list, hey, we provide more funding to staff nursing homes and human service providers. That's not a glitzy political thing to do, but it's what we're supposed to be doing. And so I want to thank you, one, for fighting aggressively to make this happen, putting together a very good bill with a lot of creativity, but also for helping change the debate, because we now have so many people recognizing the urgency of this. And we certainly have lots of other urgencies as well, as others have mentioned, in housing and numerous other areas. But this is a very, a very good bill. I think you can be proud of it, and you can be proud of how you're changing the discussion around here. So thank you, and proud to vote for the bill.
Ranking Member Abler.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for the honor of getting to go second to last. Thank you for a good debate to people. I'm not going to restate hardly anything that we've talked about before. But I do want to point out something. You know, there's an air in this place. Some bills, the air is so tense and so tight as we are just dueling it out, and people do not agree, and it's going to be a 34-33 or a 33-34 outcome. And Mr. President, I just don't like those days. And we're getting too many of those. There's a time in not too far past when there were a few of those, but not very many. And where both sides listened and both sides acted on the best ideas that came forward. Mr. President, this piece of legislation is an example of that, and perhaps a way to remind us all that we can indeed work together. And you don't have to be a Republican or a Democrat. And as Senator Rasmussen mentioned, no party to work on some of this stuff. The people waiting to get into a nursing home don't care what party is in charge. But beyond that, in this bill, we talk about people in home care that don't ever want to go to a nursing home. And the mother who grieves over her son, who cannot find somebody to work with that child with profound needs, who cannot get care in their home. What do? They don't work. They give them the best care they can get. They get a neighbor to help out so they can go get a weekend off sometime. This bill, Mr. President, will increase rates for home care to actually draw people into that arena. And what if you want to go to the doctor and you need a ride? In our committee, we heard about there was a person, I used to say that blood transfusions, or that dialysis was the big deal. Then we heard in committee they couldn't get a ride to get a blood transfusion, Mr. President, from Virginia to Gilbert. Like, seriously? And we're relying on volunteer drivers. Mr. President, this bill will make a difference in that. We talked about people in group homes that couldn't find a way to take care of their person with Down syndrome or a brain injury or some other malady and some challenge that nobody ever planned on and nobody caused. And how are they going to get their family to stay there? And so these individuals are going home for the weekend, which the parents didn't mind, but they were 80 years old, and they just didn't know what would happen when they died. This bill will make a difference about that. And Senator Hoffman, I want to thank you for leading the tone of this project in such a constructive way. Mr. President and members, did you notice there was only one roll call vote on this bill? And the majority of the amendments, maybe 10 of them, were voice votes. Mr. President, the Senate is about voice votes. The Senate is about collaboration. The Senate is about working together. We don't have to be the other body, which has just fallen off the cliff in its partisan nature. We are better than that. So, Mr. President, as we go forward with a strong green vote on this, as this moves into conference, I urge us to look at the lesson from this, led by Senator Hoffman and others who have worked collegially, collaboratively, and cooperatively behind the scenes and in front today to make a bill that we can be proud of, that it's going to go off into a strong position to actually care about the people of Minnesota and do the work they sent us to do in a very strong way. Mr. President, I urge members to vote green. Thank you very much.
To the bill author, Senator Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I want to mention, too, that part of putting this whole bill together, it took pages to help us in our committees and making sure things were put up. And I wanted to make sure I give a shout out to Ileana Sudarup, Morgan Turner, and Callie Courtney. And those pages are the ones that make sure that you get your papers on your desk. You know, Mr. President, in human services, we support services that part of a vast network that touches every part of life, from services for people with disabilities and our elderly that let them live with family on their own, to more intensive facilities or group settings as their care needs dictate. It impacts everyone. This is an important series of interactions. This is what I think many are aware of, so I'm going to take a moment to explain, Mr. President. Everyone should be aware of how the services that we vote for today affect everyone in our state. If a service isn't available because rates are too low to recruit enough caregivers, a few different things can occur. When services are not available for an individual, their family may have to step in to take care of them. Their jobs, schedules, and finances dramatically shift as they try to fill in the gap as an untrained caregiver for their loved one. The individual may not receive the proper trained care, and the family and friends filling in the gap are doing so without the ability to be reimbursed for all their work. Those folks who quit pursuing their college educations and have left the workforce to fill a need that we failed to provide. It's a service where care is mandated. They can end up in a hospital. This is an important piece because during this time, the hospital and the county will attempt to find them a placement, whether in their own place with appropriate services or perhaps a congregate setting of some kind. If none are available, the hospital takes care of them until such is found. They are reimbursed for the days that the individual needs hospital-level care, right? But after that, they're cared for by the hospital, and they are not generally reimbursed. In 1 week in December, Mr. President, this is the most important point of the interaction of these services. The Hospital Association found that nearly 2,000 people were in this discharged state, which at $2,500 a day is roughly $37 million of unreimbursed costs to our families, to our hospitals, and our health systems. That affects people. Higher costs affect people. Backed up emergency rooms affect people. Frustrated patients assaulting workers affects people. People who leave the emergency room due to long wait times not receiving the care they need affects people. The inability to accept trauma transfers leaving patients without the care they need, Mr. President, affects people. Our entire healthcare system is impacted by this backup in our long-term care system because both the health of those being held in a hospital where they don't belong and those who desperately need to receive hospital care. And Mr. President, who hasn't needed hospital care at some point? Whose family hasn't needed hospital care at some point? In the absolute worst case, someone doesn't have family and friends to provide care. We heard the story today. Someone doesn't have services. You know what happens when that happens, Mr. President? They join the homeless population. I say all of this to bring some understanding of how interconnected the services that we provide the most vulnerable populations are to everyone and to every system. This is what our committee was about. I say this to educate all in just how costly it is to not fully fund this system. It can cost our healthcare system hundreds of millions of dollars to keep people where they don't belong. And Mr. President, it costs families time and money to provide cares that aren't qualified, right? Because that's improper locations drive up emergency visits and the associated costs, and we've all seen that. They say an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, and it's easier to stop something from happening than it is to repair after the fact. It is easier and more affordable, Mr. President, to care for everyone where they are at and what they need. There's no repairing the worst possible outcome. There's no cure for that worst outcome. No funding can fix it. That ripples through our friends, our families, our fellow citizens of Minnesota. That's the oath to protect and uplift, right? It's a failure to our duty. Senate File 2934 represents hope for many. Hope for those who rely on and need services for their compassionate caregivers and the family who love them all. Hope that they or their family can get the care they need. Hope that they will be able to live lives of dignity with the right care and support the level that they need. And hope that they don't need to fear the worst for those they love when they are not there. Hope that when they need care, it will be there and they can live among their community, Mr. President. Hope that those who carry out this important work will be respected with financial security for the vital work that they do. It's the largest investment we've made historically in this sector, even as we struggle with historic issues that built upon decades of underfunding and the massive change in the environment due to the workforce changes. I had hoped to get as many rates as possible to $20 an hour, as Senator Marty had said. While supporting the structures and services, we'd have brought this continuum of care from underfunding to potential flourishing. This bill doesn't get us there. There are many strong financial provisions of this bill, and I'm proud of the work the Human Services Committee has done absolutely beyond what they have done. They have done everything. This simply wasn't enough to bring the system to where it belongs. And we all know it takes time to implement the provisions, right? You're not going to see these improvements in the system probably until 2024. But here's the one thing I can assure you. The silver tsunami and long-term care crisis is more certain and potentially more devastating than any future potential recession. There's going to be hospital backups. There'll be families that dramatically changing their lives to fill a gap to cover. And we're going to say our apologies, and we're going to say we're working on it, and we're going to say we're going to evaluate as we go, and maybe we should do a blue ribbon panel. But still, our oath remains, and it remains unfulfilled until we really address it. So there will be those who see this, though, and there's going to be pass here with hope, because there's hope that their hearts and yet will not benefit from it even if they qualify, leaving folks with nothing but hope. But with that in mind, Mr. President, I did have a provision, and that was a great conversation. That provision to capture those funds as underspent in the system, to keep those funds supporting the agency, the Department of Human Services, and the services that they were originally budgeted for. With this, the allocation in that sector would stay that sector to support it when it's ailing, and it would be healthy stability. It would address situations like the $1.825 billion, Mr. President, that was underspent last year. I loved that conversation. I consider this invaluable. If we can't fix these issues this year, it does give us a place to start to build until the promise of care, dignity, and security is no longer just a hope, until hope is no longer necessary, because it's transformed and fully realized into simple reality. A system that cares for those that need it, no matter who or where they are, because, Mr. President, they deserve it. This bill and every provision in it are the solutions we have worked on over the last several months. This is our solution with what we've been given to uplift this system now and into the future, so that everyone who receives the care they need and deserve, that, Mr. President, that is our charge. So I want to thank you, everyone who worked on this and supported it, and I please ask for a green vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
The Secretary will take the roll on final passage of Senate File 2934. Members, please vote. Senator Morrison, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzig votes aye.
Senator Dietzig votes aye.
Senator Fateh votes aye.
Senator Fateh votes aye.
Senator Latz votes aye.
Senator Latz votes aye.
Senator Mohammed votes aye.
Senator Mohammed votes aye.
And Mr. President, Senator Port votes aye.
And Senator Port votes aye. Senator Jasinski, those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Housley votes aye.
And Senator Housley votes aye. All senators voting who have a desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 63 ayes and 4 nays, the bill passed and its title agreed to. Members, we are going back. We're going to move to the addendum. Remaining on the motions and resolutions, we will revert to the third order of business, messages from the House. The Secretary will read the message.
Mr. President, I have the honor to announce the passage by the House of the following House file herewith transmitted. House File 1937. Signed, Patrick D. Murphy, Chief Clerk, House of Representatives.
Members, no action is required. Moving to the fourth order of business, first reading of House bills. The House files have been given its first reading and referred as indicated. Moving to the fifth order of business, reports of committees. Senator Kunesh for report of committees.
Mr. President, I move the committee reports printed in the addendum be adopted, and I ask for a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Any discussion? Seeing none, the secretary will take the roll. Members, please vote. Senator Morrison, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzig votes aye.
Senator Dietzig votes aye.
Senator Fateh votes aye.
Senator Fateh votes aye.
Senator Latz votes aye.
Senator Latz votes aye.
Senator Mohammed votes aye.
Senator Mohammed votes aye.
And Mr. President, Senator Port votes aye.
And Senator Port votes aye. Senator Jasinski, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Liskey votes aye.
And Senator Liskey votes aye.
Mr. President, correction, Senator Liskey votes no.
Senator Liskey votes no. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There have been 43 ayes and 43 ayes and 23 noes. The motion prevails. Moving to the sixth order of business, second reading of Senate bills. The secretary will read the Senate file numbers.
Senate file numbers 2995, 2247, and 1426.
The Senate files have been given their second reading. Senator Kunesh for motion to recess.
Members, we are about to recess until we receive a message from the House on the state and local government omnibus budget bill. They are debating it now. An email will go out at least 30 minutes before we reconvene, but only a couple of members are required to return to the chamber. The only business that will be taken up after reconvening will be to receive the message from the House. When we adjourn later today, it will be until Wednesday, April 19th at 12 noon. And with that, Mr. President, I move that the Senate do not recess until the call of the President.
Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't know if this is the appropriate time or not. However, I just wanted to say, Senate Republicans, we've had a long day today. However, we're going to make it longer and have caucus following session immediately afterwards, MSB 2412. Thank you.
Senator Marty.
Mr. President, Senate Finance Committee will meet 30 minutes after adjournment.
Any other questions? On the motion to recess, all those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion to recess prevails. The Senate is now in recess until the call of the President.